Chapter 2 Chapter 1 Scumbag. Scumbag. It was drizzling outside the window, just like Qin Chuchu's mood at the moment. Her pupils contracted violently, and then she looked incredulously at the man in front of her. What did he say? What did he say? The man standing in front of her looked embarrassed, and then looked at Qin Chuchu with some embarrassment and said, "Chuchu, I mean it, let's break up." Tears quietly slipped down her face as Qin Chuchu stared at the man in front of her with wide eyes. Did he know what he was saying? Had she done something wrong? Why was this happening so suddenly? Her vision blurred as tears filled her eyes. She clenched her lower lip and then stammered, "Did I do something wrong? Why are you doing this to me?" The man backed away repeatedly, his face full of contempt, and said, "You didn't do anything wrong, I'm the one who did something wrong, right? I beg you to spare me. Don't continue to entangle with me. Would a man like that treasure a woman like you? Would a man like that treasure a woman like her?" Qin Chuchu's body swayed slightly, and then she looked at the man in front of her, a little at a loss. What kind of joke is he pulling? They had been dating since their first year of university, and now it was 3 years later, and he was just breaking up with her. He didn't give her any reason, and he just sentenced her to death. She would never accept that. Still unwilling to give up, Qin Chuchu reached out and shook the man's hand tightly, and then spoke in an ear growl, "Brother Zhiliang, what do you mean by that?" The man called Zhiliang showed a look of disgust on his face and quickly shook off Qin Chuchu's hand, saying, "That's enough, don't make me feel disgusted with you. If you can't give me what I want, then don't come pestering me." Seeing that Luo Zhiliang was about to turn and leave, Qin Chuchu, with tears on her face, quickly walked up and grabbed his sleeve, then whispered, "Is doing that kind of thing really that important to you? Brother Zhiliang, I'm sincere with you, don't you know?" At that moment, a tall, scantily clad woman in high heels walked up behind Qin Chuchu, laughed in contempt, then affectionately put her lotus-like arms around Luo Zhiliang's neck and said coquettishly, "Honey, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you for ages." Luo Jichang is the boyfriend who has been dating Qin Chuchu for more than 3 years. And just now, they were facing the scene of breaking up. Luo Jichang, who had originally had a stern face, suddenly beamed with joy after seeing this woman. His large hand quickly covered the woman's soft waist, and he hung an evil smile on his face as he said, "You see, I'm not breaking up with this old maid. She's being stubborn and refusing to break up. What kind of man would like an old maid like her, who is dumb and stupid?" Luo Jichang's words were like a sharp blade, fiercely slashing Qin Chuchu's heart. The woman who had just walked over looked as if she had heard something funny and laughed quietly with her hands over her mouth. Compared to the happiness of the two of them, Qin Chuchu looked much more miserable. The woman took Luo Jichang's hand intimately and then said with a hint of coquettishness, "Honey, don't get wet in the rain, let's go." Luo Zhiliang readily agreed, then opened his umbrella and walked out of the corridor, holding the sexy woman's hand as they slowly disappeared from Qin Chuchu's view. Their intimate backs made her feel a little dazzling. At one time, she had also stayed so intimately by his side. But now the woman by his side was no longer her. Stumbling, Qin Chuchu sat down weakly on the ground, and the cold floor slowly consumed Qin Chuchu's lonely and uneasy heart. An old maid. Is that what I am in your eyes? Why does it have to be like that before you can call it love? Lifting her hand weakly, Qin Chuchu covered her eyes and sobbed quietly, mingling with the rumble of thunder. No one will ever notice this ordinary woman. Did you hear? App Bar is opening today. Drinks are 30% off. Go check out if there are any good-looking women there. Sounds good. The people around her walked past Qin Chuchu as if she were not there, but these words entered Qin Chuchu's ears like a spell. App, bar, huh? As if she had made up her mind, Qin Chuchu clenched her fists and quickly rushed out, letting the rain soak her. Qin Chuchu shivered a little, then stared at the door in front of her for a long time, hesitating to step in. Yes, the app bar was right in front of her, but when she got there, she found that she never had the courage to take that step. The mocking looks of Luo Jichang and that woman flashed through her mind. She reached into her pocket and felt the money. With courage she didn't know where it came from, she took a step forward and rushed into the bar like a madwoman. The deafening rock music almost made her dizzy. She had never been to a place like this before. The people around her were of all kinds, and Qin Chuchu frowned as she surveyed the scene. For a moment, she considered backing out, but when she thought about the way those two had behaved, she was furious. She then walked sullenly to the bar and stared at the price list, lost in thought. The alcohol here is really expensive, and just ordering a bottle would be enough to pay for a week's food for the average person. Feeling a little depressed, she turned away, and just as she was about to walk away from the bar, an unfamiliar man leaned over from behind her. The man had a cheeky smile on his face, and he politely greeted Qin Chuchu. "Hey, why would a little girl like you come to a place like this? Are you here alone?" Qin Chuchu has always been incredibly naive, so how would she know that this man had ulterior motives? She just nodded stupidly and replied, "Yes, I'm alone." Seeing that Qin Chuchu didn't resist, the man's smile grew deeper at the corners of his mouth. Then, with a heroic air, he patted his chest and said, "I know the owner of this bar. I'm happy that he's open today. What do you say, I buy you a drink?" Facing the enthusiasm of this strange man, Qin Chuchu was a little overwhelmed. And after confirming that she really didn't need to pay, Qin Chuchu nodded in response. The man's smile became deeper and deeper. Judging from the woman's appearance, she should be coming to a place like this for the first time, and this time he was going to make a profit. After 3 rounds of wine, Qin Chuchu's face was already slightly drunk. This was the first time she had drunk so much in a place like a bar. Her head felt dizzy, and Qin Chuchu shook her head a little unsteadily. What was going on? It felt as if everything in front of her was spinning. With difficulty, she stood up, and her body swayed as if she would fall at any moment. The man, however, did not act strangely, just smiling and urging her to drink. Qin Chuchu was foolish enough to keep on drinking glass after glass, as if the money wasn't hers and she didn't care. When the last glass of wine slowly slid down her throat, Qin Chuchu coughed violently. It felt as if something was burning in her throat, making it hard for her to breathe. Ugh! Eventually, Qin Chuchu couldn't help but dry heave. Filth slowly rolled down the corners of her mouth, and her stomach felt like it had been punched hard, her whole face almost twisting. And her body was even more wet from the rain, and her white school uniform was now almost transparent. Her barely there figure was definitely the biggest attraction for men. Her development was not very good, but after all, she was still a woman. There is always a place where it should be. The man wore a worried expression, and then slowly placed his glass, which hadn't been touched, on the table. He then walked over with the concern of an older brother and helped Qin Chuchu up, before saying seriously, "Are you okay? Do you need a hand?" Not much rationality remained in Qin Chuchu's mind. She just nodded foolishly, not knowing if she understood the meaning of the words or not. After getting a response from Qin Chuchu, the man's actions became more and more exaggerated. His large hands restlessly explored Qin Chuchu's chest, feeling the softness and beauty. Joy replaced the man's face, and his pace became more and more exaggerated. Now, as long as he casually found a room, he could take this woman. Such a good thing fell from the sky, how could he miss it? But at this moment, Qin Chuchu suddenly felt like she had been slammed onto the ground. The cold floor and the pain brought back most of her senses. The man stared at the man in front of him and said, "What are you doing? Don't you have eyes?" After scolding him, the man turned back to Qin Chuchu and pulled her up, then turned on a flattering face and said, "Come, I'll take you to rest." Qin Chuchu subconsciously shivered, and then quickly pulled her hand away, stumbled a bit, and took a few steps back before she could steady herself. After swaying a bit, Qin Chuchu slowly said, "Who are you? I don't know you at all." Her words made the man a little impatient for a moment. How could the woman he had finally gotten his hands on suddenly wake up? Just now, wasn't she fine? If she hadn't bumped into this man, he might be enjoying the pleasures of the flesh right now. Just as the man was in a daze, Qin Chuchu waved her hand and turned to leave, saying, "I don't know you, I'm leaving." "What are you doing? Let go, let go." Who knew that the old man grabbed her tightly, refusing to let go, and pulled Qin Chuchu in, looking like he was going to get rough. For a moment, Qin Chuchu's drunken stupor was shaken, and she looked for help to the man who had just bumped into them. But who knew that the man just glanced at the two of them lightly, and then walked away indifferently. Chapter 3 Chapter 2 The Legend of the Young Master. The Legend of the Young Master. Seeing that she was about to be dragged away, Qin Chuchu didn't know where the courage came from. She quickly shook off the man on her body, then stumbled a bit and directly reached out and grabbed the man's clothes, looking at him with a sincere gaze and saying, "Help me, please, help me." Zihui looked at Qin Chuchu with some disgust, and then reached out his hand to push her away mercilessly. But just as he was about to leave, he felt a coolness beneath him. He suddenly looked down, and Zihui's face instantly turned ashen. How dare this woman just take off his pants? Qin Chuchu was also stunned for a moment, staring at the pants in her hands, a little overwhelmed. Then, her head stiffened as she slowly moved her eyes up to meet Zihui's murderous gaze, and she subconsciously swallowed. She subconsciously shrank back a little, and while struggling to step back, she tried to say, "You save me, and I'll give it back to you." She didn't get the chance to finish her sentence, and the feeling of suffocation quickly spread to her limbs and bones. Qin Chuchu stared wide-eyed at the man in front of her, and the man who had originally come up to take Qin Chuchu away didn't know what to do for a moment, and could only stand dumbfounded on the side, watching what would happen next. While holding Qin Chuchu's throat, Zihui did not idle his hands. He quickly pulled his suit pants up, and then magically reattached them to their original position, while the hand holding Qin Chuchu's throat never changed. Her face kept turning red. Qin Chuchu felt that even breathing was a luxury, and as she was on the verge of death, her struggles became more and more frantic. She could only see her desperately wriggling her body, and then she spoke with difficulty, let go, cough cough, hands." Zihui's face flashed with a strange look, and then he slowly released Qin Chuchu's neck. Losing her gravity, Qin Chuchu immediately fell to the ground, and then she gasped for breath in a disheveled manner. In just that short moment, Qin Chuchu's neck turned a bright red. If Zihui had held on any longer, Qin Chuchu would have died from suffocation at any moment. Before Qin Chuchu could catch her breath, she felt her neck tighten again. She looked up to see the back of the man's head, while her body was parallel to the ground, but her feet were still firmly planted on the ground, obviously not of her own volition. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me." But the man in front of her just dragged Qin Chuchu away like a dead dog, paying no attention to her noise at all. And naturally, the man didn't want to give up. He had spent so much money, and it was only with great difficulty that he had gotten this woman drunk. How could he let go of such a fat lamb with empty hands? Just as he was about to go after her, a man at the bar suddenly reached out and stopped him, saying, "Brother, I advise you not to go after her. It's not worth it to risk your life over a woman." The bartender's words made the old man freeze for a moment, and then he looked at him in disbelief. What did he mean? He was a well-known gangster in the area, so was there anyone better than him? If there was, he would have heard of him or met him. Looking at his confused face, the bartender chuckled, "Do you know who he is?" The uncle shook his head honestly, and at the moment, his face looked like that of a child who was open to learning. Hanging out in a place like this, he naturally could tell that the aura of the man just now was different from that of an ordinary person. Could it be that he has some special background? The bartender only smiled mysteriously, and then lowered his voice and said, "That man is Zihui, buddy. Don't say I didn't warn you, weigh up the situation before going again." The arrogant uncle who had been a bit arrogant just now instantly looked like a wilted eggplant, dumbfounded and frozen in place. No wonder. The man just now was wearing nothing but top-quality items, and the kind of natural domineering aura he exuded was something that ordinary people could never learn. As for the size here, Qin Chuchu over there was not having it so easy. With a thud, the door slammed shut, and she also fell to the ground in a disheveled state. With a little anger, Qin Chuchu looked at the man in front of her. The drunkenness she had felt just now had been wakened up by what had just happened, and now she just wanted to escape from here. This man gave her an inexplicable pressure, and he was definitely no ordinary person. But Qin Chuchu knew that the man in front of her was the CEO of the Gu International Group. What would she think? Zihui frowned, then slowly walked over to the wine cabinet and carefully examined the wines inside. Qin Chuchu's gaze followed him as he walked around, and the prices on the labels all started with 7 digits, each one more than she could afford. His gaze paused on a bottle of XO, and only then did he open the cabinet and skillfully take out the bottle, wiping it carefully several times. After making sure that there was not the slightest speck of dust on it, he held it tightly in his hand. Slowly pouring the wine into a glass, it had a slightly seductive red color. Zihui gently shook the glass a little, and then looked coldly at Qin Chuchu and asked, "Tell me, who sent you here?" Qin Chuchu, who had originally been planning how to escape, froze in place for a moment. Send? She had clearly come here alone. Seeing that Qin Chuchu remained silent, the obscure meaning in Zihui's eyes became deeper and deeper. He had long been used to such things. Didn't he keep sending all kinds of women to his side for money? Such women had recently become more and more common. He snorted, his eyes betraying a hint of contempt, and then drained the glass of wine in one go before leaning back on the sofa and lazily saying, "Go ahead, tell me how much you want. Don't waste my time." "How much? Isn't this man a young master? Now he actually dares to pretend to be rich?" After confirming that the other party was harmless, Qin Chuchu dared to gasp for air. She then walked up to him, snatched the bottle from his hand, and then directly stuffed it into her own mouth. She still had a lot of grievances in her heart that she had not yet vented, so she was just looking for a way to vent her inner depression. Qin Chuchu pushed Gu Zihui away a little, then sat down in a position of her own, and then leaned her head to rest all her weight on Gu Zihui's body. She then laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "I'm your employer, right? You young master actually dare to pretend to be a local tyrant. Young master? Ha? Young master?" Gu Zihui's face instantly darkened, and then just as he was about to speak in defense, he noticed a restlessness in his body. His gaze quickly locked onto the empty bottle of wine that had been drunk. Gu Zihui's expression stiffened a little. Damn it, he had been careless. He never imagined that someone would dare to meddle on his turf. His gaze momentarily went blank. Just now, that woman, she should have drunk all the remaining wine. His body stiffened instantly, and just as he was about to speak and order the woman to leave, he felt a coldness on his shoulder. He looked up in surprise and met the woman's tearful gaze. For a moment, his heart felt an indescribable sense of strangeness. Just as he was about to tell her to get out, Qin Chuchu interrupted Gu Zihui. Qin Chuchu's eyes were a little hazy, and then she took the initiative to hold Gu Zihui's left hand and said, "I said, I'll pay you for the night, okay? Just keep me company and talk to me." Her voice carried a hint of coquettishness, making it hard to refuse. "I said." Qin Chuchu's voice trembled a little, and then her left hand unconsciously tightened, tightly grasping Gu Zihui's hand and saying, "Do you know that he and I have been in love for 3 years? 3 years? In these 3 years, I have poured my heart and soul out to him, and I have even acted against my father's wishes. But today he broke up with me. Is the body really that important? It's ridiculous, I have worked so hard, but in his eyes, I am just a stubborn old maid waiting to get married." Frowning in pain, Gu Zihui did not say a word, but just stared quietly at the woman in front of him. It was not until this moment that Gu Zihui realized that this woman was actually barefaced. If this was a scene designed by the other party, then it was really well intentioned. Just because of such a bratty little girl, she thought she could get him hooked? It was a bit too confident in his taste. Gu Zihui took a close look at Qin Chuchu and also put aside the thought that he had initially wanted to get rid of her. Qin Chuchu seemed to have not noticed anything, and she just leaned lightly on Gu Zihui's shoulder, and then continued to talk to herself. "Do you think I'm a bitch for wanting a man like this? I really misjudged him. He just walked away with another woman right in front of my face, ha ha." Tears rolled down the corners of Qin Chuchu's eyes, and the sadness on her face was obvious. If this woman was lying, then Gu Zihui could only admit that her acting was too good, but all this proved nothing. As long as you wait for the medicine to take effect, it will be obvious what kind of woman she is. With a smile on the corner of her mouth, Gu Zihui was actually looking forward to what was going to happen next. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Chuchu felt uncomfortable all over. An inexplicable feeling of heat slowly spread throughout her body, coming on so fiercely that she could not resist. It seemed that the air had suddenly become a little warm. Qin Chuchu slowly got up and turned the air conditioning to the lowest setting, but even after doing so, it was difficult to hide her fever. Qin Chuchu pulled her collar, and the already thin school uniform became even more revealing. However, Qin Chuchu seemed to have noticed nothing, and returned to her original position, then looked at Gu Zihui and said, "Mr. Young Master, I'm so hot. Do you know where the bathroom is? Mr. Young Master? Is this woman really taking him for someone who was in that kind of business?" Chapter 4 Chapter 3 $10. $10. Gu Zihui's mouth twitched slightly, and then he looked at the woman in front of him with a mixture of amusement and helplessness. Was this woman really stupid, or was she just pretending? How could she come to such a luxurious room and open such a priceless bottle of wine? But he had to say that this woman had successfully piqued his interest. Whether she was pretending or not. If this was a trap set by the other party, then he might as well play along with them. With a big sweep of his arm, he easily pulled Qin Chuchu into his arms, and the warm breath he exhaled hit her neck, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. But the comfort she felt from the bottom of her heart made her reluctant to push away this embrace. "It's so hard." Qin Chuchu tried to push away the man in her arms. She couldn't let her first time be ruined by him. She was a conservative woman, and she must save this for her wedding night. However, her body was out of control, and the overwhelming burning sensation was pushing Qin Chuchu's reason to the brink of collapse. She could only keep touching the surrounding objects with her body's senses. A slightly cold hand slowly stroked her cheek, and Qin Chuchu subconsciously reached out and tightly grasped the hint of coldness, unwilling to let go. Even just a hint of coldness could bring her a little relief. Gu Zihui's eyes carried an unfathomable, dark expression, as if he was thinking something bad. With a hint of teasing, he asked, "Are you clean?" For a moment, Qin Chuchu felt as if the most vulnerable part of her heart had been touched. She jumped up like a madwoman and pointed her index finger directly at Gu Zihui, cursing him and saying, "All you men are no good. Yes, I'm not liked by anyone, I'm unwanted, okay? I'm just old-fashioned, no mood and, She didn't have time to say the rest of her words before Gu Zihui directly stole the fragrance from her lips. Gu Zihui held her as if she were a precious treasure, being very careful, as if he were afraid of breaking her. At the moment, Qin Chuchu was like a fragile porcelain doll. If she moved even slightly, she would be broken at any time. A slight smile played on her face. From her performance just now, she was already 7/8 drunk, and what she said at this time was even more convincing. Not to mention, he had no intention of questioning her words from the beginning. Since she came to him of her own accord, why would Gu Zihui not take advantage of the situation? Besides, this woman. With a wicked smile on his face, Gu Zihui reached out and pulled Qin Chuchu directly into his arms, and then with a strong push of his arms, Qin Chuchu was directly hoisted up in a horizontal position. Looking at the surprisingly strong man beneath her fragile body, she moved a little uncomfortably, and it seemed that Qin Chuchu's consciousness had already left her, struggling only out of instinct. Gu Zihui didn't say anything, but the strength in his arms increased slightly. This woman is really... I really don't know what the man she mentioned is like. If she dresses up nicely, this woman shouldn't be too bad. But all of this is useless to him. He only values the value of a woman at certain times. After use, it should be thrown away. Gu Zihui's gaze hesitated slightly, and he muttered an oath, "You little demon." After saying that, he threw him onto the bed. Qin Chuchu subconsciously swallowed, and then with her eyes glazed over, she reached out and gently stroked Gu Zihui's face. Tears slowly slid down the corners of her eyes, and her thin lips moved for a long time before she whispered, "Brother Ziliang, Brother Ziliang." I originally thought that this woman would say something, but I didn't expect her to call another man's name in front of him. Gu Zihui's expression, which had originally been tinged with a little pity, instantly froze, and his movements were no longer gentle. Qin Chuchu seemed like an inanimate doll, just staring quietly at Gu Zihui's face, and then kept murmuring that name. This woman already has a man, doesn't she? So what was she pretending to be innocent in front of him just now? The pain almost made Qin Chuchu pass out. With some difficulty, she looked up at the man in front of her. She was shocked, and so was he. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Gu Zihui hesitated slightly and asked loudly, "Who is it?" The woman outside the door hesitated for a moment, and then timidly said, "Brother Long said, you might need it, so I..." "Get out, get out!" Gu Zihui shouted angrily, and then his face turned even more unpleasant. Damn it, how dare this Long brother play him? The two had arranged to meet here to discuss a deal, but he had never seen Long brother's figure, so he went to the bathroom and accidentally bumped into Qin Chuchu. So, meeting this woman was completely an accident? His heart suddenly contracted, and Gu Zihui's eyes were softer than ever. It seemed that he had misunderstood something. At this moment, Qin Chuchu, who had been completely stiff and unable to move, seemed to have slowly adapted to the pain. She reached out and grabbed Gu Zihui's left arm tightly, pleading, "It hurts." Her eyes were filled with tears, as if they would fall as soon as Gu Zihui refused. But the arrow was already on the string and had to be released. With a feeling of slight consolation, "I'm sorry. I can't." The next day, the sun shone high in the sky, shining wickedly into the room. Qin Chuchu tried to roll over, but found that her body felt as if it had been run over by a car, and it was painfully hard. With some difficulty, she reached out and sat up. Qin Chuchu's eyes widened instantly. Her arms, chest, and collarbone were covered in bruises and reddish-purple love bites. What the hell? What happened? Last night's thoughts slowly flooded back into her mind, and Qin Chuchu's body trembled slightly. The pain made her realize once again what a foolish thing she had done. Tears slowly rolled down the corners of her eyes, and Qin Chuchu reached out in frustration. How could this have happened? She glanced up at the sleeping man, grabbed the quilt tightly, then tiptoed out of bed. Her clothes were no longer wearable. She looked at the strange man's clothes, gritted her teeth, took out the 10 yuan she had in her pocket, and placed it on the table. She tiptoed out of the room. Chapter 5 Chapter 4 Mr. Gongzi. Mr. Gongzi. It was almost half an hour after Qin Chuchu had left before Gu Zihui slowly woke up. The smell of that woman was absolutely delicious. Even now, he could not forget that feeling. A smile danced on his lips as he reached out to pull the person next to him into his arms for some more affection, but his expression instantly stiffened. Next to him, was it empty? His expression was a little incredulous, and Zihui sat up suddenly. There was still some residual warmth next to him, so he must have just got up not long ago. So where was the woman? He should have exhausted her yesterday, but she still had the energy to get up. It seemed that he hadn't tried hard enough. A wicked smile appeared on his face, and Zihui reached out and pulled the quilt forcefully away. A flash of bright red caught his eye, and the smile on the corner of his lips grew deeper. However, his happy mood did not last long. When he had just got out of bed and was preparing to wash up, he inadvertently glanced at a small note on the table in the corner of his eye. Curiosity drove him over to it, and he gently picked up the small note. The font looked a little childish, but the content was not so cute. Dear Mr. Handsome, I'm afraid I kept you talking for a long time yesterday. I don't have much money on me, so I'm only able to give you $10. Goodbye. Underneath the note was a somewhat worn $10 bill. Mr. Handsome? Zihui's mouth twitched slightly. This woman is really cute. It's really ridiculous. After collecting the $10 bill, Zihui felt a little amused. He, the CEO of the prestigious Gu Group, was only worth $10? Laughing lightly, Zihui squeezed the crumpled $10 bill in his hand. Just as he was about to put on his jacket, he suddenly realized that his shirt was gone. How could this be? Yesterday, he clearly put it with his pants. He looked around, but never saw his shirt. He glanced at the clothes scattered on the floor and suddenly realized. That woman must have left wearing his clothes. The veins on his forehead bulged slightly. He didn't have the habit of walking around without clothes. Just as he bent down to pick up his pants, a small card suddenly popped out and fell at his feet. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a school card. School card? If you look closely, you will see that it says 3 words on it, Qin Chuchu. And who the person's headshot is naturally obvious. Qin Chuchu, is that you? I'll remember you. Putting the school card in his pants pocket, Zihui then picked up his phone and dialed a number, saying, "Send me some clothes to the app right away, right away." After confirming that the other person had understood what he meant, Zihui hung up the phone, satisfied. Qin Chuchu, you are an interesting woman. After returning to her own home, Qin Chuchu avoided everyone's eyes and fled back to her room in a flustered manner. Fortunately, she was not very conspicuous during the week, and not many people wanted to pay attention to her. At this time, this kind of privilege did have its advantages. After returning to her room, Qin Chuchu didn't say a word and directly locked the door to her room. Then she forced herself to step into the bathroom despite the discomfort she felt. Hot water slowly poured down on her head, and a slight pain came from underneath. Damn it, that Mr. Gongzi definitely has a lot of experience. He was able to make a person so exhausted yesterday. I really don't understand, what is so good about this kind of thing? Is this what those men pursue? Her eyes lowered slightly, and Qin Chuchu reached out her hand to gently pat the water that was gradually overflowing. She felt a pang of melancholy in her heart. What she had originally thought was the most wonderful thing had been so carelessly thrown away. What on earth was she doing? Zihui's face flashed quickly through her mind. Qin Chuchu froze slightly, and then reached out her hand and covered her face tightly. What is she doing? Don't think about it, that thing is in the past. Qin Chuchu, that's enough, don't think about it, don't think about it. She grunted and cried out, and Qin Chuchu submerged her face in the bathtub. The sound of gurgling water continued to linger in the bathroom. However, at this moment, the phone that should have been obediently lying in her school pants suddenly vibrated, breaking Qin Chuchu's thoughts. After roughly drying herself off, Qin Chuchu tiptoed into the room and looked at the caller ID. Qin Chuchu subconsciously swallowed and nervously answered the call. As soon as the call was connected, an authoritative voice came from the other end. Qin Chuchu, I'm talking to you. You have a class today. My dear Miss Qin, can you tell me where you are? Qin Chuchu's hands trembled slightly, and the phone almost fell to the ground. After a moment of shaking, she spoke up, I didn't feel well today, so I forgot to ask for leave. I'm at home right now. Teacher, I'll be there this afternoon. The woman on the other end of the line seemed to be still a bit persistent as she said, don't think that just because you're good at studying you can put on airs. You need to know that if it weren't for your family's money, I wouldn't want to put up with this nonsense. You need to know that. Yes, teacher, I'm having a bit of a bad signal. Hello? What did you say? Strange? I can't hear you. Beep beep beep. And then the sound of the phone being cut off came from the other end of the line. The woman Qin Chuchu called teacher turned pale instantly. This Qin Chuchu definitely did it on purpose. I really don't know how many times she has used such tactics. With a mischievous little tongue poking out, Qin Chuchu casually threw her phone aside. But at this moment, the phone vibrated again, scaring Qin Chuchu into a panic as she hurriedly sat down on her knees and carefully picked up the phone again. But what was strange was that this time the number had no note, meaning she didn't know it? With a trace of timidity, Qin Chuchu slowly picked up the phone and said, I will definitely go to class this afternoon. I really wasn't feeling well in the morning. Qin Chuchu, are you okay? A strange man's voice came from the other end of the phone, which stopped Qin Chuchu from saying anything else. Who was this man? She didn't seem to remember. Frowning slightly, Qin Chuchu politely asked, I'm sorry, who are you? The other party knew her phone number and her name. Then they should know each other, and the voice seemed to be familiar. Gu Zihui's brows rose slightly. They had just parted in the morning, and this woman had already forgotten him? It seemed that the impression he had left on her was not that deep. A low chuckle escaped him, and Gu Zihui's voice carried a hint of charm, uncomfortable? Could it be that I was too hard yesterday? Qin Chuchu suddenly flinched, and her face quickly turned red. There was no mistake, absolutely no mistake. This man was the same Mr. Duck from last night. Qin Chuchu looked like a child who had done something bad, and then she asked in a flustered voice, how do you know my phone number? Could it be that he resents the fact that she gave him too little money? But she really had no money. She even walked home. Where would she have extra money to give him? Gu Zihui held a thick document in his hand, and then placed it gently on the table. A school card was quietly lying in the corner of the table. He leaned back slightly, and then mockingly said, there is nothing I don't know. Bastard! Qin Chuchu didn't know which nerve had gone wrong either, and she hung up the phone with a snap. It was definitely a coincidence that he knew her phone number, and it was better to stay away from a man like that. Right now, her main focus should be on her studies, and she only had half a year left before she had to go on an internship. She absolutely had to seize the opportunity at this time. The Qin family could not be on her side, and she could only rely on herself. Her fists suddenly clenched, and a determined look flashed in Qin Chuchu's eyes. But the phone vibrated again, still from the same unfamiliar number. Without any hesitation, Qin Chuchu pressed the button to turn it off, then casually sent a text message back, before directly blacklisting him. Gu Zihui's brows were knitted together. The words above were very simple, but they were a great humiliation to him. Mr. Gongzi, please allow me to call you that for the last time. Please don't contact me again. Yesterday was purely an accident. Just forget it ever happened. Forget it ever happened? How could that be? No woman would climb into his bed and then leave without his consent. But when he tried to call again, he found that he couldn't get through. Shit! You woman actually blocked me. Gu Zihui's face turned pale as he slammed the phone onto the ground, and then he sulked at the file. No woman had ever dared to challenge him like this. Very good, this woman is very good, she has successfully touched his bottom line. A University of International Business and Economics, is that so? Very well, Qin Chuchu, I don't believe I can't catch you. Gu Zihui's eyes flashed with a strange expression, and then he raised the stack of documents on the table high in the air, and they flew all over the room. He never misses what he wants, and neither will you, Qin Chuchu. After tidying everything up, Qin Chuchu put her school uniform back on. Fortunately, she had bought an extra set at that time, and it finally came in handy. She hurried to school, but was mercilessly stopped at the school gate. The old man glanced at Qin Chuchu and said in a rascal-like voice, "School card, show your school card." Qin Chuchu was sweating profusely, and then she rummaged through her bag while saying, "I remember putting it in my bag, why is it gone?" "Just give me a break, I'm Qin Chuchu from the accounting class, you should recognize me, shouldn't you?" But who knew that the old man refused, just repeating the same sentence over and over. "Classmate, is this what you're looking for?" A school card suddenly mysteriously appeared in front of Qin Chuchu, and a flash of joy appeared in her eyes. Then, when she turned around to thank him, her smile froze on her face. That gentleman, why was he here? Chapter 6 Chapter 5 I like punctual women. I like punctual women. Seeing her shocked expression, Gu Zihui's mood suddenly inexplicably improved. This woman's reaction is really cute, and it wasn't a waste of time for him to make a special detour to come here. Qin Chuchu's breathing subconsciously increased a little. If others saw her walking with this kind of man, it would definitely cause quite a stir. This is the last thing she wants to happen. She just wants to graduate peacefully. Qin Chuchu subconsciously swallowed her saliva, then jumped up and tried to snatch the school card while saying, "Sir, thank you for the school card, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." But disappointingly, the height difference between the two was absolutely disproportionate. Qin Chuchu almost used all her strength, but she still couldn't reach that height. Her face flushed slightly. Damn it, if this continued, it was sure to attract more and more attention. This young master's face was too enchanting. A face like a knife's edge, a rather delicate nose, slightly exposed collarbone, every part was full of seductive charm, and it was no wonder that he could find a profession that belonged to him in that kind of place. Gu Zihui smiled, then leaned his face forward slightly, and said ambiguously, "It's not that easy to get a card. You see how hard I worked to come here, you don't really think I'm just going to go home empty-handed, do you?" Qin Chuchu subconsciously took a step back, and the panic on her face made Gu Zihui think that things were getting more and more interesting. This woman can't not know who he is, right? Otherwise, why would she be showing this strange expression? In the past, the women around him either saw red when they saw him, or they just pounced on him, or they tried every means to climb into his bed. But this woman. Pouting, Qin Chuchu really felt helpless towards the man in front of her. She took a step back and then said, "So what do you want?" "I really don't have any money, and that 10 yuan is my last possession." If she didn't go to class at this time, she would be in trouble if she was reported for skipping class. His fingers lightly lifted Qin Chuchu's chin, and with a seductive look in his eyes, he said, "How about this, tonight, I'll wait for you in the app, in the same room as yesterday, okay?" This man was definitely doing it on purpose. She had no money, no power, and what did this man want from her? Her teeth clenched as she bit her lip, and in the end, she had no choice but to compromise. She casually tossed the school card over, and Qin Chuchu reached out perfectly to catch it. Without further delay, she turned around and left directly. Staring at the departing back of Qin Chuchu, Gu Zihui's mouth slightly rose up. "Qin Chuchu, you are doomed to escape." Night fell, and the crowds on the streets of the bright lights and red wine kept moving back and forth. Qin Chuchu held the school card tightly in her hand, a little uneasy in her heart. She had spent the whole afternoon thinking about that matter. The fact that Mr. Duck could get her phone number proved that he must have a certain level of strength. Whether she should go on this trip or not, she never had a definite answer. Just as she was standing in front of the app bar, hesitating, her phone vibrated again without warning. Her heart skipped a beat, and Qin Chuchu stared at the screen. The number was unfamiliar, but if she guessed correctly, it should be that Mr. Gongzi's. She was already here, and if she didn't make things clear, she would naturally have trouble in the future. Subconsciously swallowing, Qin Chuchu slowly answered the phone. Gu Zihui stood on the platform, slowly bringing his face close to the window, staring at the agitated figure downstairs. Goose Meat teased, "I saw you. I give you 5 minutes to arrive at the room from yesterday, otherwise. Miss Qin, I really don't know if I will come knocking on your door." Shocked. Qin Chuchu turned her head around a little uneasily, but she never saw Gu Zihui's figure. But from what he had described, he must be standing somewhere where he could see her. Damn, this is too passive. And, why did he know her identity? A feeling of unease welled up in her heart. She gritted her teeth and, spreading her feet, she ran directly to the room from yesterday. The room number was a number she never wanted to remember in her life. After running into the room in a flustered manner, Qin Chuchu unceremoniously stuck out her tongue and gasped for breath. This man was definitely the devil. The red French windows were directly in front of Qin Chuchu, and as soon as she looked up, she saw her own disheveled appearance. She felt a little unnatural, but due to the state of affairs, she had to temporarily suppress her inner unease. Shaking the liquid in the glass lightly, Gu Zihui looked up at Qin Chuchu and said, "Very good, 4 minutes and 37 seconds. I like punctual women. Why is this man not feeling quite the same as yesterday?" Suppressing her inner doubts for the time being, Qin Chuchu slowly backed up to the door. If anything feels wrong, she'll just run away. Suddenly, Gu Zihui let out a light laugh. If he really wanted to do something, what was the point of Qin Chuchu doing the same? Gu Zihui drained the glass of red wine in one gulp, and a chill spread through his eyes. This woman was the Qin family's eldest daughter, and yet she had come to a place like this, which was obviously an inappropriate move. What was her purpose? Although he was calculating in his heart, on the surface he still beamed and said, "What? I don't want to talk to a blockhead. Come here, I'm not going to eat you." Qin Chuchu was a little unsure in her decision, but the next second, she had no choice. Because Gu Zihui's large, knuckled palm had somehow gotten around her throat, and if he applied a little more pressure, there was absolutely no chance that Qin Chuchu would get out alive. Gu Zihui had obviously lost his patience. His palm kept tightening with force, while Qin Chuchu's face was turning red in contrast. All I could hear was his chilling voice slowly reverberating in my ears. "What is your purpose?" Purpose? Qin Chuchu's head didn't turn for a moment. Is this the reason this young master tried every means to ask her out? Then he is overestimating her. If it weren't for Luo Jiqiang, she wouldn't be crazy enough to come to a place like this, losing her virginity and getting entangled with such a troublesome person. But now her life is hanging by a thread. Regardless of whether the other party can hear her, Qin Chuchu desperately struggles and says, "I didn't." Gu Zihui's gaze turned cold, and then the strength in his hand increased, and he extended his hand slightly upwards. Qin Chuchu's entire body soared into the air, not very high, but it was enough to hurt her. Just as Qin Chuchu felt like she was going to die, Gu Zihui suddenly let go of her hand and she fell heavily to the ground. Hoo! Qin Chuchu reached out and put her hand firmly around her neck, and then greedily sucked in air. At the moment, she had a feeling that she had just come back from the gates of hell. She was limp and weak all over, and at this time, Qin Chuchu didn't want to escape anymore. This man was definitely a demon. The feeling he gave her yesterday was obviously two different people. If it weren't for the fact that their faces were exactly the same, Qin Chuchu would almost think that they were two different people. He lit a cigarette in silence, and Gu Zihui's expression was a little erratic. He slowly exhaled and then shifted his gaze to Qin Chuchu and said, "I heard that your family had also planned to marry into the Gu family." Gu family? Why did this man suddenly mention this? His pupils suddenly dilated. No wonder she felt that this man's face was a bit familiar. This man is not. Gu Zihui. Qin Chuchu stuttered before calling out Gu Zihui's name. This name had already been well known when she was young, and it could be said that almost no one knew it. But then he suddenly disappeared without a trace, and there was no news from him afterwards. Just 5 years ago, the Gu group suddenly appeared out of nowhere and once again dominated half of City A. And this achievement was accomplished in just 5 years, but no one has heard anything more about Gu Zihui. If it wasn't for Gu Zihui saying this, Qin Chuchu would never have remembered this man. Back then, the headlines, and even every page, had posters or advertisements for this man all over the streets and alleys. Gu Zihui smiled, seemingly used to seeing her react like this. He slowly crouched down and looked directly into Qin Chuchu's eyes. With his left hand, he gently lifted her chin, then half closed his eyes and said, "Oh? It seems you know, which is a relief. You haven't taken your medicine yet, have you?" Qin Chuchu's body instantly stiffened, and she was unable to react at all. This man exuded such pressure that her body instinctively reacted with fear. Seeing Qin Chuchu in a daze, Gu Zihui suddenly applied force to her hand and shouted, "Speak." Yes. If Gu Zihui hadn't reminded her, Qin Chuchu would have completely forgotten about this matter. Oh no. He smiled and slowly stood up, helping her up in the process. With a hint of seriousness in his tone, he continued, "Very well, if you give birth to a boy, I will give you a large sum of money, but you can leave after giving birth." It was like a bolt from the blue, and Qin Chuchu froze in place. What on earth was this man talking about? What was this nonsense about having a baby and a large sum of money? She didn't want any of it, and she definitely wouldn't trade her body for it. Qin Chuchu felt greatly humiliated and quickly shook off Gu Zihui's hand. Then she took a few steps back and growled, "Forget it, I'm not that lucky to get it right the first time. I don't want your lottery ticket either. Gu Zihui, you're taking yourself a bit too seriously, aren't you? I'm not some kind of easy woman." Facing such a strong reaction from Qin Chuchu, Gu Zihui was a little taken aback. However, the smile on the corner of his mouth was somewhat chilling. He quickly drew closer to Qin Chuchu and said leisurely, "If she weren't a random woman, she wouldn't have come here to play this kind of game with someone, would she?" Don't be ridiculous. You. Stung to the quick, Qin Chuchu didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, that incident was the truth, even if it wasn't her intention. Pop. A business card flew directly to Qin Chuchu's face without warning. The force was so strong that it actually hurt her a little. Just how strong is this man? With a contemptuous smile, Zihui threw the cigarette butt on the ground and then lightly twisted his brand new leather shoes, before sneering, "This is my phone number, you'd better save it. Your future life won't be easy, you famous but powerless young lady of the Qin family. By then, you'll be begging me." Then he gave Qin Chuchu no chance to resist, straddled her with his big feet, slammed the door behind him without mercy, and left Qin Chuchu alone in the room. Qin Chuchu's eyes were vacant, and then, somewhat unbelieving, she reached out her hand and tightly gripped her own face. Tears quietly slipped down her face, and her lips slowly twitched as she said, why do you know all this, about the Qin family, how much do you know?" Chapter 7 Chapter 6 There was. A week had passed since the previous incident, and after the incident, Qin Chuchu secretly bought medicine and took it, and her restless heart finally settled down a little. Almost nothing had changed from the past, and Qin Chuchu had arranged her life very well. Apart from occasionally seeing Luo Jiqian with that hot woman, almost nothing could stir her heart. And that Mr. Gu, no. Gu Zihui, also unexpectedly did not find any trouble for her. But the words he said that day were like a spell, constantly circling in her mind. Was it an illusion? Vaguely, she always felt that something was wrong. Out of caution, she still kept Gu Zihui's designer goods, so that if anything happened in the future, she could find him to explain everything. She didn't want to live her life being wronged like this. That incident was purely an accident, and she didn't want this child to live as a commodity. A little anxious, Qin Chuchu hesitantly stood in line at the pharmacy. Normally, taking the medicine should cause the baby to miscarry, but that day she took special leave to stay at home, and there was never any sign of the miscarriage. After waiting for a week, Qin Chuchu finally began to panic. Could it be that it didn't work? If that was the case, it would be terrible. She had persuaded herself for a long time to take this the other day. Slowly squeezing into the pharmacy, avoiding everyone's gaze, Qin Chuchu timidly took the pregnancy test stick, paid, and then hurriedly ran out of the door. But at this moment, she suddenly stumbled, as if she had bumped into something, and then her body quickly retreated. She thought she was about to have such an intimate encounter with the floor. However, a faint aroma quietly entered her nose, and her previously frantic and restless heart settled down slightly. After gathering her wits, Qin Chuchu flushed and put the pregnancy test back into her pocket, buried her head, and kept saying thank you. The man stared at Qin Chuchu's back for a long time before turning and leaving. It was as if nothing had happened. Qin Chuchu covered her chest and hid at the corner of the street, gasping for breath. This is so embarrassing. Luckily, they didn't know each other, or else it would be terrible. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand, and then carefully stuffed it into her bag before returning to the Qin mansion with a composed appearance. Qin Chuchu's door was closed, and she followed the instructions above to repeatedly test in the bathroom. But when the result came out, her miserable screams suddenly came from the bathroom. Tears were rolling in her eyes, and she looked a little panicked. She held her left hand tightly over her mouth, afraid that she would make any more alarming sounds. In an instant, it was as if she had lost all her strength. Qin Chuchu immediately sat down in the bathroom, and then her eyes lost their focus as she muttered, "How could this be? How could this be? I clearly already took the medicine, didn't I?" Her body trembled slightly. This child cannot be born. Such a being is not blessed. Regardless of whether it will become a commodity or not, just because of this, she will likely not be able to continue staying in the Qin family mansion. This kind of thing must never happen. Oh yes, she remembered there was still a box of pills left. Qin Chuchu subconsciously winced, then rolled over and climbed straight out of the bathroom. With large beads of sweat on her forehead, the room was in a mess for a moment. She had lost her usual sense of reason and had rummaged through almost every cupboard before clutching a small box tightly to her chest and gasping for breath. Fortunately, she didn't throw it all away that day, otherwise she would have no face to go to the pharmacy again. Having too much of it always attracts attention. Quickly opening it, Qin Chuchu poured herself a glass of warm water. But as she was about to take it, she suddenly felt a sense of guilt slowly spreading in her heart. With some pain, she reached out her left hand and stroked her own stomach. Qin Chuchu's eyes were filled with endless sadness as she said, "Baby, I'm sorry, Mommy can't keep you. You have to know that Mommy is doing this for your own good." The woman who was leaning outside the door suddenly froze. "Mom? Baby?" Could it be that Qin Chuchu was pregnant? A smile slowly appeared at the corner of her lips, and the woman tiptoed away from the door. Qin Chuchu's hands, however, were shaking as she held the quilt tightly. She just couldn't bring herself to do it. At the time, she thought she had killed the child herself, and was depressed for several days. The remorse and heartache were naturally hard to hide. Having experienced it for herself once, she naturally didn't want to relive the feeling. For a moment, Qin Chuchu even had the thought of wanting to give birth to the child. But it definitely couldn't fall into Zihui's hands. The quilt fell to the ground with a thud, and Qin Chuchu reached out and covered her eyes tightly, allowing the tears to fall non-stop. With a hint of a sob, she asked herself, "What should I do? What should I?" Unfortunately, no one could answer her. The warm, plain water slowly spread out on the ground, mixing with Qin Chuchu's tears. A month later, Qin Chuchu stared at her belly, which had already become slightly swollen. That day, she finally succumbed to the light of motherly love. She herself had longed for motherly love, but had never been able to have it. She didn't want this child to repeat her mistakes, just like her. It's so sad to be unloved. Qin Chuchu understood this better than anyone else. Qin Chuchu's gaze slowly softened, and a sweet smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Then she gently stroked her stomach, as if she could feel the presence of that weak life. Sitting lightly in the corner, Qin Chuchu's eyes were full of infinite love, and the way her mouth was lightly pursed was even more endearing. She whispered, "Baby, you and I will work hard together from now on. Life may be a bit tough, but you and I will work hard together, okay?" Fortunately, Qin Chuchu was usually a skinny woman, and she always kept a low profile, so no one would ever pay any attention to her. Even if her stomach grew a bit bigger, people would just think she had put on weight. This kind of thing happens all the time to rich people. But this is just the way ordinary people think, and it doesn't mean that some people think the same way. What? Are you serious? You're saying that, Qin Chuchu? A woman jumped up in surprise, and then her eyes were full of disbelief. A younger-looking girl held out her hand and covered the middle-aged woman's mouth tightly, then looked around carefully before continuing in a low voice, "Shoo. I'm not sure either, but I happened to pass by her room that day and vaguely heard something about a baby and a mother. So I think she's pregnant." The middle-aged woman's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. This is such a shocking piece of news, how can anyone believe it? Who would want to sleep with that kind of country bumpkin woman? And, Qin Chuchu has always been so conservative, like a nun, it's really bizarre that she would do something like this. The middle-aged woman nodded, then reached out and gently tousled her big, loose curls before replying, "But you're right. She seems to have put on a lot of weight recently, and her belly is definitely getting bigger. Since she plans to keep the baby, let's just wait and see." The young woman readily agreed. Qin Chuchu had no idea at all that her every move was being watched by several people. Of course, these people also included Zihui. Putting the file aside for the time being, Zihui leaned back slightly, then rubbed his aching forehead and asked, "So, what's her latest news?" "It seems that she has discovered that the baby is still in her belly. We were going to continue to replace her birth control pills with calcium tablets, but this time she seems to be planning to keep the baby." The woman's voice on the other end of the phone was a little hoarse, and it sounded even more seasoned. A slight, imperceptible smile lifted the corner of her lips, and Zihui nodded with satisfaction before continuing, "Very well, continue to observe. The benefits will naturally not be lacking for you. If anything happens, remember to notify me first. If you dare to hide even the slightest thing, you know the consequences." The woman on the other end of the phone was flattered and nodded repeatedly, before urgently grabbing the phone and saying, "Don't worry, Mr. Gu, I will definitely notify you as soon as I have any news. Please trust in my ability to do my job." Without wasting any more time, Zihui quickly hung up the phone. Then he sighed wearily. This woman really is restless. She obviously has such a good choice of paths to take, yet she deliberately wants to abort his child? She is really naive. Since he has already decided to let her give birth to her child, she can only accept it, and there is no other choice. If she is willing to cooperate, that would naturally be the best thing. But if she doesn't cooperate, he, Zihui, also has thousands of ways to make her willing. Time passed quickly. In the second month, from the school uniform, Qin Chuchu's belly could no longer be hidden. If she continued to go to school at this time, she would definitely be noticed. For a moment, Qin Chuchu was caught in a dilemma. If she suddenly took leave, it would only arouse suspicion. Qin Chuchu's hand slowly covered her stomach, and then her brows furrowed as she said, "Damn it, it's only been 2 months and I can't hide it anymore." The room was quiet, and the occasional meowing from outside the window distracted Qin Chuchu. She would never give up this child. But if Qin Fu knew, it would be even worse. She scratched her hair in annoyance when her phone suddenly rang. That number, she would never forget it. Chapter 8 Chapter 7 Demon. Devil. Qin Chuchu's body trembled subconsciously, and her hand slowly reached out to the table, before slowly pressing the answer button. Gu Zihui's voice immediately came out, and Qin Chuchu's heart also jumped to her throat in an instant. At this time, what did that man want to say? If he was going to continue to ask her to sign that strange contract, she would not agree. Gu Zihui said with a smile, "Your school uniform is really tight, and it's hard to hide your good figure, woman." Qin Chuchu could almost imagine the smirk on the man's face at that moment, and she immediately lost her temper. If he had awakened her in time, this wouldn't have happened. Her body shivered slightly, and the man was indeed spying on her. Qin Chuchu's hands gripped her dress tightly, and then she spoke with gritted teeth, "What do you want from me?" Gu Zihui, I don't think we have any grudges against each other, so why are you so obsessed with me? With your status, don't you have any woman? What she didn't realize was that her voice sounded slightly trembling with fear. The corner of her lips rose slightly. Whether this woman was really confused or pretending, everyone understood the truth that what is never obtained is always the best. Compared to the kind of woman who actively wants to climb into his bed, in the end, she is just despicable. A soft laugh escaped, and Gu Zihui's eyes took on a dark expression. He stubbed out the half-burnt cigarette in his hand and then said with a gloomy face, "I told you, if you really are desperate, you can contact me at any time. Remember this number, you won't be able to escape." Won't be able to escape. Biting her bottom lip, Qin Chuchu trembled for a long time but could not say a word. This man, is definitely a complete and utter demon. Sitting on the ground, the pain that came with it made Qin Chuchu regain a shred of sanity. Her emotions seemed to be a bit agitated, and she clutched the phone tightly and roared directly at the other end, crazy person, you are crazy. I have said it before, the child will not become a bargaining chip. Yes, I will give birth to it, but I will definitely not hand it over to someone like you. Gu Zihui, just give up." Gu Zihui's brows furrowed slightly, and then he held the phone away from him a little. The seductive look on his face made his secretary slightly stunned, and then deeply fascinated. No matter what he was doing, his every move always exuded an invisible charm, drawing everyone's hearts and attention to him. They simply didn't want to look away. He laughed jokingly, and Gu Zihui's face stiffened a little, before he whispered, "Very well, I hope you can do what you say, but why do I feel that you will be kneeling and begging me?" His voice seemed to have some kind of magic, making Qin Chuchu's heart beat wildly and restlessly. No, she couldn't let this man continue to sway her mind like this. If it continued like this, Qin Chuchu swore she would really go crazy. Qin Chuchu clenched her fists in anger, and then she whispered angrily, "That's enough, you really have had enough. I never want to see you again in my life, and I don't want to hear this disgusting voice either. I will find a way to take care of the baby myself, and you don't need to get involved in this." Although her voice was not loud, it was loud enough for the person at the door to hear clearly. How could the two of them miss such a wonderful show inside? What's more, this is the best opportunity to push Qin Chuchu out of the Qin family, and neither of them would be willing to give up such a great opportunity. As long as Qin Chuchu is gone, the inheritance rights to the property will be theirs. A greedy look appeared on Qin Ziyue's face. It was her who was spying on Qin Chuchu's door that day, and the middle-aged woman was her mother. Both of them regarded Qin Chuchu as a thorn in their eyes, and whenever they had the chance, they would always find ways to bring her down. With a pop, Qin Chuchu hung up the phone directly, and then slowly stood up with a heavy breath. She had never known that talking on the phone with someone could consume so much of her physical strength and courage. Gu Zihui knew everything about her life, no matter what aspect. But she was oblivious to the fact that someone was spying on her. This feeling was really scary. Subconsciously swallowing, Qin Chuchu was about to have a good rest when the door suddenly started to bang. Who could it be at this hour? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Chuchu put on a loose-fitting shirt that covered her slightly protruding belly well, so that no one would guess that she was already a mother of 2 months. Qin Ziyue put on an enthusiastic face, reached out and took Qin Chuchu's hand, and then without saying a word, she pulled her outside while saying, "Chuchu, you're still awake? I have something I want to ask you about. I wonder if you're busy." Without giving her a chance to resist, Qin Ziyue instantly pulled Qin Chuchu into the hall. At this time, Qin Mingyu was sitting in the hall, slowly sipping tea. He only glanced up at Qin Ziyue's actions and then there was no further response. Qin Zihui smiled and took Qin Chuchu's hand, then walked down the stairs step by step while coquettishly looking at Qin Mingyu's seat and said, "Dad, look. Chuchu hasn't gone to bed yet, so I quickly asked her to come down for the meeting with me. Dad, you won't be jealous, will you?" With a forced smile, Qin Mingyu quickly averted his gaze, and then answered with a perfunctory smile, "Of course not." Fortunately, Qin Zihui didn't care much, but Qin Chuchu's heart subconsciously skipped a beat. Was it her illusion? Why did she always feel that the atmosphere tonight was a bit strange? Usually, didn't Qin Zihui hate to death and drive her out of the door? Today, she actually came up so enthusiastically. There must be a problem. Qin Chuchu, who was originally slow-witted, also began to sense the gravity of the situation. However, she did not understand what was going on, and could only choose to remain silent and wait and see what happened. Leaning slightly forward, Qin Mingyu slowly lifted the freshly brewed coffee on the table and, after gently blowing on the rim of the cup several times, brought it to his lips and asked, "Go ahead, what is so important that you gathered us all together at this late hour?" Qin Zihui slowly stood up and nodded, as if she was being very serious. This made Qin Chuchu subconsciously break out in a sweat. For some reason, she always felt that what Qin Zihui was about to say would implicate her in some way. She slowly sat down next to Qin Mingyu and then spoke mysteriously, "Well, next I'm going to say something very serious, father. I hope you're prepared." Finally, after everyone had been waiting with bated breath, Qin Zihui suddenly reached out and pointed directly at Qin Chuchu's stomach, then loudly said, "Qin Chuchu, that woman fooled around with another man, and now she's pregnant and planning to give birth to his child. Father, this is not allowed in our Qin family, right?" Qin Chuchu's pupils suddenly dilated, and then she looked at Qin Zihui in disbelief. Damn it, what's going on? Why would she know about this? Apart from her, Zihui should be the only other person who knows about this. So it's true. In order to get her to agree to this, she started using unscrupulous means? Zihui, you're despicable, you're really despicable. Qin Chuchu's teeth clenched, and then she looked at Qin Zihui resentfully. She always knew that the mother and daughter would not accept her, so she always kept a low profile and tried not to appear in crowded places, but even so, the other party still refused to relent. Qin Mingyu, who had been leisurely and carefree, froze in place for a moment. He slowly put the coffee back in its place, then stiffly turned his head to meet Qin Chuchu's gaze, before asking in a single sentence, "What did you say? You said that Qin Chuchu is pregnant?" As if she was afraid that Qin Mingyu would not believe her, Qin Zihui quickly ran back to her mother's side, opened her bag, and while disassembling it, she said, "Yes, Dad. This is absolutely true. I even found this birth control pill in her room. Dad, look, there is a list on it." Sure enough, the name written on the prescription was Qin Chuchu. Qin Mingyu's face turned pale with anger, and then he reached out and slammed his hand on the table before loudly scolding Qin Chuchu, "You wicked son! How dare you not know how to follow the rules of our Qin family and run off to fool around with another man? Tell me, what was that man's name? I must go and seek justice." Seek justice? Go find Zihui? Don't be ridiculous, there's no way you can win. Besides, she doesn't intend to make a big fuss about this. She just wants to quietly graduate, then find a job, get settled, marry a man, have children, and slowly spend the rest of her life. Qin Chuchu shook her head like a rattle, then backed away repeatedly, pleading, "No. I can't say it. Dad, I won't get rid of this baby, please understand me." But how could Qin Mingyu possibly listen to her explanation? Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped Qin Chuchu immediately. As if he still couldn't let it go, Qin Mingyu walked up to her and gave her another slap before yelling angrily, "You're nothing but a disgrace to the Qin family. You little slut's daughter has learned the most from her." Enduring the pain on her face, Qin Chuchu clenched her fists and then slowly stood up, saying, don't you dare say anything about my mother." In a corner of the villa, Zihui's fists were clenched tightly. He had never even dared to hit his woman, and Qin Mingyu actually dared to hit him? It seems that what he planned is not far off. Qin Chuchu, you will eventually have to step into my trap step by step. If you dare to struggle, you will only wound yourself. Chapter 9 Chapter 8 Escape. Escape. Qin Chuchu's eyes widened, and then she didn't know what to say. She subconsciously took a step back and tried to escape, but Qin Mingyu seemed to be slightly faster than her. Just as Qin Chuchu had just reached the door, his large hand reached out from behind and clasped Qin Chuchu's back tightly, preventing her from moving. Although Qin Mingyu had already shown signs of aging, his body was surprisingly agile, which surprised the maids around him. No one had seen Qin Mingyu's skills before, as he had always been busy at the company. If it wasn't for Qin Chuchu suddenly telling him that something extraordinary had happened at home today, he would not have returned at this time. But what he never dreamed of was that Qin Chuchu actually said that Qin Chuchu was pregnant. It was like being struck by thunder. It was only at this time that Qin Mingyu slowly moved his gaze to Qin Chuchu's belly. Although it was not very obvious, if you looked closely, you could still see her slightly bulging figure. Who is the father of this child? If it were a wealthy family, she could just marry directly to cover up the scandal, but if it were a poor family, then it should be handled properly. Rao Qingqing let out a light laugh before walking up to Qin Mingyu and affectionately taking his arm in her hand. She said, "Hubby, I told you before, this child is just a lovey-dovey little kitten, all that obedience and such is just for show." Earlier, the homeroom teacher even called to say that she had slipped out of her surveillance. I think it must have happened those few days, so why don't? Qin Mingyu nodded, thinking that it made sense. He had been worried that Qin Chuchu would be as fickle as her mother and cause a scandal by hooking up with random men, so he had deliberately arranged for a homeroom teacher to keep an eye on her every day. No matter what she did in class, as long as he wanted to know, he could find out about her movements anytime, which was why Qin Chuchu always got nervous when she was late. The culprit was none other than Qin Zihui, who was standing to one side, looking at Qin Chuchu with a mocking smile on her face, and then coldly saying, "Qin Chuchu, now I'll see how you explain this to your father." Qin Chuchu felt a wave of suffocation. She had originally thought that she could hide it for a little while longer, and that she could just explain to Qin Mingyu seriously at that time. She never imagined that she would be outmaneuvered by Qin Zihui, and now it was useless to say anything. Qin Chuchu just wanted to go back quickly. If she was found out, her reputation would definitely be ruined, and maybe even the school would be alerted. That was a situation she definitely didn't want to see. Fists clenched, Qin Chuchu still desperately shook her body, trying to shake off Qin Mingyu's hand. However, the strength between the two was really too great a disparity. Even though Qin Chuchu used her full strength, she was still no match for him. Bang! Qin Mingyu mercilessly threw Qin Chuchu to the ground, then his eyes flashed with coldness as he directly approached her. He reached out his large hand and half lifted Qin Chuchu up, with a hint of menace. Qin Mingyu said viciously, "Speak. You little bitch, whose child is in your belly?" Rao Qingqing and Qin Zihui watched the show on the side, gloating and laughing, which made Qin Chuchu hateful and grit her teeth. These two people are not at all acting with good intentions. Sure enough, her hunch was right. They just want to get her kicked out of the house. But she has no power and no money right now. If she gets kicked out, she'll just end up on the streets. And she hasn't even graduated from college yet, so no formal company will want to hire her, right? Even if there were, with these people's tactics, she definitely wouldn't have a good time. Pop. A brief moment of distraction caused Qin Chuchu to receive a solid slap in the face. Qin Mingyu's eyes were almost able to spit fire, and the angry look made Qin Chuchu a little timid. If this continued, she would definitely suffer. What should she do? What should she do after all? She turned her head helplessly, but she was shocked to discover that there was no one in the villa who could help her at all. The figure of Gu Zihui flashed through her mind, but Qin Chuchu quickly shook her head to banish his image from her mind. No, absolutely not, that man would only treat the child like a commodity. For a moment, Qin Chuchu was caught in a dilemma. Qin Mingyu's hand was tightly stuck around her throat, and then, with bloodshot eyes, he yelled, "Qin Chuchu, don't be shameless. I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to tell me or not? Who is that man? If you confess now, I can still consider giving you a way out. But if I find out, I don't know how you two lovebirds will be able to continue living on campus. Are you going to tell me or not?" His saliva flew out in spurts because of his excitement and splashed onto Qin Chuchu's face. A wave of nausea quickly rushed to her mind, and the morning sickness had already started to kick in. And Qin Mingyu's actions made her feel dirty all over. She raised her hand and slapped his hand away, and Qin Chuchu tilted her head to the side and desperately retched. But at this moment, Qin Mingyu suddenly lifted his foot and kicked her hard from behind. Qin Chuchu let out a miserable wail, then reached out and held her stomach tightly to prevent the baby from being squashed. Qin Mingyu's chest rose and fell violently, and then he coughed forcefully, probably because he had just lost his temper. Rao Qingqing then quickly and lovingly ran up to him, and while looking proudly at Qin Chuchu, she pretended to comfort him by patting his chest. Finally, Qin Mingyu's emotions finally stabilized a little. He coughed lightly, then pointed with his hand at the several burly men standing by the door and said, "Take her to the basement first, and no one is allowed to feed her without my consent." "Yes." The few people answered in unison, and without the slightest hint of mercy, they directly picked up Qin Chuchu and disappeared in front of the several people. After seeing Qin Mingyu return to the room, Qin Zihui finally sat back down on the sofa, and then sulked to herself, "Damn it, just temporarily locked up. My father still cares about her a little." However, just as she was sulking, Rao Qingqing suddenly smiled and twisted her snake-like waist as she walked down the stairs. The arrogance in her eyes undoubtedly announced that they had won this battle. With some anger, she gathered her hair, which had fallen down, and looked at Rao Qingqing with a pale face, saying, "Mom, that woman has not been driven out yet, so you can't be careless." Who knew that Rao Qingqing suddenly gave a mysterious smile, then hooked her finger at Qin Zihui, signaling her to bring her head over. Half believing, Qin Zihui still stuck her head over. As time passed, Rao Qingqing stopped talking after a while. At this time, there was no longer the gloomy look on Qin Zihui's face. Instead, there was a calculating smile. This night was destined to be restless. And what kind of evil scheme they two were playing was something only they knew. It was late at night, and the room was quiet. Rao Qingqing was guarding Qin Mingyu in the room according to the plan. As long as Qin Mingyu was not disturbed, the rest would be much easier. Qin Zihui tiptoed open the door to her room, and then carefully closed it behind her, holding the key Rao Qingqing had given her earlier. She was like a cat on the prowl, taking every step carefully, for fear of startling someone. Fortunately, these places had been prepared in advance, so without expending much effort, Qin Zihui arrived at the basement where Qin Chuchu was being held. It was already winter, and the basement was unbearably cold. And that was exactly what she needed. After giving the maid, who had been arranged in advance, a wink, she hid back in the room, her lips curled up slightly. It was only a matter of time. The maid gently inserted the key into the lock and picked it. With a click, the lock was instantly opened, and everything went incredibly smoothly. But could Qin Zihui save Qin Chuchu? The answer was definitely no, so this showed that it was another conspiracy. The maid mysteriously opened the door to the room, then slowly moved to Qin Chuchu's side with a guilty look on her face and made a gesture to her to be quiet. Qin Chuchu stared warily at the woman in front of her. After what happened that night, she was now on her guard against everyone. But what was the maid doing, picking this time of night? It had really scared her. The maid's face was slightly flushed, apparently from the cold. She then leaned her head close to Qin Chuchu's ear and whispered, "Don't make a sound, I've come to save you. Run. I can't bear to watch any longer. I've always felt sorry for you, I believe you're a good person. Run." But contrary to expectations, Qin Chuchu shook her head and sat back down in her original position. This time, it was the maid who was at a loss for what to do. Why is this different from what Qin Zihui told her? According to the plan, Qin Chuchu should have said something grateful and then slipped away. But at this time, she should have screamed that Qin Chuchu had knocked someone out and fled. But now she wasn't leaving, and all plans came to a halt. But then the maid felt an urge to cry. Qin Chuchu gave a grateful smile, then lowered her head again, extended her left hand and stroked her stomach lightly, before gently saying, "You should go quickly. I appreciate your kindness, but if you let me out, you will suffer. You are innocent, and I don't want to implicate you. There will always be a way out, so you should go quickly." The maid's eyes were a little red. No one in this villa has ever cared about her, no one has ever cared about her life or death. And this woman is actually willing to give up such a good opportunity to escape just for her safety. She had originally made up her mind, but it suddenly wavered. Chapter 10 Chapter 9 My Woman. My woman. Biting her lower lip, after weighing the pros and cons, the maid suddenly stood up, and without saying a word, she took Qin Chuchu's hand and walked out. Qin Chuchu's expression slightly changed, and she then reached out and tightly clasped the maid's hand, before nervously asking, "What are you doing? If this continues, neither of us will get away." Her breathing slightly increased, and her chest rose and fell slightly. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down the two of their foreheads. No one could have expected this situation. Qin Zihui, on the other hand, was impatiently rummaging through her phone and glancing at the screen. It's been so long, and that maid still hasn't done a good job. Damn it. As time passed, the two remained frozen in place. Qin Chuchu was unwilling to let the maid get dragged into this, but for her own safety, the maid had no choice but to use a little trick to get Qin Chuchu out of the villa. Qin Zihui's threatening words flashed through her ears, and the maid gritted her teeth, then turned around and slammed her head directly against the wall, before smoothly pushing Qin Chuchu out. She instantly yelled out, "Oh no, Qin Chuchu has grabbed the key and run. Hurry, someone catch her." In an instant, time seemed to have been frozen, and Qin Chuchu's originally concerned expression just froze on her face. Her body slowly turned around mechanically, and she locked eyes with the maid's guilty expression. Why did she do this to her? The maid fell to her knees with a thud, looked up with tearful eyes, grabbed Qin Chuchu's pant leg tightly, and then desperately cowed out and begged for forgiveness, saying, "I'm sorry, please hurry and go. I was also forced to do it. Please believe me. Hurry and go, or you will only have a dead end." Qin Chuchu's face was covered with a chill. She was worried about a maid who wanted to frame her. Suddenly feeling very ridiculous, Qin Chuchu shook her hand off and then pushed the maid away, and without delay, she started to run. She had been standing there for a long time, and she had more or less thought about what she had to do after leaving. Now she had nothing on her, and she definitely couldn't go back to school. The world was so big, and yet Qin Chuchu couldn't find a place for herself. But now she just kept running, not knowing what to do. Tears silently slipped down the corners of her eyes. This night had been like a nightmare for her. There were few people on the street, and the north wind whistled, blowing Qin Chuchu's clothes whistling. Unable to help herself, she shivered, and she stamped her feet to try to keep from losing feeling in her body. However, just as she stopped, there was suddenly a commotion behind her. She turned around in shock, and she saw Qin Mingyu's figure. Her heart suddenly contracted, and Qin Chuchu's pupils instantly widened. How could it be? She had already run so far, but he still chased after her. Without paying attention to that, Qin Chuchu turned her head again and ran. This farce lasted for half an hour. Qin Chuchu covered her chest and ducked into a house that was wide open. She slammed the door shut and let out a breath after confirming that she was really safe. Qin Chuchu tapped her toes lightly, then peered through the peephole at the door, and after confirming that Qin Mingyu and the others had left, she awkwardly turned around to apologize. A farce like this had passed, and she walked aimlessly down the street. It was such a cold night, and Qin Chuchu was pregnant, and the clothes she was wearing weren't warm enough. She really didn't know how she was going to get through it. She reached out and touched her pajamas, which had no pockets, and Qin Chuchu's face flushed. There weren't many people around, but they all cast surprised glances at her. Avoiding the prying eyes of the crowd, Qin Chuchu found a stone bridge and then chose a clean place before she huddled up to keep warm. Curl up her legs, Qin Chuchu used both hands to hold her body tightly, trying to keep herself warm. But such behavior was just a drop in the bucket. The wind whistled, drying the tears in the corners of Qin Chuchu's eyes, which became a little raw. She lifted her hand and gently wiped the corners of her eyes before covering her hand back over her lower abdomen. With a look of lingering affection, her lips slowly moved for a long time before she whispered, "Baby, will you stay with your mother?" Her lips were a little chapped, so Qin Chuchu extended her tongue and gently licked them to prevent them from cracking. Not far away, Zihui wrapped himself in his duty. This woman really doesn't know how to be tactful. Didn't I tell her to contact him directly if there was something? Now that this situation has arisen, how long is she going to keep up her stubborn act? A smile slowly appeared at the corner of his lips. He wondered if her body was more honest or if her mouth was just a little more stubborn. Just as Zihui was about to leave, he caught a glimpse in the corner of his eye of a stone cave not far from Qin Chuchu. There were several dark figures there that were constantly approaching Qin Chuchu's position, as if they were plotting something. Zihui's gaze instantly turned cold, and then he quickly moved towards Qin Chuchu's position. If the other party meant no harm and just wanted to teach her a lesson, then that would be fine, but he was afraid that these people wanted to do something dangerous. Sure enough, when Zihui arrived, Qin Chuchu had already been surrounded by these people. She had never seen such a situation before, and she panicked for a moment. Subconsciously swallowing, Qin Chuchu moved her body back a little, and then timidly said, "Who the hell are you?" "I don't know you." The face of a man in front of her was full of greed. His wild eyes kept surveying Qin Chuchu's body and kept nodding in praise. "It's true that she is a fresh and pretty woman. It's really a waste for us to be in this place in the middle of the night." The three men next to him also grinned hideously and nodded in agreement. Although she didn't understand what they had discovered, these four people definitely didn't mean any good. Qin Chuchu's first thought was to run, but the four people seemed to be able to read her mind. As soon as she sat up, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, and then the entire person was directly pushed back to her original position. The force was even greater than Qin Mingyu's, and the pain made Qin Chuchu's tears almost roll down her face. What did these people want? Qin Chuchu was anxious like ants on a hot pan, while the four men were laughing wildly. Just as Qin Chuchu was thinking about how to escape, the leader's claw finally reached Qin Chuchu. A tearing sound. The clothes on her shoulders were ripped open without warning, and Qin Chuchu, who was already shivering from the cold, immediately shivered, not knowing what she was afraid of. However, her weak and timid appearance only increased the men's desire to conquer her, and it did not change the situation much. One of the men took hold of her hand, and Qin Chuchu struggled desperately as the man's lustful expression filled her with fear. She kept slapping the man on her body with both hands, while pleading, "No. I beg you, no. I already have a child. Please don't. If this continues, the baby will definitely be hurt." And she didn't want that night's nightmare to repeat itself, that kind of humiliating and heartbreaking thing. Just once is enough. Tears quietly slipped down her face, and her helplessness was all in Zihui's eyes. If he didn't go forward to stop it, his woman would be touched by someone else. Zihui snorted, trotted a little, and then appeared from behind the several people. They didn't even have time to notify the man on Qin Chuchu of the danger before they jumped out directly. The strange sound around caused the man to stop his actions, and then he turned his head back behind him in puzzlement. Before he could see clearly who was in front of him, the man felt like his nose had been smashed by a hammer, and it hurt terribly. Covering his nose, the man retreated repeatedly, then stared at Zihui warily and asked, "Who the hell are you?" "This is a woman we brothers have our eyes on. If you want to share too, just say so. Why do you have to get physical?" "A share?" Zihui just felt a burst of laughter. When did he, Zihui, ever let another man lay a finger on his woman? How ridiculous. With a cold stare, he glanced at Qin Chuchu, who was cowering in shock. Zihui immediately felt his temper rise, and he casually took off his overcoat and threw it at Qin Chuchu's location before speaking up, "My woman, you are not qualified to lay a finger on her." Seeing that Zihui had no intention of compromising, the four of them glanced at each other before surging forward in tacit agreement. Naturally, the result was a crushing defeat. Half an hour later, Qin Chuchu was wrapped in Zihui's trench coat, and then sat on the side without saying a word with tearful eyes. She lightly sniffed her nose, and her little face turned red. Zihui raised an eyebrow and then deliberately asked with a puzzled expression, "Why did you come here in the middle of the night?" Qin Chuchu's body suddenly stiffened, obviously poking at a sore spot. A father was so heartless as to take the lead in chasing her all over the street, slapping her, and locking her in the basement. No matter which of these things happened, it was enough to make Qin Chuchu feel cold. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and Qin Chuchu gently sniffled before weakly saying, "It's nothing." For a moment, she had even considered death. But just as she was about to take action, she suddenly felt her body become lighter, and when she reacted, she saw Zihui's jacket in front of her. At that moment, she had indescribable feelings in her heart. She never imagined that the man who ended up standing next to her would be the one who had caused her so much pain. A forced smile hung on the corner of her lips as she reached out and took off the jacket, then said seriously, "If I had never met you, how wonderful that would be." "Thank you. I should go now." His face suddenly changed, and Zihui reached out and tightly clasped Qin Chuchu's wrist. When was this woman going to stop pretending to be strong? If he hadn't suddenly appeared just now, she would be in the arms of another man by now, right? Why was she still unwilling to beg for him even though it was the case? Turning around in confusion, she met Zihui's dark gaze. She subconsciously took a step back. This man was definitely someone she could not provoke. Chapter 11 Chapter 10 Tragedy. Tragedy. Ripples spread faintly in the depths of her eyes. This man may have given her warmth, but the warmth was also relatively dark. She would not back down. If she continued to be entangled with him, she would never find relief. She lifted her head and looked Zihui in the eye, and then said with a hint of pleading, "What do you want?" "I will never give you my child." Suddenly, a piece of paper slowly appeared in her line of sight. Zihui's hand tightly gripped the thin piece of paper, waved it in front of Qin Chuchu's face, and then spoke, "I will give you power, money, and everything you want, except for freedom. As long as you give me a child, you can leave at any time, it's that simple, how about it?" Qin Chuchu's expression changed, and she kept backing away. This man really couldn't stop talking about children. Zihui took a big step forward, and Qin Chuchu was pinned against the stone bridge. He successfully blocked all the routes that Qin Chuchu could escape. Anger immediately took over Qin Chuchu's rationality. She raised her hand and slapped Zihui, and then with great effort, she suppressed the anger in her eyes and said, "Zihui, let me tell you, a child is not something to be used for calculation. She is my child, she is my Qin Chuchu's child." At this moment, Qin Chuchu looked like an enraged lion cub, as if she would explode at any moment if Zihui continued to pressure her. Without a trace of emotion on her face, Zihui stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. The pain and swelling on his face made him feel a little uncertain. He slowly got up and returned Qin Chuchu's empty seat, then stroked his aching cheek a little before speaking. Okay, Qin Chuchu, let's see how long you can endure. This is my phone, and I advise you to keep it. There's only one contact on it. When you can't take it anymore, I'll be waiting for your call. Qin Chuchu gasped for breath, then held the cell phone that Zihui had forced her to take tightly in her hand. The blank piece of paper flew through the air with the cold north wind and landed on the surrounding grassland. He casually bent down and picked up the trench coat on the ground, and Zihui gave Qin Chuchu a meaningful look before turning and leaving. There was not the slightest trace of nostalgia in his expression, and the entire movement was done in one go, with hardly any superfluous movements. It wasn't until Zihui's figure disappeared into the night that Qin Chuchu slumped to the ground and began to gasp for breath. It seemed that she couldn't stay in this place either, she had to find a place with a lot of people. After picking up the pieces of clothing on the ground, Qin Chuchu wandered off into the night. Back on the street, the originally noisy night now seemed a bit lonely. Walking alone on the street, Qin Chuchu felt an unprecedented fear. She couldn't see any light in front of her, and she had no idea what difficulties lay ahead. The Qin family was doomed to never return home, and even if she told them the name of the child's father, Qin Zihui and the others would find more ways to ostracize her. A sense of powerlessness suddenly arose. Finding a relatively large street corner, Qin Chuchu patted the dust on the ground before sitting down. Staring at the street, Qin Chuchu dozed off in a daze. However, this situation did not last long. In a short while, someone nudged her and whispered something in rebuke. When Qin Chuchu opened her eyes, she found that a group of unfamiliar beggars had surrounded her. Some were at a loss as to what to do, and when Qin Chuchu stood up, she was about to ask when she suddenly fell back to the ground. She had a little fear in her eyes, and then she staggered backwards for a while before she asked shakily, "Who are you?" The scene just now once again came to the surface of her mind. Could it be that these beggars were also like this? There were so many of them, and Zihui was no longer here. If it was really as she thought, then the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. One of the younger beggars walked up to her and poked at the collar of her shirt with his hand, then said with a look of disdain, "What do we want? I should be asking you that." Eh? Qin Chuchu looked up at him with some confusion, obviously not understanding the meaning of the words. The beggar slowly walked up to him, then picked him up like a chicken and threw him to the side. He then said coldly, "Judging from your appearance, you're not a proper woman either. I'm telling you, this is our turf, and don't think we'll let you have it. Get out of here, now." Fortunately, her stomach did not come into direct contact with the ground, but even so, Qin Chuchu was scared out of her wits. She had never known that beggars had their own turf. But she was under their roof and had to bow her head. The nature of this group of people did not seem bad, and if she really left, she might encounter something else. With a pleading look, Qin Chuchu slowly got up from the ground and walked up to the man, saying, "Please, I'll be here, I won't disturb you, I'll leave in the morning, okay?" The man looked up and down at Qin Chuchu, then shook his head and walked up to her, saying, "Okay, but we can't let you stay for free, do you have any money? Give us 10 yuan and you can stay." $10? Qin Chuchu's body instantly stiffened. She didn't have a dime on her right now. Even in normal times, she always scrimped and saved, so where would she get $10? Seeing her in a difficult situation, the beggar, not sure if he had a guilty conscience, waved his hand and said, "Forget it. If you want to eat, go beg. We are not obliged to give you food." Seeing that the other person had agreed, Qin Chuchu nodded gratefully and then repeatedly agreed. Now, as long as she could get through the night safely, she would figure out what to do tomorrow. The wind was howling, and Qin Chuchu shivered as she sat in the corner. Just as she was about to close her eyes and rest, the person next to her suddenly reached out, kicked her, and said aggressively, "Get out of here, this is my spot. Do you know the rules, you newcomer?" Instantly, all sleepiness disappeared, and Qin Chuchu could only smile awkwardly and apologize. Then, she obediently stood up and walked to the next spot. However, everyone gave her a cold look, and no one was willing to give up their seats for her. Although the man just now agreed that she could stay, it seemed that he did not mean it. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the people around her, Qin Chuchu immediately understood. They didn't really want her to stay at all, they were just looking for an excuse to see her embarrassment. And she was so stupid as to believe it, moved to tears. Qin Chuchu was shaking with anger, and then she reached out and pointed directly at the man she had just spoken to and said, You lied to me. Who knew that instead of looking remorseful, the man just laughed aloud. This woman is really stupid, who would want to share their things with a stranger? The man slowly stood up, then raised his hand and casually hooked Qin Chuchu's chin slightly before speaking. That's really funny, you're so stupid. Do you only realize now something so obvious? That's ridiculous. The putrid smell emanating from him made Qin Chuchu feel sick. Pregnant women are generally sensitive to pungent smells. Without bothering to argue with him, Qin Chuchu quickly pushed away from the man, then turned her head away and turned to the side to retch. Her voice sounded especially harsh in the night, and the beggar's face instantly turned pale. The beggars around them also laughed. As if out of anger, the male beggar lifted his foot and kicked one of the beggars, then threatened, What are you laughing at? Shut up. You woman, don't be so shameless. I'm telling you, as long as I'm alive, you won't be able to continue hanging around here. Qin Chuchu's face turned pale, and there was a trace of filth on the corner of her mouth. She had never come into contact with this group of people before, and the darkness of society had also revealed a corner of her. The night that should have been peaceful was, for Qin Chuchu, the hardest night she had ever endured. This night had brought her too much excitement and a darkness that she had never known before. Qin Chuchu's expression looked a little panicked, and then she staggered to her feet and slowly turned around, saying, I want to leave. I want to leave. However, the person who had originally wanted to chase her away changed his mind. With a strange smile, the leading beggar man reached out his hand to block Qin Chuchu's way. Qin Chuchu shuddered at that ambiguous smile. This smile was familiar. The four men just now had revealed such greedy glances, and then did those things. Biting her lip, Qin Chuchu subconsciously took a step back, but then she slipped and fell directly to the ground. The man's face wore a teasing smile, and then he pulled Qin Chuchu up, without the slightest intention of sparing her. With a hint of an ambiguous taste, he said, You can come and go as you please? It's not that easy. After all, you've been here with us for a little while, so if we don't charge you a little interest, we'd be the ones losing out, wouldn't we? Don't you agree, brothers? The people around him echoed his words, and Qin Chuchu's face turned red with embarrassment. She then backed away repeatedly and pushed away the man's hands. Whenever he got close, an inexplicable feeling of nausea would always well up in her. Ignoring Qin Chuchu's reaction, the man deliberately leaned forward and slowly moved his lips to Qin Chuchu's ear before speaking a short sentence. Qin Chuchu's body instantly tensed, and then she looked at the man in disbelief. Was he crazy? How could she do such a thing? She couldn't do such a thing. The man shrugged, looked very casual, and said, Why, as long as you can do it, we will definitely let you go, we definitely won't go back on our word. Tears of grievance swirled in her eyes, and Qin Chuchu's teeth clenched noisily. The request this man had made was really unreasonable. Chapter 12 Chapter 11 I agree, you appear quickly. I agree, you appear quickly. Seeing that Qin Chuchu did not respond, the man's lips curled up into a slight arc, and then he said slowly, If you can't do it. I think our brothers would be more than willing to do some warm-up exercises at this time, don't you think? What was implied in these words was not difficult to guess. Qin Chuchu was shocked and ashamed, stamping her feet repeatedly to try to escape, but there was nowhere to hide. The man reached out and squeezed Qin Chuchu's jaw tightly. A sneer appeared on his face as he said, It's just a little flirting, is that so hard? You're a prostitute, you've already given up any sense of shame, haven't you? Don't pretend to be innocent with us, we've seen it all before. An indescribable sense of powerlessness slowly filled Qin Chuchu's heart. What was going on now? She had no ability to resist at all. She could only remain in the same place like a fat lamb to be slaughtered. Seeing that several people were about to come closer with lewd smiles, Qin Chuchu hurriedly shook her head and begged for mercy, saying, I beg you, let me go, I really won't come bother you again. However, her pleas sounded like nothing more than a condiment on the eve of an important matter in the ears of these people. The claw slowly reached out to Qin Chuchu. This sense of shame made her want to die of shame. In the end, she could not resist the nausea in her heart. Qin Chuchu shivered and screamed before she spoke, No, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Ha ha ha. Several men around her immediately burst out laughing. The look of satisfaction on their faces made Qin Chuchu feel sick. How could she do it, begging for a bowl of food in public? How could she possibly do it? Tears immediately rolled down her eyes, and in the end, who could save her? Her fate shouldn't be like this, shouldn't it? At this time, Qin Chuchu did miss the Qin family a little. Although Qin Zihui didn't make things difficult for her on weekdays, at least she could still eat enough to stay full, but now she was on the streets, unable to find a place to sleep, let alone eat. A wave of acidity spread through her nose, and amidst the shouts of the beggars behind her, she had no choice but to hold out her hand to catch a broken bowl, and then slowly kneel on the ground. The kind of mocking laughter that came from behind her made her feel extremely embarrassed. Her tears blurred her vision, and Qin Chuchu reached out and stroked her stomach lightly, before shaking her head repeatedly and saying, "This shouldn't be like this shouldn't be." No one paid any attention to her words, and she could only resign herself to holding on to passers-by and begging. But what was chilling was that many people only coveted her beauty, saying things like "come with me," and no one was willing to give her food. One of the noble women even directly threw the food she was holding into the hands of a stray dog by the roadside, and then turned away with a sneer. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore. "This is not fun if it goes on like this." With a mocking smile, one of the shorter beggars suddenly stood up and shouted at Qin Chuchu's back, "Hey, I'm asking you, do you still want to leave? We don't have that much time to wait for you to dawdle. If you really don't want to go, we can always play with you." The explicit and chilling words deeply pierced Qin Chuchu's heart. She couldn't bother to turn back, and she had to throw away all her so-called pride. She had to survive, she must survive. No matter what happened, she had to give birth to her child. Wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, Qin Chuchu slowly got up and walked up to a shop that looked relatively kind and started begging. Thankfully, the old woman seemed to pity Qin Chuchu and handed her a steaming bun. Qin Chuchu's heart warmed slightly, and she thanked her over and over again. She hadn't eaten all night, and now there was an extra child in her belly, so naturally she needed more nutrients. If things continued as they were, the child would definitely be malnourished. Just as Qin Chuchu was thinking, her stomach suddenly growled without warning. Her face flushed, and her eyes fixed tightly on the steamed bun. She timidly glanced behind her at the beggar. Qin Chuchu gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and stuffed the steamed bun directly into her mouth. She had to survive. No matter what the means. Someone, whose sharp eyes had noticed, stood up angrily and shouted, "Damn it, that woman actually ate it, didn't you want to beg for it for us?" Everyone's attention was suddenly drawn to Qin Chuchu. The man leading the group was so angry that his eyes were bulging, repeatedly calling her a bitch. Seeing that the crowd was about to charge up, Qin Chuchu didn't know where she got the strength from, and she turned around and ran away directly. Then she reached out and forcefully stuffed the steamed bun in her mouth. An unprecedented survival instinct made her unwilling to stop her footsteps. If she stopped now, it would all be over. She didn't want to become a beggar. She wanted to be a healthy mother and give birth to the child in her belly safely. But things didn't go as she wished. Qin Chuchu had just run for less than a few steps when she was caught up. Although the beggars looked down and out, they were surprisingly fast on foot. The leading beggar angrily raised his hand and slapped Qin Chuchu, then said with a gloomy face and a menacing tone, "You stinking woman, you try running again. I'm giving you a chance, but you don't know what's good for you. You're shameless." Tears swirled in her eyes. The wheel of fortune had truly turned. Previously, she was still the titular Miss Qin, and although she was flashy and superficial, at least she was able to make people who didn't know her treat her with some respect. Now she had even fallen so low that even beggars bullied her. Naturally, this kind of disparity was unbearable to Qin Chuchu. The beggar raised his hand and slapped her again, then aggressively demanded, "Spit it out." Qin Chuchu could barely feel the pain on her face anymore. His strength was terrifying, and she had already lost consciousness. With a hint of tears in her eyes, Qin Chuchu gulped down the steamed bun, and her face turned red from choking. She turned her head away in discomfort, reached out and pounded her chest desperately, trying to make herself feel better. With a sneer, the man reached out and grabbed Qin Chuchu's hair tightly, then pulled directly back while saying, "What a fool. You didn't choose the right path, and now you can't blame anyone for this." Qin Chuchu protested silently, desperately shaking her body, but she was unable to break free from the grip. A panic arose in her heart, and now she regretted it. She definitely would not survive like this. Tears silently slipped down her face, wetting her collar. It wasn't until the last moment that she understood her true heart. Even if it was a contract, or any kind of deal, she had to survive, no matter what. "I want to survive, I want to survive." Her voice was almost inaudible in the cold night. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was immediately filled with cold wind, and she subconsciously shivered. Qin Chuchu's heart was as cold as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. An endless sense of despair lingered in her heart, unable to dissipate for a long time. Slowly closing her eyes, a slight arc formed at the corner of her mouth, and she only mouthed 3 words. Gu Zihui. If she had agreed to him before, she might not have been so humiliated now. A weight fell on her body, and Qin Chuchu turned her head away in humiliation. The stench that came at her face made her want to vomit again, but the other party didn't give her the chance to struggle at all. He freed one hand and pressed it firmly against her head, so Qin Chuchu couldn't move. Her eyes were forced open, and she saw the man's face about to come close. Qin Chuchu didn't know where she got the courage, and then she screamed miserably, Gu Zihui. I promise you, Gu Zihui. Come out, Gu Zihui. The wind whistled past, and everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks, not making a single move. What was the name this woman just called? Gu Zihui? The man who had been sitting on Qin Chuchu's body sat up alertly, then looked around to his left and right. After finding that there was no one else around, he angrily raised his hand and slapped her, then angrily shouted, You bitch, don't even think about it. That kind of man is way out of your league. Her left cheek was already swollen and red, and Qin Chuchu could no longer hold back her sobs. She hadn't lied, Gu Zihui, where are you? Her tears had been dried up by the wind, and all of Qin Chuchu's strength had been taken away in an instant. There was no hope, really no hope. The man lightly touched her right cheek, and Qin Chuchu suddenly felt like retching. The kind of disgust that came from the bottom of her heart was really indescribable. Qin Chuchu, who had originally settled down, struggled again. Her stomach had begun to hurt a little, and if this continued, the situation would be absolutely unimaginable. Tears quietly slipped down her face as Qin Chuchu desperately shook her head to avoid the man's kiss, and then begged, No. Please don't. This sense of shame and indignation made Qin Chuchu want to die. Gu Zihui. Gu Zihui, ah. Qin Chuchu begged, but just as she finished speaking, she received another heavy slap. She didn't know how much torture she had endured that night that she hadn't experienced before. At the moment, she couldn't think of any other way out except to keep calling out the only name that could save her. However, Gu Zihui was taking his time in showing up. Chapter 13 Chapter 12 Contract. Her eyes were tightly shut and her body trembled violently. It's all over. The whole person was like a puppet doll, and except for stiffening in the original position, Qin Chuchu could no longer perform any other movements. However, there was a sudden weight on her body, and then there was no response. Qin Chuchu was stunned for a long time, and then slowly opened her eyes and looked ahead. The beggar man's face instantly enlarged in front of her, causing Qin Chuchu to let out a strange cry, and then she reached out and pushed the man in front of her away. Her heart was beating wildly, and her face was a little pale. However, the man seemed to have no strength to resist, and with just a gentle push, he collapsed to the side. With a trace of fear, Qin Chuchu shivered a little, then retreated desperately, kicking her legs on the ground non-stop. There was no longer any trace of indifference on her face. This night had been a nightmare for her. If this was a dream, Qin Chuchu hoped she would wake up immediately. Staring blankly at the man in front of her, the tears she had managed to hold back once again slipped down her face. He really did come, didn't he? This time, she wouldn't refuse. As long as she could live on, she would be fine. With a half smile, she turned her head. In the depths of Gu Zihui's eyes was an emotion that Qin Chuchu couldn't understand. She saw him slowly walk up to Qin Chuchu, then take out a new contract from his pocket and wave it in front of her before saying, Woman, have you thought it over? A low sob escaped her, and Qin Chuchu reached out her hand and tightly grasped the agreement in her hand, before slowly nodding her head. Now, she had no choice but to go along with this. Laughing heartily, Gu Zihui turned his head contentedly and snapped his fingers. The extended Rolls-Royce arrived from afar in an instant. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Zihui tenderly draped his overcoat over Qin Chuchu. Then, very gentlemanly, he bent halfway down and helped Qin Chuchu into the back seat by extending his hand. The car slowly drove off, and the beggars did not look in the least bit startled. Instead, they had an incomprehensible smile on their faces. After the car had completely left the crowd's line of sight, a man slowly walked out from around the corner, and then pushed the glasses on his nose, before saying in a deep voice, 50,000 each, and if a third party knows about this, you know what the consequences will be. The crowd responded in unison, and then a greedy smile appeared on their faces. The beggars who had originally been sitting on the ground watching the show stood up one after the other, and then they approached the man, rubbing their hands together. Immediately, the man in glasses glanced over at the man who had already been knocked unconscious by Zihui, and then coldly said, "As for that man, you know what to do." He had only told them to put on a show, but this man actually dared to make it real. You have to know that that woman was personally told by Zihui to take care of her, and now something like this has happened. If it were just that, it would be fine, but if it would implicate him, it would be a different story. The beggars looked at each other for a while, and none of them dared to make a move. Obviously, this man was their leader, and if they did anything at random, they would inevitably be criticized in the future. Ignoring the expressions of the crowd, the man with glasses looked down at the gold watch on his left hand and casually said, "Add another 100,000. Deal." They agreed almost simultaneously. The bespectacled man let out a light laugh, then reached out and took a large sum of money from his bag and lifted it up in the air. All of a sudden, the street was filled with red banknotes, creating an interesting scene. The beggars all made various poses and desperately jumped and twisted their bodies, trying to get more money. He could see the greedy look on their faces. Human nature is like this. So-called friendship is also so fragile in the face of absolute interests. Smiling, the bespectacled man slowly turned around and disappeared into the darkness at the corner of the street. The crowd around him seemed to have been stimulated by something, and they didn't know who shouted first that there was money to be picked up, and then they all rushed forward, joining the group of beggars on the way to pick up the money. For a moment, the street became chaotic. Everyone was trying to get the most benefit, pushing past those around them and using them as stepping stones. Their eyes were focused on nothing but profit. Qin Chuchu in the Rolls-Royce, meanwhile, wearily closed her eyes and turned her head to stare out the window. The scenery outside the window was like a race, constantly racing backwards. One after the other. Zihui's gaze was a little profound. Without turning his head to see where Qin Chuchu was, he looked out the window instead, and then slowly said, "No regrets?" Qin Chuchu was initially stunned by Zihui's question, and then slowly nodded and replied, "I didn't have a choice." One sentence answered all the questions. There is so much helplessness in this world, and she is powerless to resist, so she can only choose to accept it. The car slowly drove along, carrying Qin Chuchu's heart that had already cooled. When the car drove into a small villa by the sea, Qin Chuchu subconsciously shivered and huddled herself. The seemingly ordinary small villa made her feel an endless sense of sadness. This villa would be the cage that imprisoned her. The car door was slowly opened by the bodyguard, and Zihui was the first to get out of the car door, then walked in without looking back, leaving Qin Chuchu alone in the car. There was a hint of fatigue in her eyes, and she slowly lowered her head slightly and rested her head on the seat. She could no longer move now, not just her body, but also her heart. Zihui walked into the villa, and then turned his head but did not see Qin Chuchu following him. With a look of confusion, he turned around and inadvertently caught a glimpse of her sleeping with her head slightly tilted. A faint curve slowly appeared at the corner of her lips. This woman has some nerve. Just now, she had just experienced that kind of thing, and now she actually dared to sleep like that in a strange man's car. I really don't know if I should say that she was born with the potential to seduce people or if she is really just naturally clumsy. Without mercy, he dragged her directly off the car. Qin Chuchu sat directly on the ground in a daze, and the cold stone steps directly pierced her skin. The bone-chilling cold wind struck again, causing her to subconsciously shiver. With a hint of mockery in his eyes, Zihui bent down and gently lifted her chin before slowly saying, "Woman, I didn't bring you here to enjoy yourself." Facing his terrifying gaze, Qin Chuchu subconsciously shivered, and then nodded. She knew it all, she was now just a puppet at everyone's mercy. Enduring the pain, Qin Chuchu reluctantly stood up, then limped behind Zihui, and slowly walked into the villa. Just as she reached the door, the Rolls-Royce, which should have stopped at the door, was suddenly driven away by the bodyguard without leaving a speck of dust. Stunned, she turned back, a little flustered. The car drove away, so how was she supposed to leave then? Glancing at Qin Chuchu, Zihui's tone became increasingly mean, and he was a completely different person from the one on the street. Gently pushing open the door, he said without a hint of warmth, "What are you still looking at? The moment you got on my bike, you had no chance of turning back." With a faint "oh," Qin Chuchu stopped thinking and resignedly walked into the villa. The seaside wind felt slightly damp, and Qin Chuchu pushed open the window and stared out of it with a vacant expression. Her thoughts were a little confused. Everything that had happened today played back and forth in her mind like a projector. The ferocity of the beggar, the madness of the four men, the tenderness of Zihui, and Zihui's indifference. It was all like a spider's web, tightly binding Qin Chuchu's heart inside, leaving her no chance to breathe. The door suddenly opened with a loud noise, but Qin Chuchu didn't react, just maintaining the original action, staring blankly out the window without moving. With a mocking expression, Zihui slowly walked in, then casually pulled his collar open, before lying directly on the bed and teasingly saying, "You should know what to do, I don't need to teach you, right?" He seemed to have taken Qin Chuchu for that type of woman. He didn't care if Qin Chuchu would be frustrated by what he said. Seeing Qin Chuchu's indifferent expression, Zihui suddenly lost his temper and quickly stood up and pulled Qin Chuchu directly into his arms. The warm breath hit Qin Chuchu's face, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. He lightly lifted her chin with his left hand and kissed her lightly. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his breathing slightly increased. But at this moment, Qin Chuchu suddenly reached out a hand and rested it on Zihui's chest, deliberately maintaining a certain distance from him, before slowly saying, "Sorry, I won't. I've read the contract, and it only says that I'm responsible for giving birth to the child, it doesn't say that I have to do anything with you." Her wisdom at this moment completely exceeded Zihui's imagination. Contract? As long as he wanted it, Qin Chuchu had no power to resist. But Zihui suddenly smiled, and then let go of his hand. "It's a bit too late to regret it now, isn't it?" Looking at Qin Chuchu, who looked like a puppet doll, he suddenly became evil, and then he scooped up Qin Chuchu with a big hand and directly carried her horizontally to the edge of the bed. Qin Chuchu, who had finally calmed down, suddenly panicked. Didn't he just let go of her hand? Why did he suddenly regret it now? Chapter 14 Chapter 13 A contract traps a lifetime. A contract traps a lifetime. Qin Chuchu was mortgaged to him, and Zihui reached out and stroked her already red and swollen side. Only then did he slowly say, "Qin Chuchu, remember this, don't think that things are that simple. Legally, you are my nominal wife, and that in itself is a duty that you should fulfill." Her body suddenly stiffened. Before Qin Chuchu could argue, Zihui mercilessly took her lips. Her teeth clenched her lower lip tightly, and Qin Chuchu was not willing to back down no matter what. Zihui was surprisingly patient at the moment. His right hand went directly around to the back of Qin Chuchu's head, while his left hand firmly suppressed Qin Chuchu's hands. The sense of humiliation once again arose in her heart. Qin Chuchu was unwilling to back down no matter what, desperately wriggling her body to try to break free from Zihui's grip. But she had no idea that her seemingly powerful struggle would do nothing but fuel Zihui's sexual interest. The disparity in strength between the two was just too great. She was unable to break free, and instead, she got herself all sweaty. Qin Chuchu took a big breath, and then put her hand on her belly to block Zihui's approach and prevent her from pressing on the baby. With a wicked smile, Zihui's hand slowly moved down, and he bent his head to kiss the slightly bulging belly. His eyes carried a hint of seduction, and then he whispered hoarsely in her ear, "Do you care? Our child." It sounded like a seduction, like a fond farewell. Either way, it was enough to make countless young girls fall for him. If it weren't for the heartbreaking agreement in her pocket, Qin Chuchu felt like she would have given in to Zihui's gentle advances. But the pocket was a constant reminder that this was just a transaction, and if she gave her heart first, she was doomed to lose everything. The nausea she had been holding back suddenly exploded. Her body was like a slippery loach, stumbling and falling to the ground, and then she ran directly to the bathroom without regard for her appearance. Inside came the sound of Qin Chuchu retching. Her face was red from vomiting, and it looked like it shouldn't have been easy for her. Zihui's face looked a little unpleasant. Did this woman actually feel sick when she kissed him? His fist suddenly clenched. She really had some nerve. Many women would do anything to get his attention, and here he was taking the initiative, only to be rejected. This was the first time this had ever happened to him. Suppressing the anger in his chest, Zihui stood up and was about to go to the bathroom and have it out with Qin Chuchu, when he suddenly felt something wet and slippery under his feet, almost like a slimy feeling. He looked down and saw a flash of bright red. His brows furrowed slightly, and he looked in the direction of the bloodstain in puzzlement. That wasn't where Qin Chuchu had just walked away from, so why was there a bloodstain there out of nowhere? With a trace of confusion, Zihui quickened his pace. At that moment, Qin Chuchu was kneeling on the ground, weak and unable to stand, and the blood mixed with water was spreading out beneath her. There was a slight smell of blood in the bathroom, not very strong, but Zihui still sensed it keenly. Perceiving something amiss, he quickly stood up and picked up Qin Chuchu. Sure enough, there were now two big holes in what should have been a smooth knee. At this time, he suddenly remembered the scene outside the door. If he guessed correctly, the wounds should have been caused when he forcibly pulled Qin Chuchu down. But logically speaking, it should have dried up after so long. It hurts. Let go, I'm going to vomit. Her face turned pale, and then she pushed away Gu Zihui's hand and fell back to the ground, landing directly on her knees. The wound that had almost begun to heal was once again destroyed, and blood slowly spread across the floor. Just how deep that wound was. With a gloomy face, Gu Zihui's body no longer felt the same boiling sensation as before. Although he wanted to, he didn't want to torture a weak woman. There would be plenty of time to do whatever he wanted to her in the future. With a hint of displeasure, Gu Zihui picked her up like a chicken and dragged her directly from the ground, and then coldly said, "Get up." Qin Chuchu was completely powerless, and could only flop around as Gu Zihui did whatever he wanted with her. As Gu Zihui walked around, Qin Chuchu was thrown back onto the bed, but this time, if Gu Zihui wanted to do anything shocking, she didn't have the energy to struggle. Resigned, she closed her eyes and stopped thinking. However, she didn't feel the gravity on her body. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes. She saw Gu Zihui on the table, seemingly writing something. She was puzzled, but she didn't have the energy to investigate. She fell into a daze and fell asleep. After a long time, she felt something shaking her, which was very uncomfortable. She opened her sleepy eyes and saw an agreement in front of her. Just by reading the beginning, she understood what it was. It seems that Gu Zihui is even more anxious than she is. So that was what she was messing with just now. After much effort, Qin Chuchu finally carefully read the requirements of the agreement word for word. After confirming that Gu Zihui was not playing any tricks, Qin Chuchu quickly signed her name. But she had no idea that it was this piece of paper that would bind her freedom for the rest of her life. Nodding with satisfaction, Gu Zihui then reached out and handed the other copy to Qin Chuchu and said, "This agreement is in duplicate, and the termination time is the moment you give birth to the child. But remember, I only want a boy. If it's a girl, the agreement will be extended. Understand?" She nodded silently. Right now, she would do anything to survive. Her dignity had been trampled in the streets. Now she had nothing left. The only thing left was her dignity, but it could not support her, so she might as well let it go. After accepting all this, Qin Chuchu no longer resisted. Gu Zihui slowly came up to oppress her, but she just lay straight on the bed, not making any moves, but not resisting either. The whole person was like a wooden person. Frowning slightly, Gu Zihui seemed to have no more temperament. If she had struggled, he would have been more aroused, but now what was the difference between this and a dead person? Gu Zihui reached out and placed his hand firmly on Qin Chuchu's neck, and then with a threatening look, he closed the distance between him and Qin Chuchu. He then said viciously, "I have no interest in dead people. Qin Chuchu, you'd better understand your task in the shortest time, otherwise it won't be so simple next time." It seems that she has been shocked too much, and she just nodded numbly. After that, there was no more follow-up after the response. With a hint of anger, Gu Zihui slammed the door and left. Soon after, the sound of an engine starting was heard in the basement, and the villa was suddenly empty. Rubbing her tired eyes, she didn't care where Gu Zihui went, as long as she had a place to live and someone to take her in, she would be satisfied. She casually pulled the quilt at the foot of the bed, and Qin Chuchu wrapped herself up tightly. A hint of tears welled up in the corner of her eyes, and she closed her eyes in resignation. Today has been like a nightmare for her, and all she wants to do is be left alone, be left alone. The evening wind whistled as it blew Gu Zihui's clothes. He hadn't gone too far away, but had parked the car in a corner by the sea and got out, walking barefoot. This large stretch of beach belonged to the villa, so he wasn't worried about anyone disturbing Qin Chuchu. An unknown anger welled up in his heart. Why did that woman not know to ask for help until the last minute? If she had known to compromise from the beginning, things would not have come to this. While he was lost in thought, the sound of a car suddenly came from behind him. His originally slightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed. He had been a bit slow. The person who came was the bespectacled man who had caused a commotion on the street just now. He saw him push his nose-tip eyes habitually, and then slowly said, "What is the matter at this time?" Gu Zihui laughed lightly, but there was no joy in his eyes. With a lazy grunt, Gu Zihui slowly sat down, allowing the waves to wet his pants. He slowly leaned back, his whole body directly touching the beach. Only then did he nonchalantly turn his head and ask, "How did things go?" He shrugged casually, and the bespectacled man followed suit and sat down, as if he and Gu Zihui were old acquaintances, and he imitated his movements and sat down directly. Only then did he reply, "Don't worry, it's been taken care of." Gu Zihui didn't reply, but just turned his head away. The woman's actions were understandable, but he was inexplicably angry. At that time, if he hadn't shown up, was she going to give up on being humiliated at will? Neither of them spoke. After a while, the bespectacled man suddenly took off his glasses and casually threw them into the sea. Then, with a gloomy face, he said, "I said, what do you really want? You've taken this matter too seriously." Zihui did not give a direct answer, but instead turned his head and sneered, asking in return, "You always know what I want to do, don't you?" The bespectacled man bowed his head in silence, obviously responding as well. Suddenly, a large wave hit, flooding the waves directly onto Zihui's body. However, surprisingly, he could have avoided it, but he kept his original movements unchanged. The seawater and tears mixed together, and no one saw the tear quietly rolling down the corner of his eye. Chapter 15 Chapter 14 Escaped? Escaped? When she woke up, Qin Chuchu felt that the bed was a bit crowded. When she turned over, she found a soft feeling around her. Her eyes subconsciously opened, and Zihui's face instantly enlarged in front of her. Ah! A scream instantly escaped her lips. Zihui had left last night, so why was he suddenly here, and she hadn't even noticed? Was it because she was so tired yesterday? She subconsciously reached out and pulled back the quilt covering her chest, and after making sure that there were no signs of her clothes being pulled open, Qin Chuchu let out a small sigh of relief. Just as she was about to get up and get out of bed, Zihui's hand suddenly reached out of nowhere and tightly clasped her arm. Her heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly missed a beat. Sure enough, did that action just now still startle him? Subconsciously, she swallowed and Qin Chuchu shrank her neck a little. Thinking back, she really was crazy to resist Zihui last night. It was already a miracle that she was still alive. Don't go. Zihui's voice was a little unsteady, hoarse, and with a tone of lingering affection. Lingering affection? Qin Chuchu was startled by the word she associated with. Then she slowly brought her face closer, and when she was sure that Zihui was just talking in his sleep, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. She kept a close eye on Zihui's facial expression while carefully reaching out her hand and gently pulling Zihui's hand away, then tiptoed back to the door of the room. She gently closed the door and then dared to breathe heavily. Things seemed to have gone well, but she hadn't given any thought to how she was going to live with this man in the future. Now she was in an embarrassing situation, not to mention that she still had her studies to complete and couldn't just put them off. Biting her lower lip, Qin Chuchu realized just how bad her situation was. No matter which side she chose, she would encounter problems. Just as she was hesitating, the door to the room was pushed open without warning. And her body leaned forward due to Zihui's movement, and she fell directly to the ground. Staring with horror, Qin Chuchu kept backing up, not even having the courage to lift her head. His eyes did not contain a trace of tenderness, and in an overbearing tone, he said, "Lift your head." Qin Chuchu felt a burst of warmth in her scalp, and she shivered for a long time before she reluctantly raised her head, only to meet his deep brown eyes without a hint of fluctuation. Gently lifting her chin, Zihui's eyes were bloodshot from the depths of his eyes, and he said with some fatigue, "Am I that scary?" Shaking his head like a hammer to deny it, Qin Chuchu would never be stupid enough to admit to such a thing. Zihui's body shook slightly, and he let go of her hand. He walked to the sofa with some fatigue, buried his head directly in the sofa, and then slowly said, "Go cook for me." The words of concern were swallowed back down by Qin Chuchu. How could that man be sick? After comforting herself a little, Qin Chuchu wandered around the room. Although the villa was not big, it was not small. When she reached the kitchen, she was shocked to find that the large refrigerator was completely empty. Her mouth twitched slightly. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without ingredients. Did Zihui deliberately try to make things difficult for her? Putting the rusty kitchen knife back in its place, Qin Chuchu turned around and walked back into the living room, before slowly saying, "There's nothing in the refrigerator. What do you want me to do?" The man on the sofa didn't respond in any way, so Qin Chuchu repeated herself again, but still got no response. Her face was red with anger, and she slowly walked up to Zihui and nudged him. But her movement instantly froze in place. What kind of temperature was this? The blazing heat of his skin almost burned her. She subconsciously withdrew her hand. No wonder he looked a little dazed this morning. Even a loud noise had failed to drag him out of his sleep. It turned out that he was sick. Looking at him sleeping, Qin Chuchu's heart suddenly became restless with speculation. Just as she was daydreaming, Zihui suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms, and Qin Chuchu then directly leaned into him in an ambiguous position. Her face flushed slightly. Qin Chuchu had never encountered such a situation before, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do, so she just kept the original action blankly. Zihui's brows slightly furrowed, and then slowly opened his eyes. You? There's nothing in the refrigerator. I wanted to ask you about this matter, but I happened to see you sleeping, so I... Zihui was about to ask when Qin Chuchu suddenly jumped up and hurriedly waved her hands to explain, as if trying to clear something up, but the more she explained, the more confused she became. Fine beads of sweat covered her forehead and kept rolling down her face. Looking at her cute and innocent appearance, Zihui's heart slowly eased up without realizing it. It's like, really like. The two of them are actually so similar. Turning his head with some fatigue, Zihui deliberately made himself forget the swelling pain beneath him, and then spoke without distraction, just order some takeaway, the phone is on the dining table on the second floor. Nodding with a nod that seemed to understand, Qin Chuchu turned and left, and after saying those few words, Zihui fell back into a deep sleep. After slowly climbing the stairs and taking the postcard, Qin Chuchu realized a very serious problem. She had no idea where she was. Even if the takeaway was to be delivered, there had to be an address, right? Her mouth twitched slightly as she planned to go back and ask Zihui, but she found that he was sleeping like a dead pig, as if the sky had collapsed and there was no sign of him getting up. Helplessly stroking her forehead, Qin Chuchu nipped this hope in the bud. It took Qin Chuchu nearly half an hour to thoroughly search the room, but during that time she found a large stack of banknotes and the door key, so it wasn't a complete waste of effort. She easily pulled a thick quilt out of the room and Qin Chuchu laboriously threw the quilt over Zihui before turning to leave. But just as she took a step, Zihui called out again, "Don't go." Whether it was a dream or not, whether she was awake or not, her heart still felt a little sorry for him, even though this man was the one who had once caused her fatal pain. With a light sigh, Qin Chuchu still turned her head to press each corner of the quilt well, and after confirming that Zihui would not aggravate his illness by catching a cold, she turned around and walked to the kitchen, throwing all the rotten, smelly, and rusty knives into a big bag. Just as she was about to close the refrigerator, her hands suddenly stopped moving. As if she had thought of something, Qin Chuchu quickly turned around, brought a small bag, and then closed her eyes and quickly stuck her hand into the freezer. Enduring the piercing cold, she quickly dug out a few ice cubes and put them in the bag. Qin Chuchu was jumping up and down, not at all the steady type of a mother. Staring at the ice cubes, which were less than a quarter full, Qin Chuchu clenched her teeth and then said to herself in a plaintive voice, "Zihui, you're lucky, sizzling." Without hesitation, she reinserted her hand into the freezer. There was a moment of commotion in the kitchen, and all that could be heard were Qin Chuchu's various screams of agony. If Zihui were here, he would definitely laugh at her foolishness. She could have used another tool, such as a spoon, instead of digging with her bare hands. After filling a small bag with ice, Qin Chuchu's left hand had turned a little purple from the cold. She shivered a little, looked at the bag contentedly, and then reached out with a trembling hand to tie a knot in it. Her left hand was almost numb, and she had to use her right hand for most of the process. She placed a pillow behind Zihui's head and then successfully placed the ice bag on his head. His face was flushed with a sickly redness, and his breathing was a little rapid. He didn't look very comfortable. He glanced down at his phone, and Qin Chuchu turned around and left in her slippers. She probably still remembered the route, but it would take a long time to walk out like that. There was no time to hesitate. Qin Chuchu took her keys and some bills, turned around slowly, walked out of the villa, and closed the door behind her. The morning seaside wind still carried a hint of chill, and Qin Chuchu, who was already cold, let out an unseemly howl and quickened her pace. There weren't many people at this hour, and she tried her best to avoid everyone's attention. Returning early and leaving her student ID card at the Qin residence was a headache. Not to mention that the homeroom teacher was an eye placed by Qin Ningyu. If she went back, she would undoubtedly be digging her own grave. After some thought, Qin Chuchu decided to stay at Zihui's villa for the time being. At least for the short term, he would not do anything dangerous to her. Determined in her thoughts, Qin Chuchu's pace became firmer. Wearing a thin nightgown, Qin Chuchu pressed her head down a little and quickened her pace. However, just as Qin Chuchu had been walking for less than 10 minutes, Zihui slowly woke up. He slowly sat up, and the ice pack fell to the ground with a pop, and some of the melted ice water took advantage of the situation and flowed directly onto the ground, in a state that would never return. Somehow puzzled, he reached out and gently stroked his cool forehead, and Zihui slowly pushed away the heavy quilt. A short rest had allowed him to recover quite a bit. He had been blowing in the wind at the beach all night, and he had actually caught a cold and had a fever. Zihui laughed to himself, and then got up to look for Qin Chuchu's figure. There were only he and Qin Chuchu in this villa. He couldn't think of anyone else who would have done such a thing except Qin Chuchu. However, what puzzled him was that he had searched almost the entire villa, but he never saw Qin Chuchu's figure. Did this woman run away? The veins on his forehead bulged slightly, and the gentle appearance of Zihui disappeared without a trace. Chapter 16 Chapter 15 Humiliation. Humiliation. Angrily ran back to his room, and then casually approved a jacket. Zihui so rushed out of the villa, but he suddenly realized that he had forgotten to bring his cell phone, wanted to go back to the villa but suddenly found that the key that should have been placed in his pocket had disappeared without a trace. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that the woman had escaped with the keys to the villa? She should know that it was impossible to escape from him, so how could she still do such a stupid act? Unfortunately, his reasoning had been shattered by his impulses, and Zihui simply couldn't settle down at the moment to properly think about the ins and outs of this matter. Holding his breath, he walked out along the exit. The beach was still damp, and Zihui couldn't take his eyes off the tiny footprints. From the looks of it, that woman should have just left not long ago. The coldness in his eyes became more and more profound. Zihui accelerated the speed of his feet, and then sought the footprints directly away. Want to escape from here is not so easy, just take the Rolls-Royce to leave or more than half an hour, let alone walking. Relying on Qin Chuchu's physical strength, I'm afraid it will take twice as much strength as a normal person would need. Qin Chuchu's footsteps are getting more and more strained, and she doesn't know when the slippers are going to start to show signs of breaking, and only then does she realize that there is a trace of dust on them. Looked up and glanced at the road in the distance. Yesterday almost all in a daze, now she is completely by virtue of the impression in the walk. According to this distance, continue to walk downwards, should also be a long way. Frowned slightly, Qin Chuchu stopped his footsteps and then secretly thought, rather than this is not as good as to go out of the way. The slippers like this at any time will be broken, but it is hindering her feet. The slippers will break at any time, which in turn will hinder her footsteps. Gnashing her teeth, Qin Chuchu bent down and took off the slippers, then threw them in the corner, and walked to the distance with her bare feet. She herself doesn't even know how long she has walked, her feet have worn through the skin. For a moment Qin Chuchu even wondered why she has to sell herself so hard to do this kind of drudgery, but she couldn't get any answer. Finally, after an hour, Qin Chuchu finally arrived in her familiar surroundings. The foot does not know when was cut open more than one wound. Qin Chuchu couldn't care about the pain, reached out and caressed the money in the pocket, after confirming that there is no loss, then slowly walked into the supermarket. However, when she just walked to the door, she was mercilessly intercepted by the security guard. With a hint of an awkward smile, the security guard then slowly walked ahead of the fool and opened his mouth to explain, "Excuse me, can you please put on your shoes first?" Doubtfully looking down at her own feet, Qin Chuchu was shocked to realize that she had ended up in a mess at some point, and blood was gushing out from the wounds. Until this time, she felt the kind of stinging pain coming from the center of her foot, which is several times eager to take away her thinking. To the point of drawing a breath, Qin Chuchu suddenly seemed to have lost her strength, and then she directly fell to the ground, frowning and glancing at the wound, but there was nothing she could do. The people around her cast a strange look at her, fearing that yesterday's incident will happen again. Qin Chuchu then forced herself to endure the pain, and then lowered her head, which slowly stood up, and then limped towards the distance. Just when she had just left the supermarket not long ago, Zihui also arrived after hearing the sound, but it was a blank. Originally, he could have caught up long ago, but he was hindered halfway by a pair of slippers. His thoughts slowly rewind to 5 minutes after Qin Chuchu took off the slippers. It was so hard to catch up with Qin Chuchu's pace, but when he passed by this place, he didn't just inadvertently catch a glimpse of the slippers at the corner. Zihui's sight was instantly attracted. There is absolutely no way that any tourists or anything like that can appear in this place, including this piece of woods, all of which were bought over under his contract. It is simply impossible for anyone to walk over on weekdays, and those slippers are obviously of the same style as the pair under his feet. Other than Qin Chuchu, it's impossible that someone would have left these shoes behind. His heart suddenly tightened. Following that position, Zihui slightly shook his body before slowly walking over. This side is a steep slope. The shoes were even dropped here. Could it be that something happened to Qin Chuchu? Heart slightly accelerated a beat. Zihui freed a hand and then punched heavily on his abdomen, which allowed concentration to gather. If he continued walking in such a dazed state, whether he could find Qin Chuchu before collapsing was a question. The line of sight is a little blurry. Borrowing some of the willows that grow out of the big tree, Zihui uses this momentum, and then slowly moves his body downwards, his face slightly reddened. This time the wind is a little strong, not to mention that he is still sick in the body, just moving not a moment before he began to cough up. His face became paler and paler, and there was nothing at all down the slope. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly got up, and then struggled to climb up. After such a short action, he was in a sorry state, but he sat down on the same spot and gasped for breath. If it was in normal times, such an action would not even be on his mind, but as soon as he got sick, his entire person was completely like a different person. With a mocking laugh, after getting a short rest, Zihui stood up again, and then slowly moved towards the exit. Well, in just a short distance, he found the ground began to have stars and dots of blood, at first not much, and then with the footsteps, the blood more and more obvious up. And Zihui was shocked to find that the bloodstains looked like the shape of a foot. Is something wrong? Zihui murmured, and then accelerated his own pace, coughing lightly, his body swaying with the wind, as if as long as there was a more violent wind, he would also topple over at any time. Just as he reached the interface, Zihui heard some people talking about something. Something about a barefooted woman in a nightgown, and the description matched Qin Chuchu's. He asked about the whereabouts, and Zihui found out what happened. After inquiring about the whereabouts, Zihui rushed to the entrance of the supermarket in a panic. But he couldn't find anything. Cursing secretly, looking for the location where Qin Chuchu left, Zihui once again went up. This time he must personally catch that greedy and ungrateful woman. With the friendship of the shopkeepers in the major commercial streets and alleys in the past, Qin Chuchu quickly bought some more affordable discounted goods, and the things of that night seemed to be spreading. Under the care of those few shopkeepers, Qin Chuchu's heart feels a burst of warmth. It turns out that she also has someone who cares, right? But how would she know that just when she turned to leave, they dialed Qin Ziyu's phone number within the first hour, and then leaked out Qin Chuchu's location? All of this is just surface work, and behind the scenes, Qin Ziyu has long been bribed by Qin Chuchu. And for all this, Qin Chuchu is completely unaware. And she is foolishly touched by the help and care they bring. After briefly buying some vegetables and barley and rice, Qin Chuchu is ready to go back. If there are too many things, she can't take them all with her, so she might as well bring only one day's worth of vegetables, and when Zihui wakes up, things will be settled. Holding this attitude, Qin Chuchu slowly walks towards the location back to the villa. However, just when she was halfway there, a murmur of noises suddenly came from behind her. She was only puzzled for a moment before she obediently walked to the aisle on one side, which continued to move her body slowly, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Qin Chuchu, you are quite bold. You even have the face to come back here in broad daylight. Yesterday you counted your luck and managed to avoid it. Today I will see how you can still run. The familiar voice came from behind. Qin Chuchu's movements instantly stiffened in place. How can? She just came here not long ago. How can Qin Mingyu rush over in such a short period of time? If it is a coincidence to pass by, it is too far-fetched. Even that mother and daughter pair were there. Even a child wouldn't believe it if it was a coincidence. Qin Ziyu smiled with satisfaction, and then in front of Qin Chuchu walked to the front of those few shopkeepers, and slowly pulled out a few bright red bills from her pocket, and then slowly put them into their hands. Qin Chuchu's pupils instantly widened. This woman definitely did it on purpose. And those few shopkeepers obviously didn't expect Qin Ziyu to suddenly make such a move. For a moment they actually lowered their heads in a groundless manner and didn't dare to raise their heads to look at Qin Chuchu's expression. They're sorry for her awe. There is nothing more embarrassing than being torn apart in front of their faces like this. The corner of her lips covered with a bitter smile. For this matter she should have thought of it long ago, shouldn't she? If not someone tipped off, how could they come so fast? But no, not now to be caught. In that villa almost can't contact with the outside world. If she doesn't rush back, Zihui may be so sick and die there. Gritting her teeth, Qin Chuchu tightly tugged on those bags while running wildly away. Those fine stones on the street mercilessly pierced into her feet. She can only grunt in pain, and then let the tears keep rolling down to vent her boundless pain. However, the next second, Qin Chuchu fell to the ground without any warning, her legs twitching unconsciously. Her face became more and more hideous, a huge sense of pain swept over the sky, bean-sized beads of sweat knotted up on her forehead, slowly sliding down. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Snap. But Qin Mingyu raised his hand to Qin Chuchu as a slap. Because of her, but to the Qin family lost a big face. And regardless of the child in the belly is whose, dressed like this in the street running around, it is enough to make him feel that the face of course there is no survival, not to mention yesterday there are people rumors about what she was humiliated by the beggar and things like that. This was even more so that Qin Mingyu was burning with rage. It's too late to explain. Qin Ziyu served over one of the store's dishes, and then directly sprinkled onto Qin Chuchu's body while aggressively saying, "It's you, this woman, who actually fooled around with a bunch of beggars yesterday, really disgracing our Qin family, a woman who doesn't care about her body so much, really a disgrace to our Qin family." Qin Ziyu's words set off a small storm amongst the crowd, and the voices of the people talking grew louder and louder. I don't know who took the lead, but all the people around actually threw dishes and some unwanted things at Qin Chuchu's body. The stench spread out immediately, Qin Chuchu's face changed drastically, and a nausea was born from her heart. Chapter 17 Chapter 16 My woman, who dares to move? My woman, who dares to move? Her face instantly turns white. Qin Chuchu tries to struggle to get up, but the reaction of the crowd around her is just too drastic, not allowing her to have a chance to resist at all. It was hard to stand up, but she was pushed down again by the crowded crowd. Qin Chuchu shrieked out in shock, and then stretched out her hand to protect her stomach. No, if it goes down like this, the baby will definitely die. Don't. Screaming out, Qin Chuchu closed her eyes in resignation, tears unconsciously overflowing from the corners of her eyes. Why is it like this? Why is there someone high-minded, pushing her mercilessly into despair? The tip of her nose came from the familiar male flavor. Zihui's wild breath instantly wrapped around Qin Chuchu's, and the original apprehensive heart seemed to have been pacified in that instant as if it had also been pacified, and gradually followed and calmed down. Zihui looked at the surrounding crowd with a cold face, and then spoke with an iron face, "My woman, who dares to move?" One word made the surrounding people instantly stunned in place. No one saw where this wretched man drilled out from, because he was dressed like this. There would be no one at all who could see that this man was the CEO of Goose Group. Which CEO would wear pajamas and step on slippers to hug a woman in distress on the street? His gaze chilled slightly before staring at Qin Chuchu's feet and the things she was carrying in her hands, the deathly protection of her stomach and the tears of despair out of the corner of her eyes. Every scene was one of the deepest irritations for Zihui. Damn it, what exactly did these people do to Qin Chuchu? Fists suddenly clenched, Zihui wobbled to keep his balance, and then helped Qin Chuchu up and protected behind him. Staring angrily at the people around him, he would not spare any of these people. Zihui, aren't you still sick? Who told you to get up? Didn't I cover you? Zihui cold eyes swept, and then glanced at the woefully unrecognizable Qin Chuchu, then coldly said, "Shut up, you should no want to betray me, fleeing from what price I will pay." Qin Chuchu, I really overestimated you. Originally thought that you would honor the contents of the agreement and obediently stay by my side, but even want to escape? Humph. Escape? Betray? What the hell was Zihui talking about? The aggression that had originally accumulated within her heart burst out in an instant. Qin Chuchu raised her hand high, and then instantly threw the dishes and rice in her hand on the ground. Who is she doing this for? Zihui actually had the nerve to say that she betrayed. With a hint of a desperate smile on the corner of her mouth, Qin Chuchu staggered back several steps before she fell back to sit on the ground. Slightly raising her eyes are filled with an inexplicable sadness. Zihui, I was blind to want to help you get your fever down. I was blind to come out to buy porridge and rice to get through the day. I, Qin Chuchu, was crazy to run out to help you buy cooking materials. It was me who was blind. Enough. Heart suddenly tightened. Zihui already did not have the mood to continue to listen to Qin Chuchu will say the rest of the words. In fact, just now he was able to think of it when he saw those things, but unfortunately, the anger overwhelmed his mind, and even said such excessive words to her. Zihui slowly walked forward, reached out his hand to help Qin Chuchu up, and then pulled her into his arms. With a hint of hoarse voice spoke, "I'm sorry, it's me who misunderstood. I thought." The rest of Zihui's words were interrupted by Qin Mingyu before he had a chance to say them. With a light humph, Qin Mingyu directly walked forward in large strides, and then pulled Qin Chuchu directly back from Zihui's arms, and then viciously threw it on the ground, before he pointedly opened his mouth and said, "Good today the father of this child finally appeared, right? Qin Chuchu, you have really disgraced our Qin family. Our Qin family actually raised a white-eyed wolf like you. For a man like this to presume to be able to climb up our Qin family is simply a fool's errand." His voice was a bit harsh, but it also caused the corners of Zihui's lips to rise slightly. Can't climb up? For this kind of small person Zihui had never put it in his eyes before. The pain coming from her buttocks made Qin Chuchu couldn't help but frown and let out a low cry, and the pain coming from the center of her foot became more and more unbearable. Struggling to stretch out her hand, Qin Chuchu slowly extends her hand to barely wrench her foot over, and then slowly pulls out the small stones in the wound one by one, and every now and then a low sound of pain will come out. Originally it should be a trivial sound, but in Zihui's ears, it is particularly harsh. If he could come earlier, perhaps he would not have met such a thing. A burst of guilt in his heart, slowly walked forward, stretching out his hand to pick up Qin Mingyu's collar. Zihui's eyes were full of provocative color and spoke, "My woman, what are your qualifications to touch?" Not expecting this man to suddenly make such a move, Qin Mingyu froze for a while before he came back to his senses and loudly rebuked, "It's you, this man, that's why you've disgraced our Qin family. It's true that it's born from a cheap bastard, even the daughter reveals a slutty odor. Qin Mingyu's words caused Qin Chuchu, who was sitting on the side, to have her expression stagnate, and then in its place was a wave of anger. She bit her lower lip to death, unwilling to let out a single sound. However, her body still involuntarily trembled, and that kind of resentment was something Zihui had never seen before, but he was not curious, as if he had known about this matter for a long time. With a low laugh, Qin Mingyu pushed Zihui away with force, and then laughed eerily. It must be aborted, this child must be aborted. Possibly due to being sick, Zihui seemed to have a feeling of not being able to exert any strength, and shook himself slightly before he could barely stand on his feet. Abort? Don't kid yourself. The agreement he set with Qin Chuchu was born because of this child, and if he were to abort the child at this time, he would be strangling his flesh and blood with his own hands. This kind of thing he would never allow. But at this time, Qin Ziyu but suddenly enchanting smile walked to the side of Qin Chuchu, squatted down and opened his mouth. Really unexpected. You actually will look at such a man, even if it is a beggar on the side of the road. Is also much more noble than he is going to come, right? Qin Ziyu's voice caused a burst of laughter from the people around her. Qin Chuchu's face was a little ugly and then did not answer. With her head slightly lowered, she looks as if she is somewhat lost. A wave of anger was born from the heart. Zihui swung his fist and smashed it directly into Qin Mingyu's face. His woman he didn't even bother to reprimand. What is he? How dare he humiliate Qin Chuchu in the middle like this? Looking at her innocent eyes, Zihui's fist increased its strength a little, but this time it caused a clamor. Qin Ziyu puts on a look of panic, and then gets up and pulls away from Qin Chuchu, as if Qin Chuchu would do something to hurt her. Only to see her backing up, and then hiding in the middle of the crowd, she coaxed, anti-la, this pair of adulterous couple even dared to hit the old man in public, really shameless. In a moment, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation and kept on smashing at Zihui with things. Qin Chuchu's face instantly turned pale. It's bad, the consequences of angering this man are not simple. She tried to stop, but was ruthlessly pushed away. If not for Zihui suddenly stood up and pulled her into his arms, I'm afraid Qin Chuchu would have fallen into a dog shit again. Holding a hint of cold smile, Zihui nodded and toured the surrounding circle of people, and then his eyes tightly locked in Qin Ziyu's body. This woman has not less push waves. When the time comes, absolutely want to be the first to pull her to make an example of the chicken. Stretching out his hand and rubbing his somewhat sore brow, Zihui then blandly spoke, very well, you'll have to pay the price for this. Without making any movements, the surroundings were silent. At this moment, the kind of aura emanating from Zihui's body caused some chills. That kind of natural domineering aura could not be concealed at all, and the people around subconsciously shivered, which realized that the man in front of them did not seem to be as simple as they had imagined. Who knew that Zihui but suddenly turned around and looked behind him, and then his thin lips slightly opened and slowly opened his mouth. Come out when you've seen enough. The dense crowd was slowly pushed out of the way, and a man with eyes held a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then answered, before he belatedly walked to Zihui's side. He'd sked a few times before his sight slowly narrowed from Zihui's body. It was unthinkable that the CEO of the multinational Gu Group would have such a wretched side. With a gloomy face, Zihui's eagle-like eyes slowly locked onto the man with glasses before he said in a cold voice, have you laughed enough? The atmosphere was once again frozen in an instant, and the man with the glasses scrambled to collect that cynical look on his face, turning into another person's appearance in an instant. Only to see him slowly pacing up and down before brushing past Zihui. His eyes were a little cloudy. With a hint of doubt glanced at Qin Chuchu, who was sitting on the ground before he opened his mouth. Don't worry, the next thing is left to me to deal with, but I say. You this Gu Group's CEO, the mix is really woeful. This woman immediately with that face, is enough to make this world upside down. While Qin Mingyu was staggered in place, for a moment did not know what to make a reaction over. This face is too familiar to him, but why would this man be with Qin Chuchu and that strange wolfish man? From the form of their conversation just now, he seems to be still a bit timid to that man. This is, in the end, what is going on? While Qin Ziyu looks like she didn't see anything in general, shouting loudly, look actually dare to look for helpers to come, this woman is really too shameless. But when she just finished this sentence, that glasses man perched up, almost in the blink of an eye his hand directly covered the side of her face, gently rubbing it. The smile on the corner of his mouth lingered for a long time. You? Qin Ziyu was shocked and exclaimed in a low voice. She simply did not see when this man walked to her side. Only to see him elegantly push his eyes on the bridge of his nose, before he slowly said, woman, it's better to have a cleaner mouth. Chapter 18 Chapter 17 Yu Hao. Yu Hao. Just as Qin Ziyu was about to raise her hand to give him an earful, Qin Mingyu suddenly grimaced and then loudly rebuked, Ziyu stop it, this man can't be offended. Qin Mingyu's voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Qin Ziyu, who was planning to slap the other party's hand, also froze, and then her hand was raised high in mid-air and did not fall. Surprised, she looked at Qin Mingyu, and her four eyes met. Only to see Qin Mingyu shaking his head seriously, looking as if he was not joking. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Qin Ziyu seriously looked at the man in front of her, although he looked cynical, but if he was serious, he was quite durable. He had a slightly straight nose, a handsome face like a knife, and the eyes on the bridge of his nose had a faint glow from the sun. This person's body exuded an intangible aura, causing people's eyes to move towards his body. Rao Qingqing's face was also a little unsightly, shivering a little as she stepped back in a row and said, "This man is Yu Hao. Yu Hao." Everyone was stunned by this name, and then they all turned their gazes to the man with glasses. It was rumored that he had consecutively taken a PhD and master's degree position within 3 years, and pursued a medical specialty, and tightly took a year to take the professional physician's qualification certificate in the United States. The most intimidating thing was that the Yu family's medical engineering was also spread all over the country and branched out all over the world, and the technology was also the most advanced, and it could also be said that it monopolized more than half of the country's medical enterprises. It could be imagined that the Yu family's power was pivotal in any place, and for this man to actually make such a respectful demeanor towards the downtrodden man, it could be imagined that the identity of that man in the pajamas definitely wasn't that simple either. And if he hadn't heard wrong just now, Yu Hao should have said the words Goose Group CEO, right? Could it be that the man in front of him was? An instant, all the things were ballistically explained in these few seconds. Qin Mingyu's eyes instantly widened. If this matter is really as he thought this, then it will be bad. The strength of the Gu group was much more than that of the Yu family, and these two men were not something that his Qin family could afford to mess with, no matter which one of them it was. Cold sweat instantly emerged from his back. It was only at this time that he realized how serious this matter was. Even if the man on the ground is not Gu Zihui, just Yu Hao will give them a hard time. Just when Yu Hao is still pretending to be serious, Qin Chuchu's voice suddenly breaks the silence. "Gu Zihui, are you all right?" Her voice carried a little bit of anxiety, and the expression of helplessness on her face gave people a feeling of pity. Yu Hao frowned slightly, and then turned around, which hurriedly rushed to Gu Zihui's front, reached out his hand and lightly caressed the corner of his forehead. Sure enough, just now, his behavior looked so wrong, it turned out to be a fever. Surely it's the reason why he blew the sea breeze all night last night? With a low curse, Yu Hao then bent down and picked Gu Zihui up directly on his shoulders, and then Qin Chuchu also endured the pain on her feet, and then stumbled after the two of them. If she stayed here, she must not have a way to live. Qin Chuchu has always been well aware of this point. With a complex look, Qin Chuchu slowly turned back to look at the several shopkeepers who betrayed her, and her eyes were filled with a wounded look. And then, with no more hint of lingering in her eyes, she quickly turns her head to catch up with the pace of the people in front of her. But surprisingly, Yu Hao seems to have no intention of helping Qin Chuchu, stretching out his hand to pull open the door of his car, and then patiently placed Gu Zihui in the back seat before he slowly walked back to the driver's seat. Not waiting for Qin Chuchu to come up, he drove his car, disappeared in Qin Chuchu's line of sight. What the hell is going on? Qin Chuchu was confused. But now eating the foot to chase up his obviously irrational behavior, under the helpless Qin Chuchu had to detour a little, and then the hand tightly clutched just by food left over the change to go to another remote street. Because of the injury on her foot, Qin Chuchu had to spend twice as much time before she managed to buy some of the things she had purchased earlier. At this moment, she is already extremely tired. Sitting at the street corner, Qin Chuchu briefly rests up while recalling the conversation just now. Yu Hao. This name seems like she has seen it somewhere, but she can't recall it. Gently knocking her head, Qin Chuchu then stood up again. If she leaves now, she should be able to make it back to Zihui's villa before the sun sets. After self-consoling, Qin Chuchu then limps and slowly walks over according to the memorized position, not knowing that her movements have long been watched in the eyes. Inside the luxurious villa, the surrounding area is covered with exquisite murals, but more are presented with women naked body, the appearance of a million to let people cannot help but think about. From this arrangement, one can tell what kind of personality the owner of this villa is. Through the white room, Yu Hao's voice cut through the air and opened. You said she walked back to Huey's villa alone and barefoot? The man on the other end of the phone's voice seemed to be trembling a little, subconsciously swallowed his saliva, his pace slowly stopped, and then stared at Qin Chuchu's back before he opened his mouth to say, yes, there is absolutely no mistake. That direction is Mr. Gu Zihui's private villa on the beach, there is absolutely no mistake. That is a large area of the beach. On the front road, all the way almost all crisscrossed with branches and a variety of small stones and chowder. If he did not remember correctly, the woman's feet should have been scratched only right. And after crossing that forest was a large beach. He couldn't help but frown. This was one of the most painful trials and tribulations for an injured foot. That woman should know about this thing. Shun Tishi, why is she still so stubbornly deciding to walk back? Qin Chuchu only felt that she would fall to her knees at any time, and that intense pain under her feet was almost going to take away her sanity. Touch. Finally, still can't endure that kind of drilling like pain. Qin Chuchu fell to the ground in response to the sound, raising a trace of fine young sand. Coughing lightly, only then did Qin Chuchu forcefully hold back the tears in her eyes and slowly sat up on her knees. Worryingly glancing at the things in her hands, after confirming that she hadn't lost or dropped a single thing, she then quietly sighed in relief. Considering the wounds under her feet, Qin Chuchu couldn't care less about her image, and the whole person directly plopped down on the beach. The beach in the afternoon is like being on a barbecue grill. The scorching temperature almost burns her skin. Bean-sized beads of sweat slowly rolled down from her full and polished forehead, and then one drop after another disappeared into the sand. Everything just happened in a moment. Looked up at the road ahead, Qin Chuchu's heart more or less some melancholy. This is if the change in the past, as long as to walk a few steps to the road, at the moment with the crawling, even so strenuous. Head slightly lowered, biting a bag of vegetables, and then use both hands while pushing things forward, while sitting on the ground with his feet on his knees, and then slowly advancing on his knees like this. The man who was returning Qin Chuchu's situation had his pupils contracting violently. The stimulation of this scene was simply too great for him. This is in the end how a woman This temperature, and not to mention her, even his kind of trained men feel a little hot-headed, not to mention that she is still directly affixed to that hot beach. That kind of pain is not 3 or 2 words can be said. When he heard this, Yuhao's brow furrowed slightly, and then slowly lifted his foot up to directly set it on the table, before slowly opening his mouth. Is that so? That man raised his hand and lightly wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Wasn't that woman hot? Just looking at her movements, he felt hot and dry. In the end, what kind of faith is supporting her to move forward? But if he knew that Qin Chuchu was the mother of a 1-month pregnant child, I wonder what he would think. Subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, monitoring Qin Chuchu's man only then opened his mouth to continue to ask, yes, but she is crawling for a while, should be able to get to the villa. I still have to continue to monitor? Silently lighting a cigarette, Yuhao's eyes flashed a complex look, without the slightest hint of frivolity, slowly spitting out the smoke, before he leisurely said, no need, come back, this is already enough. The man on this end nodded, before hanging up the phone. With some concern, he glanced at the woman not far away, before he hurriedly turned around and left. Finally, after spending almost an hour, Qin Chuchu finally climbed onto the concrete floor. While her pajama pants had long been worn out, the blood on her knees was even mixed with the concrete sand. Secretly gritted her teeth and gently wiped away the tears that were swirling in her eyes. Only then did Qin Chuchu barely manage to hold onto the wall and stand up, whispering to herself, it hurts. Zihui, you bastard, you went to get away with it yourself, but let me suffer here alone. With her feet almost curled up together, Qin Chuchu's walking posture looks even more weird and awesome. After limping to the room, Qin Chuchu directly walked back to the hall. If she remembers correctly, there should be a first aid kit in one of the cabinets in this hall. She saw it in the morning when she was looking for the key. With her memory, Qin Chuchu quickly searched for the first aid kit, and then endured the pain and started to sterilize herself. From time to time in the hall came the sound of her taking pain and sucking in her breath. The night is as cool as water. This time the villa and the temperature in the afternoon at that time just became a great contrast. Cowering for a moment, Qin Chuchu stared at the heart of the foot that was wrapped in a miserable sight. Some helpless don't open the head. After hesitating for a moment before rolling and crawling back to the room, locking the door with force, Qin Chuchu only then breathed a sigh of relief, and then powerlessly paralyzed on the bed. Without a moment, Qin Chuchu slowly fell asleep with the tiredness and wounds. The wind outside the window was blowing a little strong, but it seems that none of it can affect her sleep in general. At the dawn of day, Zihui's brows are slightly furrowed, and then he slowly opens his eyes. Looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, he sat up alertly, his head still carrying a slight sense of dizziness. Somewhat feebly, he reached out and gently softened his temples, and only after glancing around the room did Zihui lay back down on the pillows. The soft cushion was concave in an instant, forming a most comfortable angle for Zihui. With this kind of room dressing, other than that man, Yuhao, he couldn't think of anyone else who would like this style. Chapter 19, Chapter 18, A Subtle Atmosphere. Subtle atmosphere. Just when Zihui hadn't even woken up for a while, the door was opened with a creak. Raising his eyes to look at the man outside the door, he only laughed softly before lying back down again. Seeing this kind of reckless action, it wasn't hard to imagine how close the relationship between him and Yuhao was. Yuha didn't take offense and threw the door shut again, then casually threw his jacket to one side, before lying directly into Zihui's bed with a hint of provocation, teasingly lifting his jaw gently, then opened his eyes half-narrowed and said, "It looks like you haven't died yet." However, this kind of ambiguous atmosphere was maintained tightly for less than a second before Zihui's hand was forcefully slapped open. With the heir of this medical family in place, even if he wanted to die, he would have to ask King of Hell to be capable enough. Stretching out his hand to soften his brow, Zihui rolled over and stood up, and then pulled together the robe on his body before he half closed his eyes and fell into a deep thought and opened his mouth to say, "I seem to have forgotten something." The corners of Yuhao's mouth slightly stiffened for a moment, and then used a smile to directly cover the past spoke. "Don't tell me what contract again, signing? Women? Or money, aren't those all easy for you?" If his words were to be put in a normal day, Zihui would at most just laugh it off, but when he mentioned the word woman, Zihui's body slightly stiffened for a moment, then slowly turned to look at Yuhao's position. He remembered, yesterday he should have been looking for Qin Chuchu on the street only, and then seemed to fight with Qin Mingyu, and after that, he was dazed and could not remember anything, only remembering that Qin Chuchu's entire feet were almost all wounds. And her clothes were emitting a foul odor. She is pregnant, she should not be able to suffer this kind of irritating smell, right? Lowering his eyebrows, he glanced around, but he did not find any trace related to Qin Chuchu. Yuha knew that Zihui had already noticed something, and then simply fell silent and pretended to be deaf. The relationship between Zihui and Yuha could not be surpassed by anyone, and this tiny movement of his naturally fell into his eyes. With a hint of coldness, Zihui quickly walks back to the bed, and then stares at Yuha and whispers, "Where is the woman who was with me yesterday?" With a slight bing in his complexion, Yuha's expression didn't make too much of a contrast. He had also considered the fact that Zihui would ask about the woman's matter, only what he didn't expect was that it was her that he asked about as soon as he got up. With a hint of anger, Yuha stretched out his hand and directly detained Zihui's body, and then pressed it straight against his chest. The distance between the two of them was almost just a nose tip away, and Yuha's eyes carried a hint of loss that was hard to hide before he whispered, "Is that woman really that important to you? You have to know what your purpose of approaching her is, and ask yourself what you really feel for her right now." Yuha's breath gently slapped Zihui's face, the burning heat almost engulfing the two. Zihui stretched out his hand to support the strength of his body, and then deliberately maintained the distance between the two people before he opened his mouth with a slight gasp. "I know what I'm approaching her for, I don't need you to remind me 3 times, I'm going to ask you one more time, where the hell is she right now?" This kind of violent anger from him was something that Yuha had never even thought of. With a hint of unfamiliar look, Yuha stretched out his hand to push Zihui away, and then stood up with a cold face and walked towards the door, but Zihui stretched out his hand and clasped the back of his wrist tightly, and then exerted a little bit of force, as if he was transmitting some kind of realization in general. With a cold smile, Yuha vacated a hand, and then pushed Zihui's hand away, before he twisted his head and opened his mouth. "She's gone back to your villa by the sea, she's really special, and she's still able to live in the villa over there." And then all that was left for Zihui was a back shadow. In the next second it disappeared without a trace. If not for the fact that the bed was still in a slightly messy formation at the moment, he would almost be mistaken to think that it was just a fantasy scenario. "Yuhao." Murmuring, Zihui hurriedly pulled open the cupboard, and then casually chose a set of clothes that he liked more, before rushing out of the villa. For this villa, he was like the master. Between walking without a trace of constraint, for the layout of this place seems to be very familiar with the general. Without detouring much, he directly walked to the exit. Yuhao, who should have disappeared, was sitting in his car, and then looked at Zihui with a relaxed and comfortable face, without the appearance of the kind of small temperament just now. Zihui did not say much, quickly pulled open the door of the passenger seat, and then skillfully sat in, and quickly fastened the seatbelt. Everything almost happened in the blink of an eye, and Yuha didn't think much. To be honest, he also quite wanted to see what kind of a situation that woman was in now. After yesterday's toss, he really didn't know what kind of a mess she would end up in now. With a mocking smile on his lips, Yuha directly pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, and the whole car was like a wild horse that had taken off the reins, quickly running away, leaving behind only the dust raised along the way and the wind that whistled in his ears. In less than an hour, the two of them were directly exercising the path on the trail, and then successfully arrived at Zihui's villa by the beach. Due to his special setup, the two of them could only walk on foot, and the ground still had a hint of dampness on it at the moment. However, Yuhao's face changed slightly. If he didn't remember wrongly, yesterday he sent to follow Qin Chuchu's people to return. That time she was crawling like this to walk over it. That time the temperature of the sand boiling hot, don't need to think about it much to know how unbearable it is. Raising his head and glancing at the closed villa not far away, his heart was still more or less shaken. There is no one around, which means that woman succeeded, is it? Taking in Yuhao's expression, Zihui's heart secretly screamed that it was not good, and then accelerated his steps towards the entrance of the villa. I don't know whether it's because Yuhao's medical equipment and technology is good or Zihui's own physique is different from normal people. Only after a night's rest, the next morning will be so vigorous, how can we not call for people to admire? Gently knocking on the door, but there was not the slightest reaction inside the door. Zihui's face flashed a trace of impatience, and then continued to increase the force of knocking. His intuition told him that Qin Chuchu was inside. With a hint of worry, Zihui raises his head and yells loudly at the window, "Qin Chuchu, open the door for me." Clang! The sound of a bowl breaking came from within the hall all of a sudden, and naturally, Zihui didn't let go of this tiny sound. Just as he was about to continue screaming, the door was suddenly slowly twisted. With a hint of vigilance, Qin Chuchu was the first to poke out a small head, which then turned left and right before locking her gaze on the two men in front of her. As her eyes move to the left, Qin Chuchu's body instantly tenses up. Isn't this man the same man who left her alone in the same place yesterday, and at this moment he even appeared here? Her eyes with a hint of hatred color, and Zihui cannot be puzzled, reach out his hand will directly pull the door open, but his movements in the next second froze. Qin Chuchu's body is just wrapped in the quilt, and then the white toes fall outside, hidden gully as if at any time will be exposed in front of the eyes generally. The knot in his throat rolled slightly. Zihui frowned and directly closed the door, blocking Yuhao outside, as if he was afraid that he would see something he shouldn't see. Zihui's face is a bit ironic, and then angrily said, "Which man are you planning to seduce dressed like this?" Qin Chuchu's face was stifled, and then she raised her hand and fiercely shook off Zihui's hand, and then she pouted and loudly retorted, "Where did I go? I didn't bring a change of clothes with me, and in this villa, apart from the sheet, there's nothing that can cover my body at all." After being told this by Qin Chuchu, Zihui's movements were also slightly sluggish for a moment. It seems to be so right. This house is also a few days ago he made up the bed on a whim, the rest of the place is almost untouched. It is no wonder that this woman had to go out to buy those vegetables and rice cereals that day. However, when he reached out his hand to hold Qin Chuchu's wrist to explain, she reflexively threw away her hand, and then backed up. Who knows that if this is not resisting the words good, a backward instantly will be involved in the wound. Staggered a bit, Qin Chuchu directly fell to the ground, the pain of tears almost ran out. At this time, the wound on her foot was also exposed in an instant. Although it was wrapped with a thick layer of gauze, it was still stained with a large area of blood that had already dried up. Zihui's brows frowned tightly, and then reached out his hand to hold her ankle tightly before he spoke, "What in the hell is going on here?" Being gripped to the wound, Qin Chuchu panicked and retracted her foot, like a frightened deer tightly cowering her body, her clear big eyes written with helplessness. His heart ached a little. He quickly took off his own jacket, and then he granted it on her body, and only then he spoke with a hint of heartache, "It's okay, I'll take care of it, put your clothes on first, I've brought a doctor over." Although she doesn't know what Zihui is trying to express, but the latter sentence Qin Chuchu still understands, and nods her head obediently, before reaching out her hand to slowly put the jacket on. When Qin Chuchu buttoned up the last button, she met Zihui's longing look. Her face slightly flushed for a while, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Chapter 20 Chapter 19 Pregnancy Vomiting. Pregnancy Vomiting. Forcing his line of sight back, Zihui then coughed lightly, which he used to hide his embarrassment. And then he yelled loudly, "Are you dressed yet? It's just a dress, so inked up." Qin Chuchu deflated her mouth and didn't say anything, but an aggrieved look even made Zihui's breathing speed up a bit. This woman is really a demon. Doesn't she know how cute she is with this action right now? The small abdomen was tight. Zihui panicked, "Don't open his head," and then walked directly to the door. Seemingly with a hint of worry, he once again turns back to confirm that Qin Chuchu has already put her clothes on before quickly unscrewing the door. Yuhao's face is a bit ugly, staring at Zihui without saying anything. Just for the sake of this woman, he even locked him directly outside? This kind of thing was unprecedented in the past. With a hint of vigilance in his eyes, Yuhao slowly sized up the woman sitting on the ground at this time. It is this woman. Her destiny shouldn't be to be loved by everyone. A woman like her is destined to walk on a stranger's path. Seeing Yuhao revealing that expression, Zihui secretly screamed that it was bad, and then lightly coughed, which lent itself to bumping into him, and then sternly spoke, "Quickly go and help her deal with it." Yuhao's gaze hesitated slightly before he lowered his body and squatted to the ground in a muffled voice, and then directly uncovered the bandages that Qin Chuchu had managed to tie on. His movements are a little rough, not at all like the gentle ones in the past days. Hiss. Qin Chuchu's face is slightly twisted, and then she draws back a breath in pain, and her eyes are a little red. The Dr. Gu Zihui spoke of can't be referring to this man, right? But why is he looking at her with a bit of resentment? If he is to say that there is resentment, it should also be her belly full of resentment, right? Yesterday, if he did not leave her alone in the same place, she would not be in such a miserable state now. Ah! Just as Qin Chuchu just screamed out, Yuhao's eyes widened, and then the evil-speaking camera said, "What are you screaming for? Shut up, can't you endure this bit of pain?" Looking at the torn open wound, Qin Chuchu's body subconsciously trembled. This man definitely did it on purpose. If it was torn apart in detail, it would never have touched the wound that is already turned into pus. Tears welling up in her eyes, Qin Chuchu looked up at Gu Zihui in disbelief, clearly not understanding what is going on. If this man is really a doctor, then her actions are gentle enough to be more than a doctor. Finally, Gu Zihui also noticed that something was wrong, and then opened his mouth to curb it. "How, you've had enough, this is not the time for a temper tantrum. I need gauze, fresh gauze, this gauze is already dirty, I have to buy a new one." Yuhao didn't bother to answer Gu Zihui's question. Instead, he directly sat on the ground, and then pushed Qin Chuchu's miserable legs directly away from him, placing his hands across his chest and opened his mouth. Gu Zihui's brow furrowed, for this word seems to be a bit puzzled in general, and then whispered, "Fresh? Now." Yuhao didn't say anything, just staring tightly at the side of the room without speaking. Although he is a little worried about leaving the two of them alone, but forced to do so, Gu Zihui can only choose to compromise. Whispering to Qin Chuchu didn't know what to say, only then Gu Zihui stood up again and picked up the key placed on the table. Gu Zihui glanced down at the napkin that fell all over the floor stained with blood, only then slowly crossed his feet and walked over to the doorway, and only after a pause did he continue to open his mouth. "How, you should know my bottom line." Yuhao didn't reply, just quietly maintained a posture. It was only when Gu Zihui closed the door and left far away that Yuhao stood up again, and then slowly sat down on the hall. However, his line of sight also resided on the napkins all over the floor. The blood stained on it seemed to have only slightly dried up. It looked like she didn't know how to deal with wounds either, so it was no wonder that she had turned into pus like that. With a disdainful light laugh, "To make her serve a lowly woman like this, that's absolutely impossible." Qin Chuchu's foot center continuously bubbles up with new blood, and the feeling of pain once again spreads to her limbs and bones. Yesterday, she had wrapped it for a long time before the blood stopped. This man definitely did it on purpose. Qin Chuchu sat down on her knees in anger, and then used her own hands to support her body, before she turned to look at Yuhao's position and questioned, "If you don't want to help, don't touch me. I don't even know where I've offended you. If I say that I'm angry, I should be the one who should be angry, right? Why did you leave me there? Yesterday?" He suddenly felt a little funny. Was this woman questioning him? There didn't seem to be any friendship between the two of them, right? Who was he to let such a lowly woman sit in his luxurious car? Coldly casting a sidelong glance at Qin Chuchu, Yuhao then spoke condescendingly, "Because you don't deserve to be tainted with my things." Qin Chuchu's silver teeth clenched. This man really isn't a normal stinker. And then she simply turned around and went over to stop talking, but the blood under her feet flowed more and more, and the pungent smell of blood slowly drilled into the tip of her nose. That revolting feeling in her chest kept getting stupider and stupider. Somewhat unpleasantly murmuring, Qin Chuchu's body subconsciously trembled. No, can't throw up. She doesn't have any extra energy to wipe the floor anymore right now. Scanning the hall left and right, her gaze slowly placed to the restroom on her left. Not a lot, just go over there. Having secretly made up her mind, Qin Chuchu then let both knees fall to the floor again. And then her face instantly turns livid. Now she barely has a single piece of intact flesh, no matter if it's the center of her feet or her knees. A piece of redness or a bruise. The slightest touch was enough to make her break out in a cold sweat from the pain. That nausea meridian continuously bubbled up. Qin Chuchu could only clench her teeth, and then directly crawled over. Being startled by the sound of Qin Chuchu's position, Yuhao then turned his head to use the corner of his eye to glance at her position, but the realization was instantly unable to move away. What kind of a scene is this? The route behind Qin Chuchu's back was pulled apart in a good lengthy path of blood, which looked a bit shocking. The eyes slowly moved down with her body, and then landed on the center of her feet and knees. But it was not a very close look because it was on the side. In his heart, he was secretly shocked, so what that bodyguard said yesterday was the truth. That woman really is how she crawled from the opposite side of the beach. Subconsciously gulping, Yuhao tiptoed up and silently followed behind Qin Chuchu. It is like a kitten that is afraid of being discovered by its owner. Tears were swirling in her eyes, ready to roll down at any moment. Her knees are almost numb with pain and no feeling, but Qin Chuchu slowly crawls with her last ounce of will. Her pink and tender red lips are almost bitten through, only to see that she lowers her head on one side to gasp for breath, while softly reassuring herself, just a little bit more. A little bit more. Vomit. She didn't have a chance to say the rest of the words, because the sickening flavor instantly surged directly to the side of her chest in the next second, and after that, she vomited right out. The sound of Qin Chuchu's dry retching instantly came from the doorway of the restroom. Her back looks somewhat wretched, while her body is also trembling violently. The room did not know at what time it had been filled with the smell of blood. Yuhao slightly swayed for a moment, and then backed up repeatedly, bumping into the chair that was on one side, making a loud noise. Being startled, Qin Chuchu hurriedly covered her mouth, and then turned her head to look behind her in shock. A large bloodstain spreads along with her crawling route all the way to the starting point she just started from. If she doesn't look at it, it's okay. Qin Chuchu's pupils instantly widen, and then quickly let go of her hand, and unimaginative directly half bent over, and then desperately vomited. The stomach is a little cramped, Qin Chuchu's face becomes more and more stiff. Subconsciously stretched out her hand to gently cover her stomach, and then violently vomited. Yesterday didn't even have this strong feeling of nausea, how could this time? Yuhao be shocked, but he didn't miss Qin Chuchu's this action by mistake. Could it be that she already has a child in her stomach? Is this reflection pregnancy vomiting? As a doctor, her professional instinct instantly made her grab the point. Not being able to care so much, Yuhao gathered his cold as ice state, quickly walked up and directly helped Qin Chuchu up, avoiding her wounds, and then assisted her to run directly to the restroom. Although there is some surprise why Yuhao will suddenly help, but at this time Qin Chuchu has no time to care about this. As long as she can be relieved and comfortable, it's good. With Yuhao's help, Qin Chuchu got what she wanted, lying down by the toilet and dry heaving. By the time she finished vomiting, it was already half an hour later, and in the middle of it, Yuhao actually had a conscience and helped her pour a small cup of hot water over. Qin Chuchu was almost out of order, and her whole body was stuck to the wall, gasping helplessly. Just now, this nausea came too suddenly, almost catching her off guard. If it happens again next time, there will be no way to continue living. Carelessly glancing at Qin Chuchu's position, Yuhao's heart was trembling violently. This woman is actually a pregnant woman. Carrying Gu Zihui's child? However, the most surprising thing is not this, Yuhao's eyebrows are tightly wrinkled. This woman dragging her pregnancy and still being able to withstand this ordeal is really not simple. Nowadays, if a woman suffers a little injury, she will definitely be crying out for pain. She, however, had learned to endure. In the end, she couldn't resist the trembling in her heart, and Yuhao slowly walked up, and then spoke in a condescending tone, "Why didn't you beg me to help you just now?" Beg? Qin Chuchu lightly laughed, and then slowly shook her head and said, "It was precisely because I didn't want to beg you that I came on my own." Her answer was a bit unexpected. Yuhao let out a light laugh before he stretched out his hand to pick up Qin Chuchu before directly dragging her up as if he was preparing to throw a piece of trash. Qin Chuchu's face has a guarded look written all over it, before she vigilantly opens her mouth. "What do you want?" "Quickly let go." Who knows that Yuhao suddenly laughed, and then ambiguously brought his face to Qin Chuchu's ear, and then spoke with a hint of compulsion, "What for?" "What do you think? What can a lonely man and woman do?" Chapter 21 Chapter 20 Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Qin Chuchu's heart suddenly tightens, Yuhao's expression doesn't seem to be joking. Only the change in his mood is a little too fast, right? Just now, he still looked like he wanted to straighten her out, but now he seems to be smiling. His hand suddenly gripped Qin Chuchu's soft and boneless waist, and then pressed hard into his arms. Qin Chuchu's face instantly reddened, and then freed a hand to desperately droop behind Yuhao's back and cursed angrily, "Bastard, you let go of me." The sound of the key turning suddenly came from outside the door. Yuhao smiled evilly, before stretching out her hand and clasping it tightly behind his neck, and then forcefully pressed her head forward. Click. When the door opened, what Gu Zihui saw was Qin Chuchu took the initiative to throw herself into the arms of Yuhao, like lotus root arms as long as the hands tightly climbed on the neck of Yuhao, and Qin Chuchu's head slightly sideways, seems to be with Yuhao just kissed in general. The face of the face is a little bit embarrassed. Gu Zihui will be the door vigorously flung on, and then angrily walked in. He only just left not a moment ago. This woman is so re-looking at other men? A nameless anger was born from his heart. Great strides paced to the front of the two. Gu Zihui stretched out his hand and directly pulled Qin Chuchu away, and then heavily slammed back. Qin Chuchu unexpectedly, the whole person directly fell to sit on the ground. the stomach is a burst of pain like drilling, and then staggered to look up to the face of Gu Zihui. Why? She simply have not had time to explain, he directly pushed her away. With a gloomy face, Gu Zihui threw some gauze and disinfectant water that he had just bought directly on the ground. Yu Hao's expression carried some gravity, and then worriedly looked toward Gu Zihui's position before he spoke in a low voice and tried to explain, "Hui." Who knows that Gu Zihui waved his hand, and then spoke with a hint of gloomy expression, "It's fine, I know it's not your fault." Hearing this, Yu Hao nodded happily, like a small child who had gotten a reward, revealing a satisfied smile. Following that, he turned his head, and what hung on his face was a bizarre smile. Provocation was written all over his face, as if it was like a love rival meeting. Wait, love rivals meeting? Shocked by this appalling thought of her own, Qin Chuchu for a moment actually didn't know what to do. However, she doesn't have the chance to continue to be dumbfounded, because Gu Zihui reaches out his hand and tightly tugs on her collar, and the clothes that were not long approved with great difficulty are torn apart in an instant. Qin Chuchu's stunned expression was in his eyes. His deep brown pupils are now covered with a fierce look, with a hint of suppression, and then his sword eyebrows slightly straightened and said, "It looks like I'm spoiling you too much, huh?" Not allowing her to argue, Gu Zihui directly dragged her up, and then directly pulled her upstairs. Tears of aggrievement welled up in Qin Chuchu's eyes. Just now, she hadn't reacted to anything at all before she was directly pushed away. All of these things happened in just a split second, leaving her staggered. And the culprit of this matter is precisely that man. Yu Hao. What exactly is his purpose? Why is he trying to make things difficult for her at every turn and provoking the relationship between her and Gu Zihui again? Qin Chuchu shivered and bit her lower lip, and then desperately slapped his back, and then hissed and opened his mouth, "Gu Zihui, let go of me, I didn't do anything at all." But Gu Zihui was burning with rage at this time, where to listen to Qin Chuchu's words. Without saying anything, he directly picked her up by the waist and walked into the room with big steps. With a kick of his foot, he directly closed the door. After that, he even threw Qin Chuchu directly onto the soft big bed without any mercy. With a muffled grunt, before Qin Chuchu could cry out in pain, Gu Zihui's entire body directly bullied her, not giving her the chance to react. The pain coming from her stomach became more and more obvious. Qin Chuchu's hand deeply gouged into Gu Zihui's back, and then tearfully shook her head and opened her mouth. "Gu Zihui, things are not what you think, I didn't do it, I really didn't do anything." The anger on Gu Zihui's face became more and more obvious, stretching out his hand to tightly choke her throat, and then spoke sinisterly, "Shut up, you bitch. It's true that you're just as cheap as her, a vile woman who can only ever use people." He frees a hand and quickly rips the quilt wrapped around Qin Chuchu's body. Gu Zihui's breathing instantly intensifies. Even though the two of them have already had skin-to-skin contact, this is the first time when they are awake with each other. Before, he wanted the child to be safe and sound, so he had been holding back, but now this woman actually did something like this, then it's not his fault. Now that anger has taken over his reason, all of his actions are completely out of instinct. The sound of Qin Chuchu's cries inside the door spread through the villa in an instant, while the corner of Yu Hao's mouth rose slightly, and when he was about to go up to watch the show, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the place where she had just been sitting on her knees. The gaze instantly chills, unlike that red color before. The place where Qin Chuchu was kneeling and sitting before stayed a demure red color, and following the traces that were pulled up by Gu Zihui, there were a few blood stains mingled together respectively. His face instantly stiffened. Bad. That woman is pregnant. If this goes on, then it will cause the child to miscarry. Temporarily can't care about this kind of small-minded heart. Yu Hao 3 steps and 2 steps, directly stride running up the stairs. Good thing Gu Zihui did not lock the door, so Yu Hao can directly screw open the door handle, and then walk in. However, Gu Zihui's body stiffened in mid-air. As Yu Hao thought, the bedsheet had long been stained with a large swath of blood red. Gu Zihui's eyes were a bit straight, and his eyes were even covered with fine blood. Who could tell him what the hell was going on? It was only until this time that his sanity came back slightly. Qin Chuchu's body was almost covered with wounds, no matter if it was her knees or the center of her feet, or even her legs. "Hoi!" Yu Hao just squeaked out. Gu Zihui reflexively directly stretched out his hand to cover the quilt on the bed directly over Qin Chuchu's body, fearing that he would see something he shouldn't see in general. And Qin Chuchu at this time has not been before the kind of hissing strength, the whole body trembling, cowering, constantly spasms. The face is also transformed into a miserable white, looks like it is not less suffer. Gu Zihui's face was no better, obviously confused by this sudden situation. Turning his head stiffly, he blandly said, "What is it?" Yu Hao's eyes at this moment no longer have the same kind of vengeful pleasure just now. He is a doctor, so he understands Qin Chuchu's feelings at this moment more than anyone else. That kind of cone-like pain is not something that ordinary people can endure. Not only is it a physical pain, but the mind will also bring indelible trauma. If Qin Chuchu was an ordinary passerby, Yuhao wouldn't even give her a second glance, but Gu Zihui is different for her, and if this matter is found out that he did something, then Gu Zihui will definitely not let him go. It was precisely because he had this in mind that he was even more nervous than Gu Zihui. His body quickly leaned forward, and then he threw the door vigorously shut before walking directly in front of Gu Zihui, and then anxiously opened his mouth. The child will miscarry. What? The baby will miscarry? Gu Zihui's expression instantly froze on his face, and then he looked at Yuhao in dismay. His eyes didn't look like he was joking. Stunned, he turned to look at Qin Chuchu, whose face was twisted, and she looked like she was in pain. And as Yuhao is a professional doctor, Gu Zihui naturally won't doubt his words, and only after this did he lose his mind and open his mouth in a low voice and ask himself, how could it be? I haven't even done anything yet, how could it be possible? Yuhao quickly walked forward and was about to reach out his hand to touch Qin Chuchu when Gu Zihui suddenly reached out a hand out of thin air, curbing his movements in place. Doubtfully turning around, Gu Zihui's kind of persistence puzzled him. Could he just watch this woman die? Although he was puzzled, there was a hint of elation between his eyes, and he coughed lightly, which quickly covered up that elation, before putting on a serious look and speaking, if we don't save her, she will bleed to death. Frowning hesitantly, Gu Zihui then murmured to himself, will she die? Yuhao nodded his head without any appearance of lying. With regards to medical issues, he would never joke with a patient's life. Sword eyebrows slightly straightened, Gu Zihui then sidestepped his body to block Qin Chuchu's body, and then wrapped her upper body tightly with that quilt, and put the faded clothes back on. Gu Zihui then made away. Yuhao's face was a bit ugly. Borrowing the time Gu Zihui helped Qin Chuchu to organize her clothes, he quickly turned around and ran down the stairs, carrying up those medical drugs Gu Zihui had just bought and the things he originally owned in the first aid kit. It's good that he bought a lot of them, so they can be useful at this time. Hurriedly pushing open the door, Yuhao's silhouette flashed and directly opened the door and ran in. The situation was much more serious than he had imagined. But when Yuhao's hand just reached between Qin Chuchu's legs, Gu Zihui suddenly stretched out his hand again to stop his movement, and then spoke with a gloomy face, you go and drive the car, now immediately send him to the nearest hospital, just simply stopping the bleeding won't do much, right? Yuhao nodded in dismay, and then threw the things in his hand casually. This grass, according to the things Gu Zihui ordered, directly turned his head and ran downstairs, and in a short while came the sound of the engine starting. The situation is urgent. Chapter 22 Chapter 21 Wasn't it good just now? Just now is not still good? Forced the heart that kind of uneasy feeling suppressed, Gu Zihui this directly Qin Chuchu lazily pick up, and then quickly ran to the downstairs. Her body is wrapped in some gauze, looks like Gu Zihui first simple for her to do some wound treatment. But it is still a drop in the bucket. Qin Chuchu was like a bloody person at the moment, with blood gushing out from all parts of her body. Her lips are already a little white, and her whole person looks even less spirited. She looked sickly as if she would die at any time. Gu Zihui's heart suddenly tightened, and then he reached out his hand and squeezed her wrist tightly before he spoke in an almost growling voice, Qin Chuchu, pull yourself together. Do you want to break the agreement? Regardless of what purpose he actually approached Qin Chuchu in the first place, but now this sense of near-death despair is rapidly spreading throughout his body, causing him to feel a wave of fear for no reason. He was too impulsive just now. If he could have calmed down and listened properly to Qin Chuchu at that time, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a thing. After secretly blaming himself, Gu Zihui then hurriedly opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce, and then directly stuffed Qin Chuchu into it. He himself made a sideways turn and followed suit. His face was tightly tensed, and then he nervously looked at Yuhao and opened his mouth. How, please? Yuhao didn't say anything, but directly proved his determination with his actions. The gas pedal was pressed to the limit almost at once, and then the entire Rolls-Royce seemed to rise up in the air, and the scenery by the window looked like it was on a train, rapidly going backwards. Gu Zihui's heart was a little suspended. Looking at her appearance, a sense of self-blame quickly spread to his limbs. Looking at the long road ahead, Gu Zihui couldn't help but whisper, faster, how? Yuhao's forehead was covered in a fine sweat at some point, and he didn't even have time to wipe it off before he pressed the gas pedal to the limit again. If this went on, he would be killed at any time. Even so, but he still continued to answer, it's already fast, I'm trying. Gu Zihui, who originally wanted to continue urging, was hardened by Qin Chuchu's voice, which stifled his words. Tears slid down the corners of Qin Chuchu's eyes, her brows were tightly closed as if she was enduring great pain, and then she frequently screamed, it hurts. It hurts. Her stomach hurts. My child, my child. It seems to be a subconscious cry of pain in general, because no matter what Zihui says to Qin Chuchu, she seems to be unable to listen. It was just repeating the sentence over and over again. While sitting in the driver's seat, Yuhao became more and more nervous. Faster than he imagined, Qin Chuchu has already started to fall into a coma? Turning the steering wheel in a circle, Yuhao then clasped the steering wheel with both hands tightly, and then opened his mouth with some urgency. We woke her up, absolutely cannot let her fall into a deep coma, otherwise it will be bad. Subconsciously wincing, Yuhao knew much more than him in this area, so he had to listen. Stretching out his hand to avoid Qin Chuchu's wound as much as possible, and then vigorously shook and opened his mouth. Qin Chuchu, wake up for me, Qin Chuchu. But no matter what Zihui says, the woman underneath her always has her eyes closed tightly, without any reaction. Raising her hand and gently patting her cheek, Qin Chuchu only whimpered softly, and then there was no response. Her body was chilling, the situation was getting worse and worse. Just when he was at a loss for words, Yuhao suddenly stepped on an emergency brake, hitting the two people behind the car with a bit of a 7-foot bump. With a hint of anger, Zihui reseated the Yengu pedestal, and then turned his head to look at the man in front of him and said, what are you doing? Yuhao quickly turned off the car, and then quickly unbuckled the seatbelt. The whole person directly opened the door and ran down. There was no turning back, but in the wind came Yuhao's kind of slightly magnetic voice. Here we are, get off the car, you walk straight in and find my assistant, I'll arrange the rest, I'll do the surgery. Looking up, this is exactly the hospital under the name of Yu family. Without much hesitation, Zihui directly picked up Qin Chuchu in his arms, and then pushed away all the people in front of him who blocked his way, and ran all the way wildly until he was in the office. His action scared everyone, while Yuhao's female secretary was currently in front of the computer concentrating on something. Picking her up directly, Zihui didn't have the slightest intention of pitying her in general, dragging her directly to the doorway. The woman at first seemed to struggle for a bit, after seeing who it was, only then did she let out a big sigh of relief, and then looked as if she was at your mercy. Zihui had a gloomy face, and only after walking to a place where no one was around did he release his hand, and only then did he urgently open his mouth. Immediately go and prepare for the operation, the child is about to be miscarried. I want to save the child, and the adults as well. The female secretary froze, and then followed Zihui's hand to look down. His chest had long been stained red with blood to the point where the original color could not be seen. And the woman in his arms seemed to be in critical condition at the moment. The whole person looked to have no breath. Physician, he. Do not say so much nonsense, he said he came to operate, the rest said to call you to arrange. Impatiently interrupting that secretary, Zihui simply repeated what Yuhao had just said. Changing from the confused look she had before, the female secretary agreed in a loud voice. After that, as if she had instantly changed into a different person, she greeted the several nurses in the neighborhood and pushed the hospital bed over, and Qin Chuchu was instantly placed on it. After that, under the command of the female secretary, Qin Chuchu was quickly pushed into the emergency room. At the moment, the red light is hanging on the head, and Yuhao also don't know when he has already changed his work clothes. A white coat will actually set him off with a somewhat unearthly feeling. And what kind of person he is, perhaps only he himself knows best. Quickly! The patient has lost too much blood, immediately go to the blood bank to get matching blood. Where is the sterilized water? Okay, proceed with the surgery immediately. Good. The footsteps were a bit rambling, and the voices from inside reached Zihui's ears one after another. His footsteps moved slowly, originally just a few steps away, but he used almost all of his strength. Never before had he felt so afraid of losing something. His fists were tightly clenched, and then he stared at the slowly closing door of the emergency room and said gloomily, Qin Chuchu. If you dare to die, I will make sure that you know what is called regret. Before the contract is completed, Qin Chuchu's life is his. Time passes minute by minute. Zihui doesn't know how many sitting positions he has changed on the seat in front of the emergency room door, but there is still no movement inside. Quiet, the silence was a little scary. He stood up uneasily, and then kept walking around the doorway. As if this could calm his uneasy mood. This woman was the best means for him to achieve his goal, and he definitely couldn't just let her die. Just as Zihui was imagining things, the door to the emergency room was finally opened, but only one person came out. Only to see that the nurse took half of the mask off, and then slowly moved in front of Zihui and spoke, Hello, may I ask if you're Miss Qin Chuchu's family member? Without any hesitation, Zihui nodded and answered. The nurse revealed a difficult look, weighing for a long time before slowly speaking. The patient now has a depressed consciousness, and indirect coma symptoms may occur at any time, and the child in the stomach is not optimistic, so the phenomenon of miscarriage may occur, and the adult state is even worse. So, do you want to save the adult or the child? As expected, Gu Zihui's worst fears had still happened. No matter which one it was, he wouldn't discard it. The corners of his lips tugged slightly, before he moved closer to the nurse's position with an ironic face, before clenching both fists and saying, I want the mother and child to be safe, and if anything happens, I want your entire hospital to be buried with you. Shocked by his action, the nurse also forgot what she should say next, and then staggered around and directly ran into the emergency room. Even the most basic etiquette was thrown out of the window. Inside the emergency room, the surgery was still in full swing, and Yuhao's hands were trembling slightly. He has seen a lot of women's bodies and tasted a few of them. But he didn't know why when he saw Qin Chuchu's body, he always had a feeling that he wanted to tear her apart with his own hands. It's not just hatred, but also carries an unknown sentiment. One of the nurses thoughtfully takes out a medical towel on Yuhao's forehead to help him wipe away the beads of sweat, and then worriedly opens her mouth. Doctor Yu, are you okay? She had never seen Yuhao look so hesitant before. Was the situation even more unpromising than imagined? Turning his head stiffly, Yuhao then spoke stiffly, It's fine, go prepare in 4, pulse must be taken care of, the patient's state is not too stable. The head nurse and the nurses answered in succession, and then turned around and continued to be busy, as if nothing had happened just now. Forcing his line of sight back, Yuhao freed a hand and pinched his thighs, only then did his senses come back a little. The nurse who just came in from the doorway, on the other hand, panicked and walked in front of him, saying what just happened briefly once. For such an answer Yuhao wasn't much surprised. From the moment he was at the villa onwards, he could see the difference in the relationship between the two. Gu Zihui was definitely not as simple to her as it appeared. A wave of jealousy was suddenly born. Yuhao turned his head away and no longer paid attention to this matter. The rest of the matter was to do his best. As long as it was something Gu Zihui said, no matter how difficult it was, Yuhao would rush up to it without any hesitation. Even if it cost him his life, he would dedicate it without any reservation. This was his style of behavior. As time went by, the surgery was coming to an end. Inside the emergency room, there were almost no extra murmurs except for the sounds made by the instruments. The cooperation between the several people could almost be described with words like seamless. However, this could not hide the worried look on their faces. A head nurse came over sadly, before whispering in Yuhao's ear, Dr. Yu. It's no good. What should we do? The patient still has no sign of coming to his senses, although the bleeding has stopped, but the pulse is getting lower and lower. What's going on? Wasn't he fine just now? Chapter 23 Chapter 22 is not optimistic. It's not optimistic. The situation is not optimistic. Yuhao secretly wiped a handful of sweat, and then his eyes tightly stared at the slightly beating pulse. If this continued, he would lose his life at any time. Damn, this woman that time the kind of tough character we're gone, now a sickly look is made to show people? Inside the emergency room, besides the faint sound of breathing, all that remained was the sound made by the cold instruments. Half a minute later, Yuhao suddenly burst out, shouting loudly, Quickly get up for me, you now like this still want to survive? Don't you care about that child? Since you have the courage to carry a child, then give me the responsibility of a mother. All the medical staff momentarily shifted all their sights to Yuhao's body. One must know that as the attending doctor, he had always prioritized composure. It was the first time they had seen him in such a stormy state. Could it be that he stormed out because the situation wasn't too optimistic? The surrounding people secretly pinched a sweat for him, and then the head nurse quickly walked forward and pulled the corner of Yuhao's white coat and spoke, Dr. Yu, please calm down. Things shouldn't be that bad yet, please be patient. The pulse is starting to beat towards normal. Before that head nurse could finish her words, a voice with shock directly interrupted her. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look at that pulse machine, while Qin Chuchu's originally tightly closed eyes were also trembling slightly at the moment. Her eyelashes were stained with starry tears, as if as long as one opens her eyes, the tears will roll down at any time. Quietly sighed with relief, Yuhao frowned tightly staring at the woman who was still in a coma, and there was an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. Is the child to give her strength? Unfortunately, that child can never be blessed by others. As time passed, the surgery quickly came to an end. After more than 2 hours of effort, Qin Chuchu was finally temporarily out of danger, but the whole person's state was still not very good. The door of the emergency room was slowly pushed open, and Yuhao also gently removed his white coat and hung it to the side with the help of the head nurse. With a hint of fatigue, he slowly walked out with steady steps. Gu Zihui instantly stood up from that waiting chair, and then couldn't wait to walk to Yuhao's front, before anxiously asking, What's wrong, is Qin Chuchu okay? Having also stayed inside for more than 2 hours, Yuhao's heart fatigue is definitely no less than Qin Chuchu. Only what Qin Chuchu heard was the surface, while what Yuhao heard was God and heart. Even though his heart is a bit unfavorable, Yuhao reluctantly pulls up a smile, and then slowly says, "It's okay. Temporarily out of danger." Only after receiving such an answer did Zihui quietly let out a sigh of relief before nodding and saying, "Tough on you." For plain words, but Yuhao was content. As long as he could help Zihui, he would do anything to help him. His eyes slowly fell to the side. Qin Chuchu on the hospital bed was quietly closing her eyes and taking a nap, her face with a trace of sick beauty. Her breathing had become even, her chest was rhythmically rising and falling one by one. Quietly, he sighed in relief. It was good to be okay. What even he didn't notice was that his gaze had softened without him even realizing it. However, this scene was exceptionally irritating to Yuhao. Forcibly waving away the unpleasantness in his heart, Yuhao then stretched out his hand and pushed the eyes on the bridge of his nose before speaking with a gloomy face, "You shouldn't have crossed over to this kind of feelings towards her." The atmosphere that had easily harmonized a bit instantly solidified. Zihui's face carries a kind of inexplicable anger, and then his eyes lock onto Qin Chuchu's body. Right, what Yuhao said, he shouldn't have crossed over to this kind of feelings towards Qin Chuchu. And then he turned around to meet up his eyes and said, "I know very well what I have to do. As long as I make her inseparable from me, I can get what I ultimately want. I don't have any feelings towards Qin Chuchu." However, in the very next second, Qin Chuchu's tears slipped noiselessly from the edge of her eyes. No one has noticed. The next morning, Qin Chuchu slowly knew over, the whole person's appearance looks a little dull feeling, flatly adding a natural beauty for her. The throat is a bit interfering, the body is even more everywhere flooded with a feeling of pain. Pupil suddenly stunned, Qin Chuchu subconsciously stretched out her hand and directly stroked to her slightly bulging belly, but it was too late to feel the existence of the child in her stomach. Her face instantly turned twisted. The needle hole stayed in mid-air, and a trace of blood slowly flowed out of the hole that had been pierced in her hand. Her vision blurred a bit, and then she freed her other hand to lightly rub her left eye, before she spoke in a low voice, "Is this hospital?" Her voice carries a hoarse feeling, and after licking her somewhat dry lower lip, Qin Chuchu then carefully surveyed her surroundings. There should be no mistake that it's a hospital, but why is she here? Thoughts slowly surged into her mind. Slightly lost in thought for a while, Qin Chuchu then reached out her hand to reposition it on her belly. Only after confirming that the child in her belly was not damaged in any way did she quietly let out a sigh of relief. And then the whole person was as if she had lost her entire body's strength, and in an instant, she went limp back to the bed, and then gasped for breath. Yesterday's Zihui was simply like a demon. Sometimes gentle, sometimes violent. His kind of rudeness even made Qin Chuchu tremble. Such a man, which side of his character is him? Qin Chuchu is a little puzzled, but the more her face turns pale because she recalls these things. It's not hard to imagine just how big a shadow this matter has left on her. But the most puzzling person for her is still Yuhao. Why is it she so painstakingly designed her, and ultimately saved her is not it? A passage slowly surfaced in her ears, which made her puzzled. Is it a dream? But if it was a dream, it was a bit too realistic. You shouldn't have crossed over to this kind of feeling for her. I know very well what I have to do. As long as I make her inseparable from me, I can get what I ultimately want. I don't have any feelings for Qin Chuchu. The voice in the front is Yuhao's, and the one in the back is naturally Zihui. Such a puzzling conversation seemed to have been heard in her days, but when she wanted to think about it in detail, she couldn't recall any key points. Somewhat chagrined, Qin Chuchu knocked her head, and only then did she close her eyes, and then began to take a short rest. After a short while, the door of the hospital room was gently pried, and then the familiar figure instantly walked in. Zihui's face did not have any extra expression, and with a hint of stiff movement, he then slowly approached Qin Chuchu's position. Her eyelashes are slightly trembling, and she looks as if she is still in a beautiful dream, but Zihui lightly laughs before slowly saying, "Don't pretend to be asleep since you're awake." The muscles on Qin Chuchu's face, who pretended to be asleep, stiffened slightly before she opened her eyes in embarrassment. How on earth did Zihui find out? She should have covered it up well, shouldn't she? His eyes carried a hint of fascination before he stared at Qin Chuchu's stunningly beautiful side face and spoke in a low voice, "What kind of woman are you?" Being stunned by his words like this, Qin Chuchu for a moment actually did not know how to interface. Is Zihui praising her? Knowing that he said something he shouldn't have said more, Zihui coughed lightly, and then put on a serious look and said rigorously, "The child is fine for the time being, but Hao said that he needs to recuperate more, so you stay here for the time being, and if you want anything, you can just talk to the nurse directly, and I still have things to do, so I'll leave for the time being. And then Zihui no longer gives Qin Chuchu more chances to speak, just so directly turned around and left, leaving her with just a merciless back. The corner of Qin Chuchu's mouth barely rose for a bit, and then reached out her hand to re-stick the needle hole back into her arm just now, which was pulled out again. After confirming that this is not a dream, this is only after a low self-deprecating smile opened her mouth. Is it even a luxury to say one more word? Yes, it's just an agreement. Well. Just when she was also feeling tired and ready to rest some more, the door was suddenly knocked again. Without waiting for her to reply, the door was pushed open. Originally, she thought that it was Zihui who had just left and returned, but who knew that the person who came was Yu Hao. What is he doing here? Seeing Qin Chuchu staring at him with that wary look, Yu Hao's expression didn't show a trace of unnaturalness. Instead, he walked in as a matter of course, and then skillfully went around Qin Chuchu's side to free up a hand to bind Qin Chuchu's hand tightly, and then only after that, despite her struggles, he took out disinfectant water and cotton swabs on the table, and started simple disinfection in the wound left behind by that needle hole just now. Taking a glance at the infusion tube that has already been ripped open, only then does Yu Hao lightly pull the corner of his mouth and say, "If you want to die, keep struggling." One sentence successfully made Qin Chuchu stop all her movements, and then she stayed in place like a piece of wood, not moving for half a day. A look of being at the mercy of others made Yu Hao feel a bit angry. After sterilizing the needle hole by the way, Yu Hao then reinserted it into Qin Chuchu's body. His movements were so gentle that Qin Chuchu barely felt any pain, and the liquid inside the infusion bottle slowly swam into her veins again. The room was very quiet. Qin Chuchu could almost detect the sound of the liquid surging through her body. With her brows tightly closed, she is not even willing to look at this man more than once. Glancing at Qin Chuchu, this woman's temperament is really not normal. He hasn't counted on her, but she is playing with her temper first? Snickered, Yu Hao this just casually will just use up the cotton swab stick and disinfectant water thrown into the side of the trash can. Pungent smell of disinfectant water in an instant in the room spread out. Qin Chuchu's eyebrows slightly frowned. Immediately after the ear came Yu Hao's footsteps. Originally thought he was going to go out of the wall. Who knows that he suddenly turned around and stared at the sick bed. Qin Chuchu on the hospital bed opened her mouth and said, "The child's situation is not optimistic, but for the time being, it's still barely life-threatening. But if you go on like this, I won't necessarily be able to save it next." Not optimistic? Qin Chuchu's eyes subconsciously widened while looking for Yu Hao's figure. What did he mean when he said that? Didn't Zihui say just now that the child is fine? Chapter 24 Chapter 23 Get rid of the baby. Take the baby out. His eyes didn't look like he was joking, and this tension that inexplicably thickened up even more made Qin Chuchu have a mentality that wanted her to flee. What the hell is going on here? Glancing at Qin Chuchu, Yu Hao then spoke rigorously, "Your body is already thinner than normal people. Giving birth to a child is simply like walking through a ghost gate for you. If you want to continue to live, I advise you to get rid of this child." To be honest, Qin Chuchu was still the first time to see Yu Hao this serious talk to her, the heart that kind of special apprehension more and more intense, although well prepared in the heart, but in Yu Hao said these words, Qin Chuchu still froze in place. What did he say? Get rid of the child? This sentence is like a magic spell, constantly hovering inside Qin Chuchu's ears. How can it be? She has spent a lot of courage, gone through several times of torture, and even fell out with Qin Mingyu for this child, and now she actually wants to tell her to take it away. Open, what kind of joke is this? Qin Chuchu stretched out her hand to cover her ears tightly, and then stared wide-eyed at Yu Hao's position and then hissed loudly, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is my own flesh and blood, I would never do such a thing." Her kind of heart thoughts and painful looks, Yu Hao understood all of them, but he was still unmoved by the feeling. As a highly respected doctor, he had long been accustomed to this kind of life and death picture. Yu Hao's eyes do not bring a trace of expression fluctuation. Heavy will be the door directly to close, and then stand in the doorway side to the door to open. I have to say only so much. If you want to be born can also, then first to their own body to take care of it. If nothing, I'll go first. Not giving Qin Chuchu a chance to speak, his footsteps faded away. Qin Chuchu's face was a little ugly, and then slowly stretched out her own hand to gently touch on her belly. She can already feel that a little life is being nurtured in her belly at this moment. How can she strangle her flesh and blood with her own hands? Tears rolled down indisputably, wetting the quilt in front of her, only to hear her choking for a long time before she muttered, "How can this be? The one thing I've worked so hard on for so long, will it eventually turn into a bubble?" Yu Hao, who was supposed to be walking away, is now resting noiselessly at the door. Qin Chuchu's words naturally fell into his ears. Compared to her emotion, Yu Hao was much calmer. On the other hand, the deafening hi-fi song kept stimulating Gu Zihui's eardrums. His eyes were slightly mesmerized, and then he slowly raised his hand, gently shaking the liquid in the goblet in his hand, and then swallowed all the liquor in one gulp. The stimulating liquid rolled around in his throat, but such pain couldn't catch up at all with the sadness he felt inside. One of the blondes in the surroundings had had her eyes wandering over Gu Zihui's body from the very beginning until now. Anyone who was smart could tell at a glance that this man was not simple, and as long as she managed to get involved with him, she might not have to worry about the rest of her life. As soon as she thought of this, the blonde girl casually pulled out a small personal mirror, and then simply made up a makeup, before twisting her marvelous body, stepping on the nearly 12-centimeter long high-heeled shoes and slowly walking to Gu Zihui's front. With a slight sweep of her hand, the whole person directly slid into Gu Zihui's chest. She was like an enchanting water snake, and her hands clung to Gu Zihui's neck. The picture in an instant will be full of hot atmosphere, and do not know who. By this opportunity, the position of the two clicked a few times to a chain shot. Gu Zihui simply will not know the next morning, full of the street, all of his 100 days of nightclub photos. Although it is daytime, but the surrounding is covered with a black cloth, the world is almost disconnected from the outside world. No one can know whether it is half a day or night, as long as the people here can indulge their own stress and the pungent perfume smell drilled into Gu Zihui's nostrils in an instant, and it was not easy for him to feel a hint of intoxication, but he sobered up in an instant because of this smell. Glancing down at the woman in his arms, Gu Zihui's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust, and then quickly drew away his hand before he said in a cold voice, "Get lost." In the face of Gu Zihui's cold attitude, the blonde woman did not mind, but instead smiled charmingly, and then took the initiative to put her face close to Gu Zihui's position with a look of habit, and then teased with a hint of a teasing look, "Egu, so Koya, really can't see it, but since a man who would come to a place like this, he's not a decent guy either." The blonde's eyes held a slight look of excitement, just a little bit more and this man would be conquered by her. From the beginning until now, as long as she looked at a man, there wasn't a single one that didn't die for her. And this man would definitely not be an exception. While her heart was secretly excited, an inexplicable raw pain at her wrist occurred. Slightly surprised for a moment, the blonde then scrambled to collect her fantasies back, and then stifled a grunt of pain, and only through desperate efforts did she manage to snatch her hand back from Gu Zihui's hand. If it had been a second longer, she would have even wondered if her hand would have been broken because of this. A trace of disgust flashed across the blonde's eyes before she quickly stood up from Gu Zihui's body, and then only when she was about a meter away from him did she yell out, "What the hell is wrong with you, man? You don't know how to have fun at all, even if you don't know how to be compassionate?" Although there were not many people in the nightclub in the morning, the ones who could enter were all powerful people or strong enough. After the girl shouted, the original few people instantly piled up in front of them, and all of them showed interest in this matter. In the face of the blonde's fuss, Gu Zihui's face didn't show any fear, but instead added a hint of impatience, his hand gripping the goblet continuously increasing its strength, and then he said in an aggressive voice, "I never like to repeat the same sentence many times, so I'm going to warn you one last time to get away from me and get out of my way." When the blonde could not even argue a word for herself, the goblet that was supposed to remain quietly in Gu Zihui's hand was crushed in his hand with his constant force. She froze slightly, and then looked at Gu Zihui with an unbelievable expression. What exactly is the origin of this man? The strength is so frightening. Subconsciously gulped saliva, she then smiled awkwardly, and then quickly turned around to escape away. In the face of such a dripping man, it is better to stay away. The faces of the surrounding people were also a bit ugly, while those who recognized Gu Zihui were only slightly surprised at first, and then immediately returned to their usual looks. This kind of place is not strange to anyone, but in the daytime can actually see a busy man in the past in this place alone drinking wine, is a person will feel strange, right? Even so, but no one dared to take the initiative to go up and say a word to him, lest it would touch his fiery temper. Only when the clerk shivered and brought the quilt back up did Gu Zihui's face look slightly better. Lo had glanced at the watch on his hand. From the agreed time has passed 5 minutes, this dragon brother is really no credit. If it is not in order to pull him out and severely beat him up, Gu Zihui will not be in this kind of place to buy a drunk. Finally, after another 10 minutes, the door was slowly pushed open. The person who walks in is not someone else, it is the dragon brother who designed and framed Qin Chuchu before. This thing he can always keep in mind it. If he does not export the bad gas, there will always be a feeling in his heart that is difficult to comfort down. Gu Zihui did not ink, just casually glanced at a few men behind him, which silently lit a cigarette and then cut to the chase. That day in the app luxury presidential suite inside the liquor is you have moved the foot, right? Brother Long, it seems like you've been having a pretty good time lately? Brother Long's face hung a trace of an awkward smile. His heart was more or less still a bit weak. After all, if this matter was really confirmed by Zihui, he would not be able to eat and walk. Seeing that kind of weak smile on his face, he didn't need much explanation. Zihui could more or less understand what the result would be. Casually toying with the wine glass that had just been brought up, Zihui then mockingly laughed and looked toward Brother Long's position and spoke, "What I hate the most is when other people deceive me, Brother Long." Brother Long's heart thumped in an instant and missed several beats. Zihui called him over today. Is the intention to rehash the same old story? He now does not even have the courage to meet Zihui's eyes, and will face what the end of his heart did not count. Eyes are cold, Zihui's hands at the moment blood is constantly surging out, but he did not go to deal with. Instead of a gloomy face, and then tight hair hard asked, "Is not you do?" "Answer me. Is it me? I'm sorry, please forgive me, I really don't mean it. I was only hoping that you could lend a hand to help us at that time, so that's why I came up with this kind of response." Bang. Chapter 25 Chapter 20 For the Sorrows of the Little People. The Woes of the Little People. The new cup that had just been replaced was thrown directly onto Long's face without warning, and then fell directly onto the ground along with gravity, making a crisp sound. Taking a look at the shattered pieces of glass, the surrounding people all sucked in their breath. What exactly was the origin of this man, who dared to do such excessive things to this Brother Long? But just as the crowd was sighing and sweating for Zihui, a shocking scene suddenly appeared. Originally should be the momentum of the dragon at this moment is like a wilted eggplant, obediently lowered their heads, do not say anything, just like a small child who did something wrong in general, froze half a day, did not dare to say anything. Long clearly felt the pain of his face, but in the life threatened, long ago, not care about the face, can save the life before. Only to see him flopping sound directly kneel on the ground, and then dead tugged Zihui expensive suit pants, which only voice colorful open mouth begged for forgiveness, we brother. Please give me another chance, last time it is completely my eyes did not recognize him Tai, now I know wrong no. Brother Long actually kneeled down and was begging for forgiveness? How shocking is this scene? The surrounding onlookers who were familiar with Brother Long's persona all drew in a breath, and then the blonde was staring at Zihui with her eyes glazed over. Dragon Brother's name is very famous in this generation, now actually. Heart secretly screamed bad, this time can really be messed with an unimaginable guy. But the blonde girl's eyes slightly turned, seems to have thought of what a good idea in general. And then warmly smiled, walked to the counter, raised her hand and directly clamped a towel, and then stepped on her blood-curdling body, slowly moved to the side of Zihui. Only to add she intimately bent her body, and then opened her mouth with an aggrieved look, I'm sorry it was me who was unreasonable just now, come on, wipe it, or else the wound will deteriorate at that time, which is not good. Just as she bent over, she gently walked a little, making the blood boil. However, Zihui's gaze was always locked onto Long's body, but all the same, he didn't bother to stop the blonde's movements. Zihui's eyes glistened with a hint of coldness, and then slowly stood up, while the blonde girl fell straight to the ground due to inertia, staring blankly at the man who was 2 whole heads taller than her. Only Zihui snorted a laugh, then raised an eyebrow and opened his mouth to ask, just a plea for forgiveness and that's it, huh? If it was really a laugh, then it would be fine, but in Zihui's eyes there was no laughter to be seen at all. Long subconsciously gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and only after this did he plead, I'll be doing things for you from today onwards, no matter what is it, I have no hesitation. Hui, you just look at our dealings so many times on the business, just let me go, you see, I am only a street punk, you are not. The rest of the words he did not have the opportunity to say. Music Zihui in a flash reached out and directly picked him up, his hand was even directly stuck on his throat, and then heavily dropped him directly on the ground. If that day was drugged, Qin Chuchu met the person is not him, then is not going to be taken away from the virginity? Eyes fierce light, Zihui a stomach of fire instantly burst out, cannot follow their own desired feeling to act, bound to some rules, now he is still tired of this feeling. His movements more and more eloquent up, and Long can only be passive and eat fists, half a day froze did not dare to resist, suffered aggression also he can only passively eat punches, half a day did not dare to resist, suffered aggression can only be swallowed, but his surrounding brothers cannot look at it. Dragon in their hearts but the existence of the big brother, even if the other side is no longer how amazing man, they absolutely cannot stand to let a stranger so oppressed him. I don't know who shouted, in an instant, several juniors rushed over from all directions, and without saying a word, they picked up their weapons and ran directly to Zihui. Although Zihui was slightly drunk, his movements were not the slightest bit ambiguous. quickly dodged, directly avoided the most deadly attack. However, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Zihui swaying the left shoulder in an instant on the force of the knockdown. To draw a breath, he only ate the pain, jumped to the side to go. However, after such a stranding, Zihui became passive in an instant, while Long was staring blankly at his own minions charging upwards one by one, and then miraculously subdued Zihui. That legendary man. The situation was reversed in an instant, and it was only at this time that Brother Long climbed up from the ground in a sorry state, and then smiled grimly at Zihui's position. Brother Long with a hint of cold smile, and then staggered to the front of Zihui, and only then lifted his foot in his abdomen and kicked heavily, and then snorted, "Just now I have already begged for forgiveness in such a sorry state, but you are not relenting." Zihui, since you don't want me to be well. Then you don't want to be well either. If I want to die, then you can't live well either. Zihui subconsciously vomited, and the wine he had just drank not long ago was vomited out in an instant. The people around them retched. No one had expected such an outcome. Brother Long laughed, and then casually picked up a wooden stick in the hands of his junior, along Zihui's sagging arm heavily knocked down, which then wantonly laughed, "You just weren't very powerful? Didn't you have a lot of energy just now? Zihui, you also have today, ah? Since you do not let me continue to live in a city, then it is better for you to die." Ha ha. Zihui was muddled, not able to use half of his strength at all. Just now he drank too much wine, and also carried a trace of dryness and heat on his body that was difficult to suppress. The heart secretly screamed bad, his eyes hesitantly in the surrounding survey, and then slowly fell to the blonde woman's complexion. Just now the wine is not a problem? When he met Zihui's gaze, the blonde girl was so scared that she retreated, and then lowered her head and turned away directly, and everything became clear at once. Secretly cursing himself, Zihui's heart was full of sulks. To actually be fooled twice in the same place by such inferior tactics. Once again, a pain like a drill came from his body. Zihui grunted, but there was no room to fight back. If this continued, Zihui would definitely not be able to support himself and would really be screwed over by these few people. The store owner's face was a bit ugly, but if he didn't stop it, things would definitely get bigger and bigger. He had no choice but to cough lightly, and then stood out and opened his mouth. "Brother Long, you guys can go out and settle it if it's a private grudge, but you also have to pick the people touching our boss on our turf. That's what you're not." Brother Long's complexion was slightly bing, before he suddenly came back to his senses. He even forgot that this is Zihui's territory. He even made a public disturbance here. This is not digging his own grave. His face was a little ugly, but just now the words have been released. If he retracted, Zihui will not necessarily let him go just like that. While Long was hesitating, the door of the store was slowly pushed open, and no one noticed that a man had mixed in. If you look closely, you will find that this man and Zihui look similar to each other. It was almost as if he was printed from the same mold. Brother Long was ruthless, and then gritted his teeth and looked at the surrounding brothers, then raised his hand high, and then gestured to push Zihui to the ground. His big foot was mercilessly stepped directly on the body of Zihui, and then domineeringly opened his mouth and said, "Brothers, since you have already done this thing, then do it to the end. I won't treat you guys poorly." Good. The concurring voices around them were not small, and Long temporarily had some bottom in his heart. However, the next moment, their surroundings were instantly surrounded by a group of security guards. In this kind of place is originally more mixed, so for the security side of the matter, it is still much better than the general nightclub to come. But surprisingly, Long's side unexpectedly do not know where to get a pistol, although the power is not very big, but also enough to deter many people. The security guards were vigilantly staring at their every move, not daring to approach them hastily. In order to successfully break through the siege, Dragon even utilized Zihui as a hostage. If it wasn't for that blonde girl's help by mistake, I'm sure things wouldn't have gone this smoothly. Letting out a loud laugh, a hint of greed appeared in Brother Long's eyes. He had been trampled under Zihui's feet and allowed him to demolish him for enough. Now he could finally punish this man and take a good bite out of his anger. His heart couldn't be happier. However, just when several people had just broken through the siege, a man wearing a trench coat suddenly appeared in front of them, and then pressed his head down low, looking a little thin. A trace of impatience flashed through Long's eyes, and then this was followed by a loud roar, "Get out of the way, we've got business, don't get in the way." But the man in front of him seemed to treat his words as if they were a whisper, and just stayed stationed in place, as if he was thinking about something in general. Quickly let. Before the open word for "get out of the way" could be uttered, Long stifled a grunt before he collapsed directly onto the ground. His pupils contracted violently, the kind of pain coming from his small abdomen almost made him faint. What kind of overbearing strength was this? Watching his own boss being kicked off, the few juniors who were originally still joyful instantly froze in place, and then took 3 steps and ran directly to Long's side to help him up. The unfamiliar man, who was still keeping a low profile, pressed his hat down a bit and directly helped Zihui up from the ground before the crowd could react. His movements were very light, and it looked like he should be familiar with Zihui, otherwise he wouldn't have extended a helping hand like this. However, the crowd was sweating on him, knowing that a man who couldn't even beat Zihui, how could he stand up to the tossing and turning of Brother Long's group with his skinny body? Chapter 26. Chapter 25. A family has its own difficult experiences. The family has a difficult to read scripture. Brother Long's face instantly turned blue. No one expected that at this last moment would suddenly kill a Chang Bai Jin. His face carried a seeming sulk, and then he shouted, "Quickly get out of my way." But that teenager, as if he didn't see anything in general, slowly helped Zihui up and slowly moved to the front of the bar, and then opened his mouth with a voice that only 2 people could hear. "Brother, you're drunk again." Zihui laughed, obviously also understood who the other party was, but the kind of dryness in his body made him feel very uncomfortable, so he was also lazy to move. There was no need for that kind of polite talk between the 2 brothers. Zijing smiled warmly, and only then did he speak, "Help me place him, and leave the rest to me." The shopkeeper also seemed to understand who he was, and only then did he answer in a loud voice. The look of joy on his face was even more unmistakable. As long as Zijing was there, things should be resolved perfectly. Seeing the shopkeeper nodding his head to this strange teenager, Long's nerves immediately tensed up. This man should not be a simple commodity. As expected, in just a few minutes of exchanging blows, Long's group of people were limp on the ground playing close contact with the floor. What Zijing carried on his face was a faint smile, causing the surrounding women to shriek. It was unimaginable that this skinny-looking body could explode with such strong strength. Raising his hand and patting the dust on his hand, Zijing then pressed his hat down a bit. If he hadn't happened to return home today and inquired about Zihui getting drunk here, he might not have been able to help. The security guards quickly rushed up to clean up the mess, and calm was finally restored to the surroundings. The most surprising thing is that the people in the bar seem to have been surprised by this situation for a long time, and after seeing that there was no good show to watch, they all turned around and continued to do their own things, as if nothing had happened just now. The smile on the shopkeeper's face was thick, while Zihui had already been arranged by his men to go back to a room to rest. Only to see him quickly walk up, and then pat Zijing's shoulder in a cagey manner before speaking. "Zijing, why did you come back this morning? I heard the boss say earlier that you're studying in the United States." Zijing smiled somewhat awkwardly before speaking. "This year is an independent course, and I thought that my brother's birthday would be in a few days, so that's why I'm planning to come back home for a few days to have some fun. It's weirdly boring to be over in the US all the time." Looking at his eloquent manner, the boss seemed to be quite relieved. After casually greeting him with a few words, he turned around to go about his business again. Glancing down at the watch on his hand, Zijing yawned lazily and slowly walked out of the store. It has not been home for a long time, and I do not know what the home has become. But he did not go home right away. Instead, he casually strolled on the streets and alleys. The next day, Zihui woke up only to feel that his head was about to crack, his throat was dry and thirsty, and yesterday's memories were slowly recovered. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Zihui then used his powerful arms to support his body, and then slowly walked out of bed muttering to himself, "Zijing? Is it an illusion? How did this kid appear here?" After habitually washing up, Zihui then frankly walked out of the room. This place was originally a business under his name, so living for free was a normal thing. However, when Zihui just walked out of the hotel door, his cell phone rang without warning, marked with an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, Zihui directly pressed the refusal to answer. He now has more important things to go busy. But the owner of the phone seems to be deliberately against him in general. Zihui just hung up after he re-vibrated, which recalled that when Zihui was just about to hang up, he realized that the other party had choked off the call early. "Brother!" Familiar voice came from the other side of the road. Zihui looked up in dismay, and met the smiling face of Zijing. It turned out that that thing yesterday wasn't an illusion. The corners of his lips rose slightly, and only then did Zihui slowly walk over towards Zijing's location. His face wore a faint smile, and then he raised his hand to Zijing before he spoke. "You kid, why did you suddenly run back?" Zijing smiled as he restated what had happened in the United States, and Zihui nodded, before greeting each other and heading towards the Gu family villa. That home, he hadn't set foot back there for a long time, and if it wasn't for Zijing's return, Zihui would have never set foot in that place. Surrounding people to the 2 surprised eyes, after all, the 2 people's appearance is outstanding, and the similarity is close to 70%, how can not attract people to realize it? Those who didn't know thought that the two of them were stars from somewhere. Compared to the harmony on this side, Qin Chuchu is screaming in agony at the moment. A nurse has a cold face, and then slowly puts the freshly boiled medicinal juice on Qin Chuchu's bedside, before speaking without a trace of expression. Miss Qin, this is the tonic that doctor you just ordered, please take the medicine on time. Qin Chuchu's face is slightly ironed out, and then she looks towards the doorway with a sly grudge. This is already the fourth bowl, only that because of the near miscarriage, one has to be punished like this? Unable to resist rolling her eyes, Qin Chuchu released a hand to tightly pinch her nose. Yuhao is definitely doing this on purpose. What kind of herbs are these? She hasn't even seen them before. And each one of them exudes a disgusting smell when boiled out. Seeing that Qin Chuchu had no intention of continuing to drink, that nurse also froze in place and kept staring at Qin Chuchu's behavior, as if she wouldn't leave until she drank it. With the intention of vomiting vaguely running in her heart, Qin Chuchu forcefully turned her head away, trying to erase the flavor of that night's medicine from her mind. Tightly closing her eyes, Qin Chuchu desperately waved her hands while speaking, "You serve it out, I really can't drink it anymore, this is already the fourth night this morning." For Qin Chuchu's pouting, that nurse didn't look moved at all. Instead she threatened, "Doctor, you said, if you want the baby to be unprotected, you cannot drink." LOL. Qin Chuchu's heart subconsciously skipped a beat, and only then did she mechanically turn her head, and with trembling hands, she brought the still smoking bowl of medicine to her face. Subconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Qin Chuchu clenched her silver teeth, and then with her eyebrows tightly closed, she directly poured that bitter medicinal juice directly into her mouth. The intense stimulation caused Qin Chuchu to cough wildly, but the nurse also did not have the slightest intention to take care of her. After taking a look at the medicine bowl, this is collected and then turned to leave. The room is once again quiet, but Qin Chuchu is desperate to die. Some distressed scratched the back of his head. Qin Chuchu this heavy fell on the pillow, staring at the room full of men and women naked portraits, muttered to himself, this life in the end to maintain to what time? Inside the room, Yuhao was staring at a CT thinking about something. Abruptly, the door was suddenly knocked, and Yuhao slowly removed the eyes on the bridge of his nose before he turned his head and opened his mouth. "Come in." Yes. The one who came in was no one else but the same nurse who stared at Qin Chuchu as she finished the medicine. Glancing askance at that nurse, only then did Yuhao turn his head to focus on that CT again, before speaking carelessly, "Drank all of it?" "Right, not a drop left." That nurse wasn't ambiguous at all and reported the result directly, ignoring those uninteresting antics in the middle. Laughing lightly, Yuhao didn't say much, but signaled the nurse that she could back off. That woman can obediently drink the medicine, but also just because of the reason of wanting to keep the child in the stomach? The gaze slowly puts the head soft, and then stares at the CT above. "Qin Chuchu, you are destined to not be able to carry a child." Hand slightly a collection, while that CT sheet locked into the drawer. Now his heart of a big stone also fell. Now he must do his best to help Qin Chuchu's body conditioning to come. By the time cannot give birth to a child, then that cannot be his problem. Evil smile, Yuhao's eyes are a little deep. The villa is filled with a long-lost sense of excitement. A man's face slightly flushed this, and then loudly said, "It's rare that you two brothers come back together. Come, do not even notify me in advance, I have not prepared anything." Auntie Hong immediately asked the chef to go and make delicious food and bring it up. "It's rare that both of my sons have come over to accompany me, quick." The joy on his face was completely displayed, as if he had met some great joy. Zijing smiled nicely, and then respectfully walked to the man's front before saying intimately, "Father, I'm back." After the man heard these words, the smile between his brows deepened, nodding his head in admiration, clearly satisfied with the result. Compared to Zijing's eagerness, Zihui appeared much colder, only raising his head to glance at that man's position before calling out to his father without the next words. Even so, the man still nodded happily in response. The villa was so happy that even the woman who had become Auntie Hong's mood instantly followed suit. Auntie Hong smiled, and then slowly walked to the front of the two brothers, before she cheerfully opened her mouth. "Auntie Hong hasn't gotten old yet, your tastes Auntie Hong has always remembered them very well." Zijing wore a coy smile, and then nodded before speaking, "Thank you Auntie Hong, thank you." Zihui, on the other hand, didn't say anything and quietly sat down in his seat, as if he was thinking about something. Ziming didn't care either, he was already satisfied now that Zihui was willing to come back to see him. Just at this time, but upstairs suddenly came a sound of footsteps, and then a gentle voice suddenly overflowed from her mouth, "Husband. Today the house is really lively, the sons are back ah." Zihui's complexion instantly turned cold, and mixed in his eyes was a hint of hatred. Chapter 27 Chapter 26 Choice. As Zihui's gaze moved over, Ziming's face turned a little ugly. Crap, how did she pick on this scene to come down, knowing that the person Gu Zihui hates the most is her? Gu Ziming's face was a little hard to see, and then tentatively turned his head to look at Gu Zihui, fearing that he would do something appalling. I don't know if it was because Gu Zijing was present, but Gu Zihui just clenched his fists tightly and didn't say anything, only that his head was turned to the opposite position. Lu Chimeta looked at Gu Ziming with some aggression, obviously not knowing what she had done wrong. She knew the extent to which Gu Zihui hated her, and she tried to redeem herself, but no matter how she did it, he didn't have the intention of forgiving him. Compared to Gu Zihui's indifferent attitude, Gu Zijing was much more excited. Quickly placing the tableware in his hands on the table, he quickly stood up, and then walked directly to Lu Qinjiu's face and said intimately, "Mom, I'm back." Seeing her beloved son appear in front of her, Lu Chimeta's heart couldn't be happier. She hadn't seen Gu Zijing for 3 years, but after 3 years, he had grown up quite a bit. Lu Qinjiu extended her hand to caress the back of Gu Zijing's head, just like a kind mother. But this kind of gentle mother, but why cannot please Gu Zihui's heart? Sighing lightly, Lu Chimeta slowly walked down the stairs, but Gu Zijing still treated her as heir. Barely pulling up a hint of a smile, Lu Chimeta deliberately waved away that awkward atmosphere just now, and then grinned and tenderly said, "Zihui also came back today. Ah, what a coincidence." Who knows that Gu Zihui but suddenly snorted a laugh, while then turned his head and coldly spoke, "If I knew you were here, I wouldn't have come." His words did not leave a trace of mercy. Gu Zijing smiled somewhat awkwardly and could not say anything more. Lu Chimeta could only stiffen her face and smile without saying anything more. The most embarrassed person is Gu Ziming. He wanted to stop Gu Zihui to say this kind of hurtful words, but somehow just do not have the courage. Is that he is sorry Gu Zihui, so more or less can still be tolerated. Lu Qinjiu cast a comforting look at Lu Qinjiu, but Lu Qinjiu just raised his hand to the corner of the eyes of the kind of aggrieved tears gently wiped away, and then slowly shook his head to indicate that Gu Ziming he is fine. Unbeknownst to the two, this kind of tacit action in Gu Zihui's heart can only be with the thorns. With a snap, Gu Zihui directly slapped the chopsticks he had just picked up on the table, and all three of them looked at Gu Zihui in a moment of dismay. Lu Chimeta was even more startled, thinking that she had done or said something to upset Gu Zihui again. Only to see him glance away with a slight frown before slowly saying, "I suddenly remembered that there's still something going on in my company, so I'll go back first if there's nothing else." Gu Zijing's face was a bit ugly. He reached out his hand and gently covered Lu Chimeta's hand, which symbolically comforted him for a few moments, and then he also followed suit and stood up to look towards Gu Ziming and opened his mouth to say, "Father, I'm sorry, I also suddenly thought of something to talk to my older brother about, so you guys eat first, and I'll be back to eat tomorrow night." After dropping this sentence, Gu Zijing then ran out in a panic, and then caught up with Gu Zihui's pace. Originally thought that he went to the United States in these 3 years, Gu Zihui and Lu Chimeta's relationship would be better. Who knew that it had gotten to this kind of raw attitude? However, it is also strange, Gu Zihui and Gu Zijing, although not born of the same mother, but the two are surprisingly similar. If you walk out of the words, usually will be mistaken for twins. What was even stranger was that Gu Zihui seemed to only target Lu Chimeta. There was no aversion towards Gu Zijing, and the two miraculously got along very well. "Brother, wait for me, brother." Gu Zijing's voice slowly came from the back. Gu Zihui, who was walking in front, froze for a moment, and then turned his head in disbelief to meet the panting Gu Zijing's eyes. His eyes didn't have the same kind of smile that he had before, obviously still minding Lu Chimeta's appearance just now. If Gu Zijing hadn't been born to that woman, perhaps the relationship between the two would have been a little better. The corners of Gu Zihui's lips barely rose before he spoke patiently, "What is it?" Gu Zijing shook his head before speaking, "Brother, I won't persuade you to reconcile with my mother, I respect your choice. Let's go out to eat, it's been a long time since we brothers had a proper get-together." Gu Zijing's answer, Gu Zihui was more or less surprised. Originally, he had thought that he had come out just to be a lobbyist, who knew that there would be this answer. However, what Gu Zihui liked was Gu Zijing's straightforward nature. The two looked at each other, without the need for unnecessary words. A moment of all the unpleasantness instantly dissipated, the kind of unhappy things just like this with the wind away. The next day, Gu Zihui and Gu Zijing, two people in the hotel, is sleeping naively. Gu Zihui's cell phone but without warning rang. Confused eyes open, go to feel the phone. Gu Zihui, this hoarse voice open mouth asked, "Hello?" Yuhao's voice carried a slightly anxious tone, and then urgently opened his mouth. Where are you now?" In an instant, the wine sobered up a large portion. There are not many things that can make Yuhao panicked. What the hell is going on here? He quickly stood up, and then quickly said, "I'm not in my villa right now. What's wrong? What happened?" Yuhao's face was flushed with a pale look, and then this time, he hurriedly said, "Qin Chuchu's body isn't quite right, you quickly come over." Without any hesitation, Gu Zihui said, "You wait, I'll be there right away." He directly hung up the phone, staring at Qin Chuchu's bloodless face. Yuhao's heart was a little bottomless for the first time. What kind of disease is this? He has never seen it before. Qin Chuchu just frowned tightly, and then kept shouting don't, seems to be dreaming in general, but no matter how he shook Qin Chuchu, she always did not want to wake up signs. The heart inexplicably tight, if something happened in his villa, this crime he cannot bear. However, just as Gu Zihui's cell phone hung up, another call came in. Anxiously stretching out his hand to fish up the phone, Gu Zihui asked, is the situation deteriorating again? The other party froze before tentatively asking, excuse me, are you Mr. Gu Zihui of the Gu Group? Only after being asked by the other party did Gu Zihui regain his usual calmness, and then spoke calmly, yes, may I ask who you are? After confirming Gu Zihui's identity, the woman on the other end of the phone spoke rigorously, hello, I'm Xiaoqing from the Customer Service Department of Midas Neen Company. Previously, your company has sent a cooperation document, and we are now planning to meet with you to talk about the specific matters. If it's not a problem, please come to Midas Nin Company in half an hour to discuss it. Gu Zihui's brows were tightly knitted. How could this kind of thing happen at this exact moment? It just so happened that something had happened on Clear Talent's side as well. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Zihui then spoke, does it have to be in half an hour? There are some things on my side that may require a bit of a delay. However, who knew that the other party directly balked, Mr. Gu Zihui, I'm sorry, our president only has time in the morning, and he'll be taking a flight to Washington in an hour. If you don't have the time, then find another opportunity to cooperate later. After seeing that the other party was going to rebuff this cooperation, Gu Zihui then anxiously opened his mouth and said, wait, Midas Neen, right? I'll go over there right now, just wait for a while. This cooperation was very important to him. If Midas Neen and his company could work together, it would definitely be an existence that could be enough to defy all companies. Xiaocheng smiled before speaking professionally, alright, then I'll go prepare everything for you now. Gu Zihui answered perfunctorily before slowly hanging up the phone. His eyes slowly fell onto Gu Zijing's body, and a thought instantly crossed his mind. Reaching out his hand to shake Gu Zijing out of his sleep, Gu Zijing looked sleepily at his own brother, clearly not understanding what had happened. Yesterday, the two were also crazy enough, directly drink to more than 4 in the morning, this is still sleeping less than 4 hours, right, this is only 8 o'clock it. Lethargically reached out and scratched the back of the head well, Gu Zijing dazed and confused and closed his eyes again, and only then carelessly opened his mouth, brother, what's wrong? Gu Zihui was not ambiguous, there had long been no polite words between him and Gu Zijing. Without beating around the bush, Gu Zihui directly cut to the chase, Zijing, I have a matter that I need you to go and help me out with. The matter was briefly explained, and in the meantime, Gu Zihui had even done his washing up. Gu Zijing indifferently shrugged his shoulders then spoke, fine, let me know the address, just confirm the woman's situation? Pulling his bow tie together, Gu Zijing then nodded. The original intention was indeed similar to this. Gu Zijing agreed with alacrity, and then rubbed his eyes before he followed to wash up. But when he woke up Gu Zihui was long gone, thought he should have gone to sign the contract. On the table was a familiar address. His eyes half squinted for a moment, and then his thin lips pursed lightly as he mumbled to himself, isn't this address Yuhao Brothers' home? Hand slightly a cage, will that note stuffed into their pockets, and then put on the clothes, then slowly out of the hotel door, stopped a cab, which quickly to Gu Zihui provided the location of the driving past. Gu Zihui's speed was very fast, and arrived 5 minutes earlier than expected. And just when he arrived at the downstairs of Midas Neen, there was already a woman wearing a cheongsam waiting for him at the door. I'm sure this was that what's-her-name customer service Xiaoqing just now. As soon as she saw Gu Zihui walk up, Xiaocheng immediately greeted him enthusiastically, and then gently extended her hand to make a pleased gesture and said, Mr. Gu, this way please, our president has been waiting for you for a long time. Gu Zihui nodded his head, and then quietly followed behind Xiaoqing, seemingly not the slightest bit upset by such an occasion. Chapter 28 Chapter 27 What is Yuhao thinking? What is Yuhao thinking? And at the same time, Gu Zijing also arrived at Yuhao's villa. With a face almost similar to Gu Zihui's, he managed to enter Yuhao's house with little obstruction. Led by the maid, he quickly arrived at Qin Chuchu's hospital room. When the door of the room was just pushed open, Gu Zijing froze in place, while Yuhao also froze in place. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time, and it was unexpected that when they met again, some of them did not come out. If Gu Zijing didn't know that Yuhao was inside this room, I'm afraid that he didn't even know who that person was. Smiling coyly, Gu Zijing slowly stepped into the room, but strangely enough, when he just stepped a foot in, Yuhao used a kind of tentative gaze on his body to keep surveying him, as if he had seen some new and strange food. Being sized up by this kind of fiery gaze of Yuhao, Gu Zijing only felt a flutter in his heart. He had more or less heard Gu Zihui say about Yuhao, he didn't have any hobbies. Subconsciously, he took a step back and then trembled a bit, his saliva was swallowed non-stop. Yuhao's brows tightened slightly, before he stepped forward and opened his mouth to ask, Gu Zijing, how come it's you? Quietly sighing in relief, Gu Zijing raised his hand and lightly wiped a bead of sweat on his forehead. It turned out that brother Yuhao still recognized him, but why did he have to look at him with such strange eyes? Making him feel a chill in his heart. Lightly exhaling a breath, Gu Zijing then shrugged his shoulders and said, my brother temporarily had something, it just so happened that I was with my brother, so he called me. It seemed like a simple answer, but it sounded like a different flavor in Yuhao's ears. If he remembers correctly, when he called Gu Zihui, it was still only 8 o'clock in the morning, right, meaning that the two stayed together all night? His brows instantly twisted, a smell of vinegar slowly wafting through the air, while Yuhao's gaze grew colder and colder. Gu Zijing's smile for several cases stiffened on his face, and then suddenly thought of something in general, let out a low cry and patted his head before speaking, right, let's get down to business. My brother said that he asked me to come here to look at a woman's situation. As expected, after hearing these words, Yuhao's attention was instantly attracted. Yuhao took the lead and walked ahead, before he stretched out his finger to point at Qin Chuchu, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, before he opened his mouth and muttered to himself, what kind of tricks are you two brothers playing in the end? Gu Zijing didn't say anything, but his gaze slowly moved to Qin Chuchu's body. Clean, this is his first impression of Qin Chuchu, but why would such a woman get involved with Gu Zihui? Although there are some doubts, but Gu Zijing also still did not say anything. He just quietly sized her up, and only then did he realize that she was acting a little strange. Yuhao's expression was tinged with a bit of confusion before he spoke in a low voice, you've noticed it as well, haven't you? Nodding his head, Gu Zijing slowly walks forward, and then tries to break Qin Chuchu's tightly clenched fist, but Qin Chuchu's grip is so tight that no matter how much he tries, he can't open it. See Gu Zijing again to continue that action, Yuhao instantly shocked out of a sweat, and then quickly walked forward to stop his action to speak, do not touch her, if you are forced to break her hand, in turn, will cause harm to her. Somewhat puzzled, he glanced at Yuhao, clearly not understanding what exactly he was trying to convey. Lightly pushing his eyes on the bridge of his nose, only then did Yuhao speak with a gloomy face, I don't know what kind of disease she has, but judging from the various characteristics, I can only say that she might have been stimulated by something when she was a child, other than that I can't think of anything too many possibilities. At first, the nurse told him that the patient's situation was very unstable, and he simply thought that Qin Chuchu was resisting taking medication again, so he didn't pay attention to it, and all the way to the back of the limb stiffness, the whole person is in a state of spasms, and only then did Yuhao cry out that something was wrong. Simply understand the process of the whole thing, Yuhao slowly bent down to stare at Qin Chuchu looked up, for some reason, obviously the two should be the first time to meet is, but he felt inexplicably kind, as if it is a relative in general. Gu Zijing smiled, then slowly sized Qin Chuchu up before turning to look at Yuhao and said, alright. I'll relay the situation like my brother then. Who knows, Yuhao suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Gu Zijing's way. Raising his eyes in disbelief, he met with a look of vengeful pleasure from Yuhao. His heart was vaguely uneasy, Yuhao had always been special to Gu Zihui, but to others, he could be said to be a devilish existence. As expected, Gu Zijing's premonition was instantly fulfilled. With a gangly smile, Yuhao's eyes were filled with the color of debauchery, before he slowly opened his mouth, I'll watch it for me, I've got something to go out for now, if there's any transformation, remember to tell me it the first time. Without waiting for Gu Zijing to refuse, the door was mercilessly locked. But it would have been fine if it was just closed, but the sound of chains actually came from outside the door. Gu Zijing's face reddened slightly before he quickly turned around and slapped at the door, and tried to pull him away, but all that could be heard was the crisp sound of chains as they clashed together. With a hint of anxious tone, he then desperately tapped on the door and opened his mouth to ask, Brother Yuhao, what are you doing? Yuhao let out a low laugh, and then locked the last lock before he opened his mouth with a hopeless look, I'm afraid that you've escaped from the battlefield, well, I'm going out, bye. Behind him came the deafening knocking sound of being knocked on the door, Yuhao smiled wryly, and then quickly turned around and left. Yuhao's eyes flashed with a hint of a calculating look, before his fists were tightly clenched and put into his pockets. As long as you let Qin Chuchu fall in love with Gu Zijing, then Gu Zihui is his own. No one can steal it from him. I have to say that Yuhao's idea was a very good one, because the two of them, Gu Zihui and Gu Zijing, looked very similar, and apart from the gap between their ages, there weren't too many differences. Compared to his leisurely and fastidious life, Gu Zijing in the villa was what was called tearless. Slowly moving a chair, Gu Zijing rubbed his brow with some annoyance. Yesterday's drunkenness has not been too sober until now, and early in the morning was again counted to go to this side of the people, really call people irritable. However, just at this time, the woman on the bed suddenly whimpered, and then the whole person sobbed lowly, as if she had encountered something sad in general. Gu Zijing's eyebrows slightly raised, and his curiosity was instantly aroused. 3 steps and 2 steps, and then pulled his own chair and came to Qin Chuchu's bed. However, before he could properly check the situation, the whole person was directly embraced into his arms, and the refreshing body fragrance instantly drilled into the tip of his nose, causing Gu Zijing to have a somewhat apathetic feeling. This woman in the end want to do what? Breathing slightly aggravated some, Gu Zijing tried to push away Qin Chuchu, but found that her original should be clenched fists at the moment is dead entangled in the neck of her, said what is not willing to let go. Gu Zijing could even count Qin Chuchu's eyelashes. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to wake up Qin Chuchu suddenly murmured. There was a hint of wetness at the corner of her eyes, and then she slowly opened her mouth and said, "Don't. Please don't. Don't leave me, don't leave me." With some uneasiness in her tone, Qin Chuchu just kept repeating this sentence, and the whole person looked a little muddled. Gu Zijing stretched out his somewhat stiff hand, and then slowly circled around behind Qin Chuchu, before gently smoothing it up, and patiently opened his mouth. "Well, I won't go, I won't leave you behind." I don't know if I heard Gu Zijing's answer. The original still weeping Qin Chuchu's tear ducts suddenly stopped, and then the whole person as if losing strength generally directly paralyzed. Fortunately, Gu Zijing was quick, and directly embraced Qin Chuchu, and then slowly put her back on the bed. Her hand is still tightly wrapped around Gu Zijing's neck. The two of them were almost nose to nose, and his eyes inadvertently glimpsed her nose with a hint of pale lips, which were not stained with a trace of lipstick, but looked extraordinarily tantalizing. The knot in his throat subconsciously rolled a bit. Gu Zijing forcibly suppressed the thought of wanting to have a kiss, and then freed a hand to gently pull Qin Chuchu's hand down. He nigh just superfluous. With a trace of helplessness, Gu Zijing slowly lowered his own head and murmured in Qin Chuchu's ear, "I won't leave, okay? Be good and sleep." With a trace of tears in the corner of his eyes that have not yet dried up, Qin Chuchu's hand loosened little by little. Looking at the side of this woman's face, Gu Zijing for a moment actually fell into deep thought. Keeping this action, Gu Zijing was dumbfounded for half an hour. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang without warning, while Gu Zijing scared a light. He quickly stood up and pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. The call was from Zihui. Gu Zijing's originally gloomy mood instantly improved quite a bit, and then spoke urgently, "Brother, how's the contract signing going? Is it still going well?" Gu Zihui stretched out his hand to pull his car door open while speaking. "Well, just finished the negotiation, now I'm preparing to go to Yuhao's villa. How's the situation on your side?" Steadily fastening his seatbelt, he then quickly started the engine. Gu Zijing turned his head and glanced at the sleeping woman, before he continued to speak. "Compared to before it's a bit better, brother, you come quickly. I was locked in the villa by brother Yuhao, I can't get out at all." "Compared to before?" Gu Zihui's brows frowned slightly before he answered, "I know, I'll come over now, you can help me look at it again for now." Quickly hanging up the phone, the gas pedal under Gu Zihui's foot almost directly stepped to the bottom. "Yuhao, what exactly is your idea?" Deliberately arranging Gu Zijing and Qin Chuchu together, is it because you want Qin Chuchu to mix up him and Gu Zijing? Just as Gu Zijing had just hung up the phone and turned around, he found that the woman who was originally supposed to be lying on the hospital bed didn't know when she sat up, and was currently looking at him with a mournful look. Subconsciously shivered. What kind of a situation is this? Chapter 29, Chapter 28, The Pitifulness of Kindness. The pitifulness of kindness. Qin Chuchu's face was so pale that she could barely see a trace of blood. Only to see her shivering and stretching out her hand towards Gu Zijing's position, and then with a mournful look at Gu Zijing opened her mouth. "Gu Zihui, why? Did you not come over these few days? Am I really just a tool in your eyes?" "A tool?" Gu Zijing was somewhat filled with a foggy feeling by Qin Chuchu's words, but her strong feeling of resentment made him a bit apprehensive. Are you recognizing the wrong person?" Qin Chuchu's eyes filled with tears, and the look of resentment instantly turned into the color of sadness. Slowly, she withdrew her hand, and then lowered her head and spoke sullenly, "Gu Zihui, what in the world do you think? If you really didn't want to see me in the first place, why did you have to use means to bind me to your side?" Gu Zijing hurriedly waved his hand and walked to Qin Chuchu's front, and then hurriedly opened his mouth to clarify, "I don't even know who you are." "You really recognized the wrong person. Gu Zihui is my older brother." "Brother?" Qin Chuchu suddenly froze, and then tears rolled down her face as she laughed loudly. But the voice is filled with endless bitterness. Now in order to perfume her, even this kind of reason can be said? Ridiculous, really too ridiculous. If there really was a younger brother, why had she never seen him before? Qin Chuchu bites her lower lip and stops talking, but that face like an earthgray look makes Gu Zijing's hands a little busy. And all this farce was finally brought to a close when Gu Zihui arrived. The maid was found to key the chain lock outside the door and managed to walk in. But at this time, what came into the eyes was Qin Chuchu lying on Gu Zihui's chest, bawling her eyes out, as if she had suffered some kind of wrongdoing. Gu Zijing stretched out his hand to tenderly smooth Qin Chuchu's back, fearing that she couldn't catch her breath in general, and then continued to open his mouth. It's okay, it's already over. When your body recuperates, you can go back to class, and then. Brother, you're here. Attracted by this word, Qin Chuchu with a face full of tears looked towards the doorway side. Gu Zihui's face full of anger was instantly displayed in front of him. Gu Zihui muffled a reply, and then walked directly to Qin Chuchu's front, looking at him with a condescending expression. Why, isn't she sick? Isn't the whole person unconscious and unresponsive? Then who can tell him now why Qin Chuchu would jump on his brother in tears? A nameless anger rises in his heart. Gu Zihui naturally pursues the spearhead of all this directly to Yu Hao's body. With a gloomy face, Gu Zihui opens his mouth gloomily. Where is Yu Hao? Gu Zijing froze for a moment before he stretched out his hand and scratched the back of his head in some embarrassment and spoke. I'm not really sure, but he said he had to go out for a bit before locking me in my room. The muscles on his face twitched slightly. Sure enough, Yu Hao was the one who did this to you. With an inadvertent glance of his eyes, looking at Qin Chuchu's pitiful kind of appearance, Gu Zihui's heart was actually a bit raw. With a hint of anger, Gu Zihui directly stretched out his hand to push Qin Chuchu back to the bed, and only then looked at Gu Zijing with a stern face and opened his mouth. Well, now that you've woken up, it proves that you can't die. If you're okay, you can go first. I'll take care of the rest of the things. Luckily, Gu Zijing didn't notice that obscure expression in Gu Zihui's eyes. He just nodded his head, and then after making a short goodbye with Qin Chuchu, he directly left. His turn was very dashing, without a trace of lingering. For some reason, Qin Chuchu's heart actually subconsciously ached. If Gu Zihui can also be this gentle, it would be good. Looking at Qin Chuchu's gaze that followed, Gu Zihui's face was a bit ugly, and then he directly sat on the head of her bed, stretched out his hand and tightly grasped her chin, and with a face of coldness, forced to ask, did you like it very much? Gu Zihui's strength was used a little too much, so Qin Chuchu's entire chin was almost deformed. The aggrieved tears are spinning in Qin Chuchu's eyes. She shivered for a long time before she could barely open her mouth. I didn't. Humbled lightly, Gu Zihui forcefully flung away Qin Chuchu's jaw, and then this coldly said, you better be clear about what your own part is, don't presume to do more meaningless things. You are just a tool, a surrogate tool. Gu Zihui's words are like a sharp blade, ruthlessly tearing Qin Chuchu's heart apart. Sure enough, it's just as she imagined, isn't it? In Gu Zihui's heart, Qin Chuchu is nothing, just a tool for amusement. The door was thrown shut with force. Gu Zihui's face was a bit ugly. He must find an opportunity to communicate with Yu Hao properly before. His gaze slightly passed a hint of coldness, his footsteps more and more determined up. The room is quiet, leaving Qin Chuchu alone. Her tears wet the bedding, and then stared at the empty doorway. Lips wriggled for a long time, but half a day but could not send any sound. The heart did not know when it was quietly torn open a mouth. A week later, Qin Chuchu quietly left Yu Hao's villa without informing anyone again. Walking aimlessly on the street, Qin Chuchu had a feeling of powerlessness in her heart. With her left hand caressing her already bulging stomach, she doesn't even know where to go back to at this moment. The world is so big, and for the first time, Qin Chuchu feels that there is no place to stay. Finding a clean place, Qin Chuchu then slowly sat down. Now just a slight walk, the whole person is exhausted. When the mother is actually this is not easy. With a trace of tiredness, Qin Chuchu slightly tilted her head back and lightly leaned on the wall. At this time, a group of girls wearing school uniforms happened to walk by Qin Chuchu's side. And what they were talking about was exactly the next thing that the senior students were going to graduate. Everyone is almost racking their brains trying to get a better position for themselves so that their lives won't be too grueling in the future. The one who said it had no intention of hearing it. Qin Chuchu's heart thumped and missed several beats. All ready to graduate, what in the world is she still dawdling here? She can also be a senior student. Dabbing, Qin Chuchu directly stood up from the original place, and then took her own steps, eyes firmly toward the school. No matter what other people think of her, she has to insist on getting her diploma. Otherwise life will be even more difficult in the future. After thinking for a long time, Qin Chuchu still decided to go back to the Qin family first. After so many days, Qin Mingyu's anger should have almost dissipated. Holding a hint of luck, Qin Chuchu slowly walked towards the Qin family mansion. Almost nothing has changed, but a few security guards standing in front of the gate are looking at her with a strange look. It's not all strange, it can be said that there is a hint of respect. Although the heart has noticed, but Qin Chuchu still temporarily did not take into account those, a flash, and then tiptoe pushed open the door, is ready to sneak in the time, the whole person but instantly stiff in place. The three people on the dining table are happily enjoying their breakfast, and their happy appearance makes Qin Chuchu feel a little prickly. Qin Ziyu's face holds a trace of contemptuous smile, and then lightly grunted before placing the cutlery in her hand on the chopsticks and said, "Yo, isn't this Qin Chuchu? Why do you still have the face to come back now? Wasn't she abandoned by Gu Zihui? Didn't I tell you, how could this man fall in love with a woman with no sense of humor like you?" Qin Chuchu's face is a bit ugly, and then silently turns around and prepares to go upstairs. But just because she doesn't want to cause trouble doesn't mean Rao Qingqing and Qin Ziyu will let her go like this. Rao Qingqing, with a hint of resentment, walked up and gently patted Qin Chuchu's slightly bulging belly, then flirted, "TSK, you still have the nerve to go out on the street. The face of our Qin family has been worshipped by you. Now you still have the nerve to come here with a big belly, what are you trying to show off?" Their words are filled with a sarcastic tone. Qin Chuchu didn't squeak, she came back just wanting to organize her bags and didn't intend to get into too much trouble. Qin Mingyu, who has been sitting on the dining table, seems to be a bit unable to watch, lightly coughed before speaking with a rusty tone. "Chuchu, you came back to the Qin family to apologize to me for admitting your mistake?" Qin Chuchu tightly bit her lower lip, and then slowly backed up a step and walked to the steps, and only then slowly said, "I know that this matter is what I did wrong, but the child is innocent, and I absolutely will not take away the child. So father is sorry, I just came back to pack my bags." Her words caused the three people present to freeze. None of them had expected Qin Chuchu to say such words. The current her can almost be said to be penniless, and how could she suddenly propose to leave the Qin family with such words? Could it be that she was by Gu Zihui? Extremely heartfelt, Qin Ziyu glared at Qin Chuchu before she pouted and ran to Qin Mingyu's face and pouted, "Dad, look. Qin Chuchu, this thing that's eating out of the palm of her hand, Gu Zihui has only just taken a liking to her for a short while, and she's in such a hurry to get rid of her relationship with us. You've raised a white-eyed wolf over the past 23 years. Originally it was just an unintentional remark, but Qin Mingyu also seemed to feel that there was some truth in it, and then nodded and spoke, "You want to leave? That's fine, as long as you pay back the money I've helped you pay over the past few years, I can let you leave any time." As Rao Qingqing and Qin Ziyue heard these words, their hearts were also complacent. As long as Qin Chuchu is kicked out of the Qin family, then when Qin Mingyu dies, the inheritance of all the property will be inherited by their mother and daughter, and Qin Chuchu won't be able to share any of the money. Qin Chuchu's face reddened with anger, and then shivered and stretched out her hand to tightly tug on the hem of her clothes, and then gasped and said, "What did you say?" "I went to college after I pressed a penny have not taken your, even if there was before, I think it should have been paid off, right?" Who knows Qin Mingyu but snapped the tableware in his hand, directly slapped on the table, and then a look of anger stood up and walked to the front of the Qin Chuchu, stretched out his hand and pointed straight to her chest. "You this ungrateful daughter, do you not need to give me a pension? I really raised you for nothing for so many years, I should have killed you when you were still in your mother's womb." Chapter 30 Chapter 29 The Pitifulness of Kinship 2. The Pitifulness of Kinship 2. Qin Chuchu's body subconsciously trembled a little bit, regardless of whether Qin Mingyu was serious in what he said, or if he was angry. These words are already enough to hurt her heart. Her tiny fists clenched up. "I also regret that I was born in such a family. That's why I won't let my child make the same mistake. No matter what, I'm leaving the Qin family." A greedy smile appeared on Qin Mingyu's face, and then he stretched out his hand and laid out a 5 in front of Qin Chuchu before he whispered, $50 million, as long as you give me $50 million, I can let you leave at any time, or else you'll never want to take away half of the dust of our Qin family. $50 million? This was simply a lion's price, wasn't it? Even if she saved up for a lifetime, she probably wouldn't be able to pay it back. Qin Chuchu turned around and walked straight up the stairs, which shortened the height gap between her and Qin Mingyu. Seemingly finding a balance, Qin Chuchu then loudly retorted, "Impossible. In these 10 years or so, the amount of money you spent on me was definitely not more than $100,000. She had lived for 23 years, yet what she had enjoyed was no more than 100,000 renminbi. On Qin Ziyue's body, just one bag was at least over 100,000 yuan. The treatment between the two could be said to be worlds apart. Qin Mingyu's face slightly reddened, and then somewhat embarrassedly stretched back his hand short of breath and said, "You do not intend to continue to entangle more with these three people." Qin Chuchu turned around and directly left. No one saw that kind of uneasy expression on her face. God knows she just said this sentence when it spent how much courage, in the face of Qin Mingyu kind of greedy gaze, Qin Chuchu even up to the intention of retreat. After the door was closed, Qin Chuchu directly slid down and sat on the floor, and then stretched out her hand to cover her chest, feeling that kind of manic restlessness. After a few minutes of relief, she picked up a small bag and then put away the few clothes. Aside from 2 whitewashed school uniforms, she only had 2 sets of pajamas and 2 sets of outerwear. These she still couldn't afford to buy on weekdays. Looking at this shabby everything, Qin Chuchu just laughed it off. For such differential treatment, she has long gotten used to it, hasn't she? After self-consoling, she slowly held the photo of a woman at the bedside in her hand, and tears quietly slipped down, and then wet the frame. Qin Chuchu flustered raised his hand to gently wipe away his tears, and then swept on his face as a touch of gratified smile said, "Mom, we're moving out today, and I'll take you with me. Chuchu has grown up and can take you out of this cage." Her back looks so lonely at the moment, and now all she can only choose to bear by herself. Slowly opening the drawer, Qin Chuchu took out the change she had saved for a long time. These are her use of the school scholarship or the money left over from the weekdays, although only 2,000 less, but this is already all the money she has from the time she remembers until now. Took the money out carefully, and then cautiously put it into the pocket. Lest it accidentally fall out, Qin Chuchu also extra careful to retouch its bump. The room was empty, and there was almost nothing that could be taken away. Just a small bag is enough to hold it all. Unattached, Qin Chuchu carried the small bag of clothes and casually took the school card with her before turning around and walking down the stairs. Qin Mingyu remained in his original position without walking away, while Qin Zihui and Rao Qingqing also stood to the side with a look of watching a good show. The 3 of them seem to have discussed it, and their movements are surprisingly consistent. Qin Chuchu tried her best to keep a calm heart, tried to avoid their gazes, and then lowered her head, her palms tightly clutched the small bag of clothes and then slowly walked down. As expected, when she just walked to the halfway point, Qin Ziyu suddenly tilted her head and then mumbled to herself, "Things are packed quite fast? But don't think you can leave so easily, who knows if this woman of yours will secretly take something away." Rao Qingqing reached out and ruffled her hair, that sneering smile on her face becoming more and more obvious. Only to see her slowly take a step forward, before following Qin Ziyu's words and interjected, "That's right, her mother is a woman of that profession, so I'm sure she's not much cleaner, or else how would she be able to hook up with a rich man like Gu Zihui? Let's see, what's in this?" Without waiting for Qin Chuchu to react, she only felt a pain in her wrist, and then subconsciously loosened the things in her hand. The original small bag of clothes instantly scattered on the ground. Rao Qingqing looks surprised, and then stretches out her hand to cover her lips tightly, and makes a surprised look and opens her mouth. "Egu, this is only a few pieces of clothes? 8? Too poor, right, just the maid's clothes in the villa are more than yours." Listening to their humiliating words, Qin Chuchu only blushed and did not intend to retort. Qin Ziyua's face carries a hint of an unintentional smile, slowly walks up but suddenly screams out a cry as if she has seen something horrible, and then jumps a little bit in a row before she lowers her voice. "Man, I actually stepped on your clothes." "Bad, is it all right, sister? I know you won't mind, right? It's just a matter of washing it for you anyway, right?" Qin Chuchu's face was a bit ugly, her gaze slowly moved downwards, resting on Qin Ziyu's feet. This woman is absolutely on purpose. How could there be bugs or cockroaches or something like that in this villa now? This is just an excuse for her to find out, an excuse to humiliate her. Forcibly enduring the anger in her heart, Qin Chuchu barely managed to pull up a hint of a smile and spoke, "Yes. My sister doesn't know too much yet. My younger sister doesn't understand things too well yet, so I as an older sister will naturally forgive you." Her words carry a weak rebuttal, while Qin Ziyu's face instantly twists up, and then forcefully hold back her anger before she bends down with a fake smile and picks up those 8 pieces of clothes as if they were garbage, and then walks over to Qin Chuchu's face with a sincere face and opens her mouth to say, "Yes, sister is so nice. Clothes back to you, why don't you go to my room to pick a few pieces of it? Yesterday dad this just called someone from the United States to bring a KLM just design closet, the global limited edition of only 5 pieces of it." Qin Chuchu didn't reply, she just stretched out her hand with the intention of picking up her own clothes. However, in the next second, the clothes suddenly lost gravity and directly slipped out of Qin Ziyu's hand, directly falling to the ground. And the small photo frame that was interspersed in it also followed and rolled down, lying quietly on the ground. Qin Mingyu's line of sight instantly turned ghostly after seeing the woman in that photo frame. Qin Chuchu secretly screamed that it's not good, and then strenuously bent down to quickly pick up the photo from the ground, but who knows, Qin Mingyu's speed is several times faster than hers. Qin Chuchu, who had been holding back, became agitated in an instant, and then quickly walked forward and reached out his hand to grab the frame, but Qin Mingyu seemed to have anticipated that Qin Chuchu would do this, and then quickly turned around and raised his hand. Qin Chuchu could only be in a mess in the same place with one hand protecting her stomach while gently jumping around, and the look looked a little funny. The heart quickly crossed a trace of sadness and anger. Qin Chuchu tightly bites her lower lip before she growls in a low voice, "Give it back to me." Rao Qingqing and Qin Zihui couldn't care less about that drama just now, and instantly threw strange gazes at this father-daughter pair. That photo frame seems to be a woman, but who in the world is this important to Qin Chuchu? Could it be that Qin Chuchu's mother? A strange smile swirled around the corners of both of their lips, and then they slowly approached Qin Chuchu and Qin Mingyu's position, trying to want to see that person's face clearly. Qin Chuchu's lips almost bit through, and then continued to jump hard, trying to reach that photo while speaking, "Give it back to me, this is something that belongs to me. You are not qualified to touch her." And Qin Mingyu's face was no better, his hand tightly gripped that photo frame, a look of hatred that made Rao Qingqing a little frightened. She and Qin Mingyu get along for so long, this has never seen him this kind of anger constant appearance. That woman in the end and Qin Mingyu between what unknown past? Only the world and chaos in general. Qin Ziyu walked to the side, and then stretched out her hand to Qin Mingyu's position and loudly opened her mouth. "Dad, throw the photo over here, I'll help you look at it." Turning her head and glancing at Qin Ziyu, Qin Mingyu directly threw the photo frame in his hand to Qin Ziyu's position without the slightest bit of attachment. In fact, Qin Ziyu only needed to extend her hand to receive it, but at the last moment, her body suddenly flickered nimbly, and then skillfully avoided the location where the photo frame fell. With a bang, the glass on the frame instantly turned into fragments and fell to the ground. The crisp sound that was made was just like Qin Chuchu's heart. The anger that has been held back finally erupted in that instant. Qin Chuchu bit her lower lip, and then took a big step and walked directly to the side of Qin Ziyu, reached out and pushed her directly and then growled, "What do you still want in the end? I didn't take anything, I just take away the things that belong to me, so can't it?" Although Qin Chuchu's strength is not big, but Qin Ziyu seems to be not expected. Qin Chuchu will suddenly make this kind of crazy behavior, staggered a hand and directly fell to the ground. The glass sharply cut through her skin. Qin Ziyu's tears instantly welled up. Qin Ziyu's eyes suddenly enlarged, and then after she screamed out miserably, she turned her head in fear and looked towards Rao Qingqing's position to seek help. "Mom, it hurts. Qin Chuchu, that crazy woman even pushed me on the ground. Glass, oh my god, glass. It cut my hand. Mom, come quickly. That woman is crazy." Rao Qingqing's heart thumped and suddenly missed several beats. Qin Ziyu was relying on her face to eat, it would be bad if any part of her body was injured. Chapter 31 Chapter 30 Encountering a Scummy Man. Encountering a Scummy Man. Qin Ziyu's face was filled with panic. After being helped up by Rao Qingqing, she immediately looked like a madwoman rushing up, and then aggressively opened her mouth. "I know you can't see that I'm good, but you have to know, I'm a graphic model, and if I'm injured, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do if I get hurt? Can you afford to pay me back? Can you afford me, Qin Chuchu, you bitch? I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." Qin Chuchu could be said to be suffering. It doesn't matter what she did, or if she didn't do anything at all. They would always plant some trumped-up charges on her head, and then use the opportunity to do humiliating things to her. Slowly shaking her head, Qin Chuchu then firmly looked towards Qin Ziyu's position before rigorously saying, "I have never thought about it like that, I only want to take what belongs to me, and then quietly leave, and definitely won't involve your Qin family." Snap. Qin Chuchu's head is slightly sideways, Qin Ziyu's hand is still in mid-air. This woman injured her, and now she still wants to leave so lightly? Not even a door. Qin Ziyu's eyes were filled with strong disgust, then she laughed softly and looked at Qin Chuchu and said, "You want this photo, right? Fine, I'll give it to you." Just when Qin Chuchu was wondering how Qin Ziyu could suddenly be kind enough to help her, the next second she understood the true meaning of these words. Qin Chuchu's eyes are filled with endless anger, and then the whole person is about to get up, but she is helplessly held in place by Rao Qingqing. Helpless tears slowly slipped down from the corners of her eyes, and Qin Chuchu's screams were somewhat painful. She desperately twisted her body, trying to move forward, and then opened her mouth while saying loudly, "Don't. Quickly stop. You quickly stop it." Qin Ziyu's face was covered with that smug smile. Her high-heeled shoes quickly stepped on the picture frame without stopping, emitting a crisp ringing sound. An inexplicable feeling of sadness spreads from Qin Chuchu's heart to her whole body. Gradually she loses the strength to struggle, and then she powerlessly falls to the ground, with a hint of a sobbing voice before she opens her mouth and says, "I'm begging you, please stop it, stop it. What do you want? What do you really want? For Qin Chuchu, this expression seems to be very satisfied. Qin Ziyu then slowly stopped her movements, and then raised her foot and directly kicked that photo frame to the distance, and only then threatened, "You have to cover all the expenses for me to go to the hospital, as well as the $50 million that Dad just said. As long as you can make up for all of these things, then the photo, I'll give it back to you." Qin Chuchu's expression instantly stiffened on her face. If she really agrees, she doesn't know how long it will take to get her mother's photo. However, the situation was urgent, so Qin Chuchu had no choice but to compromise. Slightly lowering her head, Qin Chuchu opened her mouth as if she was numb. "I know, I will give you $50 million, and the medical bills are also owed for the time being. I will pay you back, I will." Rao Qingqing and Qin Ziyu's victorious laughter hovered in Qin Chuchu's ears for a long time, no matter how much she wanted to escape from all this, but in the end, she still can't resist the cruelty of reality. Laughing evilly, after confirming that it will not leave a scar, Qin Ziyu stands up in an excellent mood, and then slowly walks to the front of Qin Chuchu, and then condescendingly bends down her body to flirt with, "Don't worry, I'll help you to save the photos, and I also hope that you can do everything you promised. Dad, let's make a contract, right? Save this woman from flipping out when the time comes." Qin Mingyu nodded his head, seriously, that kind of approving look well undisguised. Rao Qingqing, on the other hand, was watching with a blossoming heart. As long as Qin Mingyu became more and more appreciative of Qin Ziyue, then the better their lives would be in the future. They seemed to have prepared for this, directly taking out a freshly printed agreement from the table that hadn't been printed for a long time, and when they put it into Qin Chuchu's hands, she could even smell the fainting fragrance that had just been printed out. Staring at those handwriting on it, Qin Chuchu slowly turned her head away and looked towards Qin Mingyu, whose expression was a little less natural, before she opened her mouth with a hint of sadness and inquired, "So all of this was designed by you guys long ago, was it? Just waiting to throw yourself into the net?" Before waiting for Qin Mingyu's answer, Qin Ziyue on one side snorted lightly and snickered. "Qin Chuchu, I advise you to be realistic. Before you don't intend to abort the child, you have to know that sooner or later one day you will be kicked out of the villa." Qin Chuchu did not answer Qin Ziyue's question, instead she concentrated on some of the constraints on the agreement, and only after confirming that there were no objections, did she then sign her own big name. When had she also signed a paper marriage agreement with a man she couldn't see for a few moments? That paper marriage contract but doomed the fate of this child. Qin Chuchu's heart is a little melancholy, the future road is destined to be bad. The agreement is in duplicate. Qin Chuchu carefully folded his own copy, only then aggrieved crouched down, straining to scattered on the ground of those clothes folded up in a regular manner, and then put back into the bag just now. The only thing that Qin Chuchu felt fortunate was that she did not put the cash in the bag, otherwise it should have been taken away together just now. With a broken heart, Qin Chuchu's steps were a little heavy. Step by step towards the door, her new journey is about to begin. No longer just like that without purpose, Qin Chuchu's pace is a little heavy, but the gaze is more and more determined. She casually puts on the school jacket in the bag, and then slowly walks towards the school's location. Now can only rely on the dormitory in the school, good thing can still apply, so the residents for the time being cannot worry about. The next thing to care about is this stomach. Her gaze a little slow, and then slowly turned around and walked into a convenience store. After she came out of the convenience store, she turned around and ran to the restroom. By the time she came out, the original slightly bulging belly had now disappeared without a trace. Holding a hint of a smile, Qin Chuchu then moved over towards the school's location with a hint of peace. Almost without getting anything too superfluous to stop her, with her school card, Qin Chuchu smoothly arrived at her class. After not coming for a few days, there didn't seem to be any changes in the class, except that quite a few of the topics of conversation of the people around her were centered around something related to graduation matters. "Look, isn't that Qin Chuchu? I heard earlier that she has a baby in her belly." "Yeah, I heard that man even called in Yuha for Qin Chuchu, it was Yuha who came to help." "You're right, God, simply too shocking. That day I happened to be present, but Qin Chuchu can be a mess. I secretly followed up at that time, Qin Chuchu was Yuha thrown in place, really deserved it up." The surrounding murmurings were sparsely passed into Qin Chuchu's ears, and some of the words said afterward were getting harder and harder to get into her ears. She only frowned slightly, as if she didn't hear anything, and then obediently sat in her seat, waiting for the bell to ring. But there are always some who don't know how to be nice and want to come up and find you in trouble, and Qin Chuchu's ex-boyfriend is naturally this kind of person. Luo Jilian laughed gangly, and then walked up contemptuously, his eyes with a kind of contempt, and then stretched out his foot and kicked directly on Qin Chuchu's desk, which really scared her. The former lover has now become such a situation, to say more or less Qin Chuchu still feels some cold heart. Her eyes are a little red, lowered her head which then lowly called out, "Jilian brother." Who knows? Luo Zhiliang but very disdainfully rolled a white eye, and then very disgustedly stretched out his hand to yank Qin Chuchu's hair directly up, forcing her to look straight at him. His eyes with a hint of anger, and then reached out his hand forcefully yanked Qin Chuchu's hair ruthlessly smashed to the table before he aggressively said, "Qin Chuchu, I say, are you really so love money off? At first, you said you love me, love very much, but now this just how long, you go behind my back to follow other men to go to bed? Is it because I can't satisfy you? Didn't you say you'd save this kind of thing for marriage? Now when you see a rich man, you take the initiative to take off your clothes and throw yourself into his arms?" Luo Zhiliang asked several questions in a row that made Qin Chuchu a little confused, and the pain coming from her forehead almost made her want to faint. Such a big impact, according to Qin Chuchu, such a thin and weak body, how can she support it? Qin Chuchu's tears in the eye sockets spinning, and then slowly reached out his hand, dead tugged Luo Zhiliang's wrist before tears fell like rain, and opened his mouth to explain, "I did not. Zhiliang brother, you listen to my explanation. I love you, I really do love you. These things are a long story, a style I am not willing to fall to this, please believe." Ah. Unfortunately, the rest of her words simply did not have the opportunity to say, because Luo Zhiliang lifted his hand to directly give Qin Chuchu a slap. The sound of a clear and loud slap lingers in Qin Chuchu's ears. "How could?" Qin Chuchu murmured in a low voice. In the past, even if she and Luo Zhiliang quarreled even more, this kind of accidental incident of roughhousing would not happen. But now Luo Zhiliang actually didn't even give her a chance to explain, and directly gave her a death sentence. How can one not be sad? Strongly enduring the raw pain on her side face, Qin Chuchu once again reached out her hand and tightly tugged on Luo Zhiliang's wrist, and then sincerely opened her mouth. "Brother Zhiliang, I beg you, please listen to my explanation. This matter really isn't what you think it is." Luo Zhiliang also seemed to be a little agitated because of that action just now. His chest rose and fell slightly before he gasped for air. His hand tightly strangled Qin Chuchu's neck, before he smiled grimly and spoke, "No need to explain, I already understand in my heart what kind of woman you are, a watery woman. Simply a shameless woman. Seeing money makes you smile like this. Is it that I didn't give you enough money? Fine, I'll give you money, you tell me, how much do you need to accompany me?" His words hurt Qin Chuchu's heart hard in an invisible way. She stares at Luo Zhiliang in dismay, her eyes wide open. Chapter 32, Chapter 31. You how's mind you can't hardly guess. You how's mind you can't hardly guess. Is this really not a dream? Why did her gentle Zhiliang brother in the past become so cruel and heartless at this moment? The words he said were even more heartbreaking. Qin Chuchu's body subconsciously trembled, but she still refused to face this cruel situation. Her hand slowly retracts, and her nails sink deeper into the palm of her hand. Qin Chuchu's head is pressed low, and her tears quietly and silently slide down on the cold floor. She stumbled helplessly into a sitting position, and then her entire body directly plopped down on the table, her eyes staring ahead listlessly, seemingly talking to herself as she opened her mouth. "Tell me, this is all a lie, brother Zhiliang. How could you possibly say such hurtful words? Please believe me, my feelings for you have never changed, no matter if it was before or now, it definitely won't change." Luo Zhiliang's eyes were filled with a look of hatred. This matter was simply a strange shame for him. The woman Luo Zhiliang didn't want was actually able to climb up to a character like Gu Zihui. Was he underestimating Qin Chuchu too much, or was Gu Zihui's tastes too heavy? The result was obvious. How could he let others get what Luo Zhiliang hadn't gotten yet? With a snap, he reached out his hand and slapped it heavily on the table, and only after this did he open his mouth as if he was threatening. "Enough. Qin Chuchu, you're still acting really well. I'm telling you, there's nothing in this world that I can't get, and the same goes for you. Do you want to redeem yourself? Do you still love me?" Qin Chuchu was stunned by Luo Zhiliang's words. She didn't understand the first part, but she understood the latter words. With a sluggish expression, and then slowly nodded. Looking at Qin Chuchu's dumbfounded appearance, the corner of Luo Zhiliang's lips slightly rose up. He could almost feel the kind of image of tricking Qin Chuchu into bed. Luo Zhiliang quickly changed into a look of regret, and then reached out his hand to pull Qin Chuchu up, thus directly bringing her into his arms, before coaxing, "Good. If you really want to atone for your sins, tomorrow afternoon as soon as school is over, go to the campus entrance and wait for me. I will wait for you there. In fact, after breaking up with you, I realized that what I have always loved is you, Chuchu." Qin Chuchu's heart was moved for a while, and the tip of her nose was even more acidic. After hearing this, Qin Chuchu quickly stretched out her hand from Gu Zihui's back and tightly embraced him, and only then choked and opened her mouth. "I know, and I have always known that. Zhiliang brother, you really still like me, right?" Unprecedentedly touched and satisfied. As long as her Zhiliang brother can understand her heart is good, the other she really cannot care about anything. What money and wealth of these things? Qin Chuchu has no interest at all she wants is just to have an ordinary but beautiful relationship. The surrounding people are past a look of watching the show, everyone knows Luo Jilian what ghost idea, only Qin Chuchu this woman stupid, what are not yet found. Compared to the sweetness on this side, Yu Hao and Gu Zihui on the other side of the villa almost broke down. When the two of them came back to their senses and opened the door to their room, Qin Chuchu, who was supposed to be lying quietly on the hospital bed recuperating, was nowhere to be found. One must know that her body is very weak right now, and there is still a child in her stomach that has not yet stabilized. According to her confused and reckless personality, something will definitely happen. Gu Zihui's face was a bit ugly, and he reached out his hand and struck the wall, before loudly scolding, "Damn it, so many people actually can't watch a woman? Did no one even notice when she left?" None of the surrounding servants dared to make a single sound, and could only silently endure Gu Zihui's rebuke. Yu Hao seemed to have gotten used to such a situation a long time ago. As if nothing had happened, he walked forward and reached out his hand to gently pat his shoulder before frowning. If she really wanted to escape, she would have avoided everyone's attention. It looks like she's still not willing to stay by your side. Yu Hao's words carried a hint of innuendo, and Gu Zihui's face grew more and more ugly. His fist slowly retracted back, and then he erected his body, which slowly turned towards the door, with a hint of dangerous eyes in his eyes, and then he secretly said in a low voice, "Qin Chuchu, have you forgotten the agreement we signed? Now if you want to regret it, it is absolutely impossible." Secretly screaming that it's not good, Yu Hao secretly cursed before turning around to follow Gu Zihui's footsteps. It's not easy for Qin Chuchu to leave voluntarily. If Gu Zihui is allowed to find Qin Chuchu, he will definitely bring her back to the villa directly again, and by then, it's not an easy thing for him to want to break up the two of them. "Hui. You wait, do you know where she's going? Fai, wait for me." The corridor was filled with all of Yu Hao's voice, but Gu Zihui had no intention of paying any attention to it, only secretly speeding up his steps while trying to get rid of the person behind him in general. Unable to do so, Yu Hao's footsteps quickly kept up with his rhythm, and steadily maintained a certain distance, not too far and not too close. Quickly opening the car door, seeing that Gu Zihui was about to turn around and leave, Yu Hao couldn't help but anxiously call his name once again. I don't know if I felt Yu Hao's mood. Gu Zihui's movements were slightly sluggish for a moment before he slowly turned around. However, under Yu Hao's expectant gaze, the words Gu Zihui uttered were also extraordinarily chilling. "I still have things to go and get busy, so I won't be accompanying you for a while. Also, Yu Hao, I'll tell you for sure in the end, don't make any small moves. What you're thinking in your heart, I still have a number." Without waiting for Yu Hao to react, Gu Zihui directly twisted his head and closed the door behind him, and then came the sound of his car engine starting up. His figure. All without a trace of attachment. The scenery behind him was getting farther and farther away, and Yu Hao's heart fell into a dead silence. Staring at Gu Zihui's distant back, Yu Hao's eyes were inexplicably filled with a sad look. Seems to be a bit disheveled in general. He slowly squatted down his body, and then directly sat upright on the steps, thin lips gently opened, and then muttered to himself, "Why? Hui, that woman you know you can't love, but still this righteousness, in the end the person who was injured, can be your own Dr. Yu, there is a phone call for you, please come in for a moment." Just when Yu Hao was fuming, a maid's sweet voice suddenly came from his back, really startling him. He slowly withdrew his sight, which doubled his effort to stand up, and said softly, "I know, right away." The gas pedal under Gu Zihui's foot was almost pressed to the limit. According to that dead brain of Qin Chuchu, she would definitely go back to the Qin family first to try to obtain Qin Mingyu's forgiveness. Although he doesn't know a lot about Qin Mingyu, but from the way he acted on the street that day, it seems that Qin Chuchu is unlikely to be forgiven, and it can even be said that she will be given a lot of trouble. If he didn't go and hurry up, something he didn't expect might happen as well. Thinking that Qin Chuchu might have her hands on her once again, Gu Zihui's mood turned into a mess in an instant, and the rate at which the steering wheel was spinning became more and more chaotic. Tick-tock. The ear-piercing sound of the car beeps on the street. Gu Zihui's mood was particularly irritable. Damn it, it's just at this time of the day that the traffic is jammed. Gu Zihui's brows were furrowed, and then raised his hand and hit the steering wheel directly, followed by the ear-piercing sound of the car. The driver in front of the mood seems to be no better, and then angrily opened the window and turned his head to the position of Gu Zihui's car, directly scolded, "What are you doing? Don't you see the traffic jam?" Face slightly sunk, Gu Zihui raised his eyebrows for a moment, but did not move. But if you are familiar with him, you can tell at a glance that his anger is growing. Seemingly with a hint of provocation, Gu Zihui stretched out his hand and slapped it heavily on the car's speed, and then held it down for a long time without letting go. As expected, the driver the next second will directly take him as a punching bag. The car door forcefully pulled open. Also do not care, here is the street. Grumpily stepped out of the car, and then a look of contempt to Zihui, which snorted a laugh. Little brother, look at you driving the car is still decent, but do not understand the rules of this road, right? Zihui didn't say anything, just quietly looked at this man. The rules of the road? What was that he never knew? In his Zihui's world, he himself was the rules. There was a hint of anger in that driver's eyes, and then his fist pounded heavily on the window of Zihui's expensive car before he opened his mouth with an ironclad face and angrily rebuked, "What kind of attitude is this?" Slowly rolling the window down, Zihui remained silent, but the kind of sneer in his eyes became more and more obvious. "You." Bang. That driver's next words didn't even have a chance to come out, because Zihui's powerful fist swung directly at his big, fat face without saying a word. There was a hint of harsh wind mixed in with the fist, and once the wailing sound passed, the driver had already fallen to the ground in a sorry state, and before he could come back to his senses, the door of the car following him had already been opened. Condescendingly looking at this driver, Zihui's fire also found a place where he could vent. Wait. Did not allow him to say a word of nonsense. Zihui's fist spread out from the head and will hit the driver was caught off guard. Surrounding people's line of sight in an instant was attracted over, not just who was sharp-eyed, an instant will recognize the Zihui this number of characters, the surroundings suddenly gathered around the people, and that driver is more like the face of the earth. Zihui, this name is a symbol of authority in this city. Offending him definitely didn't end well. Chapter 33 Chapter 32 Initial Crisis. Initial Crisis. Without a smile, Zihui silently those around the clamor of the people in the eyes, and then reached out his hand will be on the face of the sunglasses slightly down to see some, originally wanted to be low profile dealt with, but I cannot think of still caused a clamor. Turning around without a trace of attachment, his movements were clean and sharp, without half a bit of excess color. Some of the surrounding women who were infatuated with Zihui immediately broke out into screams, as if they had seen something unimaginable. Throwing the car door shut with force, Zihui re-stomped on the gas, and then left those things behind him far behind. An ominous premonition has been lingering in his heart. Is it an illusion? Or has something happened to Qin Chuchu? His eyebrows tightened, and the wind whistled past his ears, scraping his face a little raw. The fallen leaves were blown away and scattered all over the place. Turning his eyes and looking, Zihui also arrived at Qin Chuchu's home. Outside the door is quiet. It seems that nothing has happened, but how would he know that just now Qin Chuchu was humiliated in this big cottage? With his noble status, Zihui arrived at the villa directly without any obstruction. The sofa is now sitting on 3 people, and Qin Zihui is pouting about something. Between the music can still hear Qin Chuchu's name. It looks like his guess wasn't wrong. Qin Chuchu has really come here. Ignoring what kind of atmosphere is in this villa right now, Zihui directly walks in, and then skillfully closes the door behind him, walks to the front of the 3 people with a horizontal waist, with a hint of eagle eyes quickly swept over the 3 people's faces, before he rambles, "Where is Qin Chuchu?" Qin Ziyu's originally smiling face instantly distorted, and then stretched out her hand and heavily slapped it on the table, before she spoke with a hint of contempt, "That bitch? Don't ask, if it wasn't for her, how would I have gotten hurt? Just mentioning her makes me angry." Bitch? Zihui's breath slightly stood still, and then he glanced down at Rao Qingqing, who was sizing him up with a strange gaze on the side, and his mood instantly deteriorated to the extreme. Qin Mingyu initially also did not care, but turned back to think about it but found that something is not right. Although the Qin family is not much strict security, but it is not ordinary people want to enter in the end. This man in the end is? The eyes slowly moved up, although Zihui with sunglasses, but it is still difficult to cover his natural domineering. The heart instantly missed a beat. Qin Mingyu as if he saw something horrible, his hand slightly trembled, and then the things in his hand suddenly fell to the ground, making a crisp ringing sound. Rao Qingqing was also forced to pull her eyes back because of this sound, and turned around to look at Qin Mingyu with worry, before frowning tenderly and saying, "Is husband alright? Don't worry, I'll call security to kick him out." And when Rao Qingqing just said this sentence, Qin Mingyu's face became more and more ugly, shivering for half a day, only then slowly reached out his hand and pulled Rao Qingqing, and then gulped slowly said, Zihui. He is Zihui. Stunned, Zihui raised his eyes. Zihui had already taken off his sunglasses. The knife-like handsome face exudes endless charm, and Qin Zihui, who is still furious, is also deep in it, and can't continue to say bad things about Qin Chuchu, and can only stare at Zihui's face and daze up. To such a gaze he seems to have some displeasure in general, frowned and backed away in general, which then rigorously said, "I'll ask again, where is Qin Chuchu?" Qin Mingyu's forehead doesn't know at what time has been covered with fine beads of sweat, his eyes quickly rotated a bit, only then he forced to put on an expression of composure and opened his mouth, just left off. Didn't you see it? It is still unclear what Gu Zihui actually came to find Qin Chuchu for. If it is to climb the family, he is naturally happy to do so, but if Qin Chuchu has done something wrong and Gu Zihui wants to come to the door to settle the score, then he definitely wants to clear the relationship with Qin Chuchu at the first time. With an undetectable depression in his heart, Gu Zihui then continued to inquire with a gloomy face, where did it go? Qin Zihui lightly hummed, the disdain in her eyes became more and more obvious, between her with a hint of a pleasing smile, and then fawning walked to the side of Gu Zihui, and only then reached out her hand gently pulled Gu Zihui's body of that expensive clothes, and then squirming in a petulant voice, I know, that woman said something to go out to live alone, but she must have a penny on her body or not. But she must have no money on her. Where else can she go but back to school? A bitch like that can only live on the streets. Quickly raising her hand, she mercilessly shook off Qin Ziyu's hand, and Gu Zihui's disgusted look instantly fell into her eyes. Qin Ziyu's expression was a little embarrassed, although she couldn't compete with those first-tier stars, but her posture was still there. To be rejected by a man in front of her like this was the first time. Glancing at the three, that day in the street revenge Gu Zihui can still remember, but unfortunately now is not the time to retaliate, the game is always to the end of the most fun, is not it? With a wry smile, Gu Zihui shrugged his shoulders and then said in a relaxed manner, since it's not here, I'll leave first. Only after watching him not act strangely did Qin Mingyu quietly let out a sigh of relief. And then nodded and wasted stood up and gently wiped a handful of beads of sweat on his forehead, and then ingratiatingly said, look, this is also almost afternoon, if you don't mind if Mr. Gu, you can eat dinner here, although it is said that it is not as good as your usual food, but it's definitely not bad either. Occasionally change tastes also. Gu Zihui's deep eyes slightly lowered for a moment, and then this raised his head with a hint of ridicule and said, there is no need, that day on the street, your howling head is not small. Heart secretly surprised, this man is still very vindictive. It originally thought that kind of thing he would forget. Waiting until Qin Mingyu still wanted to explain, but found that Gu Zihui did not know at what time has left his villa. Chagrin was evident on his face, and he sat back down with some hatred, reaching out his hand and slapping it heavily on the dining table several times before he whispered, oh no, to have messed with such a man who can't be offended. Rao Qingqing's face was also a bit ugly before she looked helplessly at Qin Mingyu. With regards to business matters, she could be said to be clueless. Turning her eyes, Qin Ziyue's face was however filled with a contented smile, as if there was something that made her extraordinarily happy. Only to see that she elegantly drew out a professionally sterilized paper towel, and then carefully wiped the corners of her mouth, and only after that did she raise her eyebrows and swore to Qin Mingyu, Dad, you don't have to worry, I'll take care of Gu Zihui. With a hint of surprise, Qin Mingyu then turned his head to look at his favorite little daughter. Qin Ziyue could be said to be his most favored daughter. She was only 21 years old now, but she was already a well-known second-tier graphic model in China. As long as she spends a little more effort to study this area, I think by the time very soon will be able to become a first-line model, by the time a big hit is not in the question. Her demonic body and pretty face were what many women aspired to. With all this, Qin Ziyue's fame could be said to be rising day by day, and her future was boundless. With the corners of her lips slightly raised, Qin Ziyu fiddled with her long, wavy hair, and then enchantingly opened her mouth and said, I can do everything Qin Chuchu can do, not to mention that I'm even better than her. There is no point where she can compare to me. For the aspect of posture in seducing men, she can be said to have it at her fingertips. If Qin Chuchu could surpass her in this aspect of modeling, it would simply be the biggest joke in the world. The heart vaguely has a little answer, but in order to be safe, Qin Mingyu still intentionally make a look of incomprehension, and then worriedly opened his mouth. What do you mean? Smiling proudly, Qin Ziyue slowly stood up, and then if there is seemingly no I'm not sure what I mean, 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 but I'm not sure what I mean. Rao Qingqing nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Qin Mingyu with a hint of expectation, and as expected, his eyes also carried a look of approval. It's really sad, for the sake of interests in the shopping mall, even this idea of wanting to sell one's body can be used. And this point is the biggest difference between Qin Chuchu and Qin Ziyue. The villa once again returns to its happy scene, only Qin Ziyue's face has an extra trace of a calculating smile. After Gu Zihui came out of the villa, he directly drove his car towards Qin Chuchu's school. Fortunately, he had seen Qin Chuchu's school card before, so he still had some impression of her school. After spending less than half an hour, the car slowly stopped at the entrance of Qin Chuchu's school. Glancing at the school gate, it was still closed at this time of the day. Shutting the car door behind him, Zihui didn't seem to intend to alarm anyone. Glancing down, he glanced at the watch embedded with 24K gold on his hand, before turning his head to look at the notice board at the school entrance. If his speculation was correct, Qin Chuchu should be on campus right now, meaning that if he waited at the entrance for half an hour, he should be able to see her. It's not very long. After deep thought, Zihui then sat back in his car, slowly rolled up the window, and then waited patiently for the time to pass. However, just at this time, his car suddenly shook, and turning his head to look to his right, it turned out that there were 3 youths leaning on his body. Because he was fitted with reverse glass, the people outside could not see inside, while he could see every move of the people outside clearly. Just as he was about to berate those people to go away, he unexpectedly heard the name Qin Chuchu, and all his movements all froze in place in that instant. Listen up, do as I say in a moment. That woman is called Qin Chuchu, you guys should know, right? Her posture is still good. When the time comes, I'll come first, and the rest of the time will be rewarded to you guys. How about it, do you do it? A man's voice was the first to reach Zihui's ears, and Zihui's face instantly bing. Smart people could hear what he meant in these words. Chapter 34 Chapter 33 Initial Crisis 2. Initial Crisis 2. Several men around the low laugh, and then answered down with a full mouth, in the face of such a good thing. Ask how many people can even refuse. Luo Jiliang smiled triumphantly, only then slowly said, listen well, a moment she will come out. You do not follow over to the place I just said first, ambush good, camera those and so on. You should also be ready, right? You don't need me to explain the rest, right? One of the men boldly stretched out his hand, and then patted on Luo Jiliang's shoulder before speaking. Good, then it's settled. The brothers will definitely help you with this favor. The relationship between us still needs to say such polite words. The 4 of them glanced at each other. The kind of smile that filled their eyes was even more self-evident. Zihui's pupils slightly contracted for a moment. Could they be trying to find Qin Chuchu's trouble? Slowly gripping the steering wheel, Zihui's expression looks a little hard to guess. Half an hour later, Luo Jiliang appeared at the entrance of the school on time. Exactly what should be said is that he never went in at all. He was carrying a backpack, and then slowly stood to the side, seemingly waiting for something in general. Zihui also didn't startle him, just slightly rolled down his car window a bit, and his line of sight directly locked onto that man's body. What exactly is the relationship between this man and Qin Chuchu, to actually try to set her up in this way? With a cold gaze, his body slightly leaned forward some, and his entire body exuded a dangerous flavor. As time passes, Qin Chuchu's figure slowly walks out from the school's entrance, seemingly looking for someone in general, her head turning restlessly. Abruptly, her gaze landed on a certain place at the entrance, and then the corners of her lips rose slightly before she excitedly rushed over to Luo Jiliang's location. Zihui's mood is a bit unhappy. That woman actually managed to smile that brightly at a man who was counting on him. What exactly is this woman Qin Chuchu's brain filled with? Could it be that she is still planning to help the other party count the money after being sold? Her face pulled down slightly, and then she lightly crossbowed her lips and cursed, what a stupid woman. However, Qin Chuchu looks like she doesn't know anything, innocently stretching out her hand and taking the initiative to take Luo Jiliang's hand as usual. The whole person looks like a little woman who has fallen in love. The smile on Qin Chuchu's face hasn't disappeared since she came out of the class. Her head was slightly sideways and then leaned intimately on Luo Jiliang's shoulder before she urgently opened her mouth and said, Brother Ziliang, what on earth is the matter that you're calling me out for this afternoon? Luo Jiliang's eyes carried a trace of disgust, but he forced himself to smile, and only then did he speak. I misunderstood you before because of that incident, so I plan to stay you out to take a break. How about it? Won't mind, right? These words are simply flattering to Qin Chuchu. Previously in the class she was still worried that the relationship between the two would not be flawed because of Zihui's intervention, or that they could not go back to the kind of feeling they had in the past. Who knew that she was worried for nothing? Qin Chuchu's eyes reddened a little, and then nodded happily, which then rubbed Luo Jiliang's arm intimately, and then spoke with a slightly pouty look. Yes, of course I won't mind, as long as I can be together with Brother Ziliang. I'm willing to do anything. Willing to do anything? Luo Jiliang's smile grew deeper and deeper. He was waiting for Qin Chuchu's words. Deliberately making a flattered expression, Luo Jiliang then intimately stretched out his hand, and then generously directly wrapped Qin Chuchu into his arms, afraid that the people around him wouldn't know about their relationship as if they didn't know. His eyes blossomed with infinite tenderness, and when he walked to the side of the alley, only then did he suddenly turn around, and then he pressed Qin Chuchu directly against the wall behind him, and with a loving look, he gently lifted Qin Chuchu's chin, and only then did he open his mouth and said, Really? As long as you are with me, are you willing to do anything? Chu-chu. Qin Chuchu's face slightly reddened, obviously not expecting Luo Zhiliang to suddenly make such a strange move. Yet, she still nodded honestly, and then lowered her head with a red face. Luo Zhiliang slightly bent down, and then dropped a kiss on Qin Chuchu's forehead before he spoke with deep emotion. I'm more and more discovering that my returning back to you is the right choice. Qin Chuchu naturally nods her head happily, not noticing in the slightest that something is wrong. And in order to be able to keep the two's movements in sight at all times, Zihui also simply parked his car directly in front of the school, and then skillfully followed behind the two. His position is very accurate, not only will not expose their identity, but also can be two people's movements at all times in the eyes. Such a skill is not ordinary people can do. Originally, he thought he would go to the park or wherever, but Luo Zhiliang suddenly let out a low cry when he was halfway there, as if something extraordinary had happened. Qin Chuchu's heart tensed up in an instant, and then quickly walked forward, reached out his hand and tightly clasped Luo Zhiliang's arm, and then worriedly said, "What's wrong, Zhiliang brother? Isn't the body uncomfortable somewhere?" Luo Zhiliang smiled somewhat awkwardly before he stammered out, "I was planning to invite you to dinner, but I suddenly remembered that my wallet is in a hotel. Do you have any money on you right now, Chuchu?" His question was asked somewhat abruptly, and Qin Chuchu's expression was slightly embarrassed. She can't say to Luo Zhiliang that she is now detached from the Qin family and might not be able to afford even the most basic meals, right? "I put my money in the dormitory, right?" Qin Chuchu's words were directly interrupted by Luo Zhiliang before she could remember to finish. His eyes with some urgency and sincerity, and then this rambled, "Then this way, you accompany me back to the hotel a trip, it is not very far from here, okay Chuchu? It's so hard to get back together with you, I want to show something, otherwise I'm too sorry." After hesitating for a bit and seeing that Luo Zhiliang doesn't have any malicious intent, Qin Chuchu then nodded. "Anyway, it's just going back to get his wallet, it's not like he's going to do that kind of thing." After seeing Qin Chuchu agreed, Luo Zhiliang's greedy gaze became more and more obvious. Unfortunately, women in love are idiots, and Qin Chuchu didn't notice this, and could only slowly fall into Luo Zhiliang's trap step by step. While not far behind them, Zihui's fists are clenched tightly, gritting his teeth and cursing with a look of hatred. This woman is still really stupid to the point of being hopeless. But no one could hear his voice, and he could only silently follow behind the two, continuing to watch the progress of this section of events. Sure enough, just like Luo Zhiliang said, it wasn't too far away. Probably after walking for less than 5 minutes yet, they arrived directly below the hotel. But where in this world can there be such a coincidence? Qin Chuchu's heart also tightened for a moment, standing in the doorway of the footsteps delayed just refused to step in. What happened with Zihui before was simply a shadow to her, so she could only stay away from this kind of place. Luo Zhiliang's gaze is slightly hard, but then when he turns around, he replaces it with that innocent smile and says, "Chuchu, what's wrong? Why don't you come in?" Qin Chuchu's expression slightly stalled, and then this awkwardly reached out his hand and waved it to explain to Brother Zhiliang, "I'd better not go in, I'll just wait for you here, just come down quickly." Who knows Luo Zhiliang but bored at a face, seems to be a bit angry look opened his mouth. "What's wrong? Why are you not willing to accompany me up a trip? Do you think I will do something to you? Or do you not believe in my sincerity at all?" Faced with Luo Zhiliang's tricky question, Qin Chuchu answered and did not answer. Under the half push, she was unexpectedly pulled in directly just like that. When she just stepped into the first step, her heart was fearful without reason, and the feeling of uneasiness spread slowly in her heart, and then diffused to all parts of her body. "Zhiliang brother. Hey, Zhiliang, why are you late for work today?" Just when Qin Chuchu was still in hesitation, a waiter holding a pile of quilts came out from the inside, and then greeted Luo Zhiliang with a greeting. "Going to work?" Qin Chuchu looked up at Luo Zhiliang in dismay. At this time, he was hee-hawing and laughed, and then frankly too, "Of course it's to accompany my girlfriend, I've saved up a month's money, and today I even forgot it in my own room, do you think I'm too confused? Such an important thing can be forgotten." The waiter had an expression of "I see," and then smiled as he continued to busy himself. But what Luo Zhiliang said was deeply imprinted in Qin Chuchu's heart. Could it be that she was really over-anxious? Luo Zhiliang turned out to be working here, and is not trying to do anything to. Heart was immediately replaced by a sense of guilt. Qin Chuchu reached out and tugged on the corner of Luo Zhiliang's coat, and then this as timidly opened his mouth. "Zhiliang brother, I'm sorry, before it was me who misunderstood you. Please forgive me. I just. Who knows Luo Zhiliang but smiled, and then slowly shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I know that what happened before still more or less created some shadows for you. But I don't care, I really don't care, what I love is just you as a person, okay?" The tip of Qin Chuchu's nose is a little sour, and then she nods her head vigorously. there are no words that are more touching to her than these words. All the feelings of uneasiness and anxiety dissipated in an instant. Along with Luo Zhiliang's footsteps, Qin Chuchu slowly walks with him to an older room. The door is slowly opened, and a strange smell immediately hits the nose. Qin Chuchu subconsciously pinched her nose, and only then did she forcefully endure not to vomit. Does Luo Zhiliang live and work in this kind of place on weekdays? Her heart aches a little, he works so hard, but she doesn't know anything about it, and she just blames him. Just when Qin Chuchu was about to open her mouth to pacify Luo Zhiliang, she found that the door was closed at some point and made a loud noise because of the sound of unlocking. Qin Chuchu. Luo Zhiliang's face reveals a wolfish gaze before pressing forward with every step. Chapter 35 Chapter 34 Crisis Everywhere 3. Crisis Everywhere 3. Qin Chuchu's face was written with a panicked look. No one could tell her what the hell was going on. Obviously just now it was still fine, wasn't it? Why was it that once she turned around Luo Zhiliang looked like he had changed into a different person? Ominous premonition in her mind, for a long time hovering lingering, subconsciously took a step back. But because the room was narrow, Qin Chuchu fell directly to the floor in a flash. Luo Zhiliang's eyes are filled with a sneer, and he walks forward and reaches out his hand to gently lift Qin Chuchu's jaw, before he teasingly says, "So you're so impatient?" With slightly reddened eyes, Qin Chuchu could more or less guess some of it. "Brother Zhiliang, what are you doing? Didn't you say that you want to take the wallet? Why are you?" Luo Zhiliang somewhat impatiently waved his hand and slapped away Qin Chuchu's hand, and then this time he smiled eerily. "Shut up, don't you know what kind of thing I want to do? You should be clearer than anyone else, right?" His words are hidden, but every sentence is all with thorns, stabbing Qin Chuchu all over her body. Qin Chuchu's face was filled with a panicked look, and then stretched out her hand and tightly clasped Luo Zhiliang's wrist. Her face was filled with a terrified look, and then timidly said, "No, it's not like that, Zhiliang brother." But how could Luo Zhiliang simply let Qin Chuchu go just like that? Reaching out his hand to tightly grip Qin Chuchu's wrist, Luo Zhiliang's eyes spat with a hint of contempt. "You want to prove that you love me? Give it to me. You can even give it to that man, but you can't give it to me? Am I inferior to him in any way, or do you just like rich men, Qin Chuchu?" His words get more and more outrageous. Qin Chuchu shakes her head like a rattledrum. But what she gets is Luo Zhiliang's ridicule. Her heart subconsciously throbs. It shouldn't be like this, shouldn't it? Luo Zhiliang came over to make up with her. How could it turn out like this? Following that, Luo Zhiliang's face changed to a heartbroken look, stretching out his hand to slowly help Qin Chuchu up from the ground, and only then did he open his mouth and coaxed, "Qin Chuchu, I'm telling you, if you want to come back to me, use your body to prove it to me." Body? Upon hearing these two words, Qin Chuchu's body subconsciously trembled. What Gu Zihui brought her that day was definitely an accident. And being pregnant with his child was even more of an accident amongst accidents. Now just to prove that kind of feeling, you have to use such behavior to prove it? A wave of nausea keeps spreading upwards from Qin Chuchu's heart. Abruptly, she stretched out her hand and heavily slapped away Luo Zhiliang's hand, and then the whole person directly rushed forward, lying down by the doorway and violently dry heaving. Was she blind? Actually hadn't seen that Luo Zhiliang had such a purpose. Trembling outstretched hand, Qin Chuchu tried to open the unlocked door to escape out, but who knows, Luo Zhiliang seems to have long detected her purpose. The reaction than Qin Chuchu also faster than a step. Reaching out his hand, he directly grabbed Qin Chuchu's long, black and soft hair behind her head, and yanked it back without the slightest bit of pain. Qin Chuchu screamed in pain, and then the whole person's center of gravity was directly unbalanced and fell to the ground. Before she had time to react, Qin Chuchu felt a stabbing pain in her back, and when she opened her eyes and moved away, she found that Luo Zhiliang did not know when he had already retreated his own shirt, and his tan skin was exposed in the air in an instant. The atmosphere in the room suddenly heated up, and Qin Chuchu's eyes also contained a few tears in that moment. She understands very well what will happen next, and she absolutely can't let this happen. Now she is already a mother, the child in her belly absolutely cannot withstand this kind of torment. She must leave. Otherwise there is only a way to die. Holding this belief, Qin Chuchu struggled to try to sit up from the bed, but her body suddenly moved. Luo Zhiliang directly bullied down in a moment. Eyes contracted violently, Qin Chuchu's heart beat wildly. With a low laugh, Luo Zhiliang stretched out his hand and rubbed it over Qin Chuchu's face, then revealed a hint of greed and murmured, "At this juncture, you still want to escape? It's too naive. Do you think that the plan I've carefully designed for so long can let you escape so easily?" Too late to struggle and exclaim, Qin Chuchu's fragile school uniform was ripped off by Luo Zhiliang in an instant. The piercing sound appeared extraordinarily wordy in this room. The light pink bra was unreservedly displayed in front of Luo Zhiliang in an instant. His breathing subconsciously aggravated, gulped, his left hand slowly touched up. It was even whiter than expected, and the texture of the skin was excellent. His words sounded like a humiliation in Qin Chuchu's ears. Having a relationship with Gu Zihui is definitely an accident, while Luo Zhiliang's attitude is too harsh. Qin Chuchu remained undeterred, her teeth tightly biting her lower lip, and then released a hand to protect her chest while using her right hand to push back on Luo Zhiliang's chest, to prevent him from pressing on her stomach. With a hint of tears in the corners of her eyes, Qin Chuchu opened her mouth pitifully. Zhiliang brother, it's not like this, it shouldn't be like this between us, shouldn't it? I love you, you know that, don't you? Why does it have to be like this for you to know that I love you? Qin Chuchu's face was like a steamed shrimp as she lowered her head in silence. Stunned, she wanted to withdraw her hand, but Luo Zhiliang said nothing to let go. Slowly withdrawing that hand in midair, Luo Zhiliang then spoke in disgust, things have progressed to such a situation, do you still want to pretend to be pure? And after not waiting for Qin Chuchu to open her mouth, Luo Zhiliang directly leaned down and stabilized Qin Chuchu's mouth. The taste of blood instantly spread in the mouth. Luo Zhiliang stifled a grunt, and then scrambled to get up to cover his mouth. Is this woman a dog? Luo Zhiliang was infuriated and stretched out his hand to deadlock Qin Chuchu's throat, and then loudly scolded, bastard, actually dare to bite my old man? Do you like biting so much? Tears rolled down the corners of her eyes as Qin Chuchu protested silently. Her mouth was also filled with the taste of blood, but this was the only way she could think of not being violated. For some reason, she just wasn't willing to show her body in front of others like this, a sense of shame filling her entire heart to the brim. Toast to the drink. You'll be in for a treat later. His gaze slowly rested on those gauze cloths on Qin Chuchu's belly. This woman is wrapped up in the abdomen? Sure enough, even the child is not willing to knock off, is wanting to fly up the branch to become a phoenix? With a cruel smile, Luo Zhiliang's hand slowly reached out to Qin Chuchu's small abdomen, and then this is while unwrapping it, said, I absolutely will not let you get what you want, and today let this child die in bed together. Looking at his face close at hand, Qin Chuchu subconsciously shivered. Was she still discovered? In an instant, she doesn't know where she got the courage, she quickly sat up, and then directly pushed Luo Zhiliang away, growling, brother Zhiliang, this shouldn't be like this between us. Didn't you say you still love me, but why are you forcing me to do things I don't like? The child is innocent, I beg you not to do this. Slap. The crisp slapping sound resounded once again, while the left side of Qin Chuchu's face had already swollen up a large chunk. Stunned, she stretched out her hand to tightly cover her sore left eye, and tears rolled down once again. Such Luo Zhi good strange, why is it like this? Sobbing in a small voice, Qin Chuchu's face has been replaced by tears in a few moments, slowly curling up her body, which then whispered and sobbed, why is it like this? Zhiliang brother, how did you change like this? Lightly grunted, Luo Zhiliang once again. Qin Chuchu once again pressed back to the bed, not waiting for her to struggle, quickly removed the rest of her clothes quickly, and then directly bullied on her body and said, what kind of me does not need you to care, you just obediently wait to enjoy it, you want to give birth to a child for Gu Zihui, that man. I tell you, don't dream. You can only carry my Luo Zhiliang's child. Humiliation was born from the heart. When Qin Chuchu wanted to struggle, she realized that Luo Zhiliang didn't know when he had already pressed her limbs to death, she couldn't move even if she wanted to. Laughing eerily, Luo Zhiliang frees his hands and quickly retreats Qin Chuchu's pants, which reveals a wolfish gaze, and opens his mouth. Resign yourself to your fate, the game has just begun. I don't want this. As soon as she got the chance, Qin Chuchu stretched out her hand and desperately slapped Luo Zhiliang, trying to push him away from her body in general. However, until the time Luo Zhiliang retreated all the clothes on his body, Qin Chuchu failed to shake him in the slightest. A weight was placed on her body, and a strange sensation came from her stomach. As Luo Zhiliang's hand kept spreading downwards, Qin Chuchu then despaired. Gu Zihui. Gu Zihui. At this moment, other than calling this name, Qin Chuchu surprisingly couldn't think of any words. Luo Zhiliang smiled greedily. Chapter 36, Chapter 35. Save me, Gu Zihui. Save me, Gu Zihui. This is an irresistible temptation for Luo Zhiliang. Luo Zhiliang teasingly stretched out his hand to hold that soft and boneless thin waist, before he flirted, I can't imagine that you actually still have this kind of flavor, it's really a pity that I didn't get to be the first man to take you in the first place. Seeing that his hand is going to continue to go down, Qin Chuchu anxiously and desperately twisted her body, and then tore open her voice and screamed, Gu Zihui, Gu Zihui. Save me, Gu Zihui. As a result, without a doubt, Qin Chuchu once again received a heavy slap, her left ear buzzing. Luo Zhiliang angrily raised his hand and gave Qin Chuchu another slap before he angrily scolded, "You little bitch, you still say that you can't forget me and that it's me that you love, and now you're trying to ask for help from another man in front of me. Is this proof that you love me? Qin Chuchu, I will prove to you, who in the end can make you more comfortable." Whimpering lowly, Qin Chuchu no longer dares to speak. Fear has already taken over her whole body. Now even moving her body is extraordinarily difficult. And just at this time, Luo Zhiliang but suddenly thought of something in general, waved his hand to the bathroom room and said in a low voice, "All three of you come out, I'm going to change my mind, close up, I'll give it to you after I'm done." Stunned, Qin Chuchu turned her head to where Luo Zhiliang's gaze was and her face instantly turned white. Three men slowly walked out. Qin Chuchu subconsciously raised her hand to protect her chest in death, and then growled, "Brother Zhiliang, why are you doing this to me?" Luo Zhiliang reached out his hand and pulled Qin Chuchu's hand away with force, letting the beauty of her chest instantly fall in those three men's eyes, and then lowly mocked, "I said, you don't have the right to choose. If you obediently cooperate, it might even make you feel better. Why? Because you're cheap." Humiliating tears once again rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Qin Chuchu once again savored the feeling that life was worse than death. After such a thing happened, she hated to die right now. But the child is innocent. "Brother Zhiliang, I beg you not to do this, the child is innocent, I beg, Before Qin Chuchu's pleading voice could finish, she was once again engulfed by Luo Zhiliang's kiss. His kisses came a bit sharply, and his breathing sound was not too stable. The atmosphere in the room is very ambiguous, and those few men are even closer to directly take the camera to start preparing to shoot. As long as the back recorded, after that what will happen smart people will know. Well. Critical time, Qin Chuchu but can only send out this kind of meaning unknown sound to. Tears wet Jane Yajing's pillow, and her heart has already begun to despair. "Gu Zihui. Please, save me." This time, the call was no longer as powerful as the previous one, but instead, it was with a struggle. However, the door was directly kicked open the next second. Everyone's eyes focused on the doorway in an instant, and Luo Zhiliang was naturally no exception. Only Qin Chuchu was like a puppet with broken strings, staring at the ceiling with her eyes wide open, not knowing what she was thinking. The atmosphere in the room became frozen in an instant, an aura emanating from Gu Zihui's position caused everyone to not dare to act rashly. There was no one more flustered than Luo Zhiliang, who subconsciously pulled over the quilt to block his body, before he angrily opened his mouth. "Who are you? Wasn't my door unlocked, how did you get in?" Gu Zihui didn't answer. Instead, he accelerated his steps towards the bedside, looking at the bloodless Qin Chuchu. His entire expression instantly turned blue. He originally thought that Qin Chuchu would willingly follow this man to the bed. Who knows that in the end she shouted out those names, but all of them were him. Heart suddenly softens. If he doesn't come out at this time, things should be going beyond his imagination. Reaching out his hand, he directly ripped Luo Zhiliang off Qin Chuchu's body, and then mercilessly threw him into the position of those three other men, before he coldly said, "My woman, you dare to touch?" His anger instantly made Luo Zhiliang and those three men freeze in place, unable to move. You. Luo Zhiliang stammered for half a day, but he couldn't even say half a word. Gu Zihui's sudden appearance definitely caught them off guard. Quickly stretching out his hand, utilizing the quilt to wrap Qin Chuchu up, his eyes inadvertently glanced over those gauze cloths by the side of his small abdomen, and his gaze grew colder and colder. With a cold eye, Gu Zihui picked up Qin Chuchu from the bed, and only then condescendingly walked to the front of the four people, and then raised his foot and directly knocked Luo Zhiliang to the ground, and then arched his eyebrow. "Just now you seem to say that you want to get rid of me and Chuchu's child, Luo Zhiliang's entire person is directly stepped on the ground by Gu Zihui, while the three men around him are looking at each other, not knowing what to do. The situation was turned around in an instant, while Qin Chuchu clearly hadn't recovered from the shock she had just experienced, and could only stare at the sight of Gu Zihui's face and keep shedding tears. He really came. The heart beats wildly, but it is also difficult to suppress Qin Chuchu's throbbing. Is it a coincidence or is he following all the way? These are not important. The original panicked heart had gradually settled down. On the other hand, Luo Zhiliang's expression instantly stiffened in place, and then laboriously lifted his face to look at Gu Zihui, and then shivered. You are Gu Zihui?" Gu Zihui didn't answer. Instead, he increased the strength of his own feet, causing Luo Zhiliang to howl repeatedly. The heart-rending wails lingered in this room for a long time, and immediately afterward, Gu Zihui's gaze also landed on those three other people. It looks like they have no intention of letting Qin Chuchu walk out of this room alive. Qin Chuchu is his woman and he didn't even bother to move, so what qualifications do these humble people have? Run! I don't know who shouted first. Those three men moved in unison, and then instantly ran towards the location of the door. However, who knew that Gu Zihui's movements were a bit faster than them? Although he was holding Qin Chuchu, his movements didn't seem to be affected by this. Freeing up a foot, he directly kicked that door back with a loud bang. At the same time, those three people's faces instantly turned earthy gray as well. This man knew from his appearance alone that he was no ordinary person, and the suffocating oppression emanating from his body was even more so something no ordinary person could possess. Luo Jiliang grunted in pain, and then slowly climbed up from the ground, patted the dust on his body. It was not easy to be lit by Qin Chuchu's desire. The fire cannot be vented in time, but also be stirred up. Luo Jiliang don't mention how angry. Quickly put on his pants, Luo Jiliang only with a hint of sinister expression opened his mouth and said, "Damn," to the mouth of the duck actually flew away like this. There are four of us, so what about Gu Zihui? It's still hard to beat him with two fists, so let's go. If we don't get him killed today, it will be the four of us brothers who will die tomorrow. Those three other men looked at each other, and then nodded in silent agreement. Luo Jiliang's words made sense. They had more or less heard about Gu Zihui's character. He was unpredictable and ruthless. If they fell into his hands, they would surely be unable to eat. Go! With a low shout, the four of them tacitly rushed out from their original positions, and then directly pounced on Gu Zihui's position. Frowning slightly, Gu Zihui no longer intends to hold back his anger. He already has a belly full of fire since just now. First, it was the way Qin Chuchu was dead set on this man. The smile on her face was as bright as it could be. But towards him? Yet never. Jealous, Gu Zihui gently placed Qin Chuchu on the ground, and only then did he raise his foot to kick directly at the man who was the first to rush up. The difference in strength was too much. In less than a minute, there were already four men lying on the ground with bruises and swollen faces, while Gu Zihui was unharmed. In the face of absolute strength, people in the moor can only serve as cannon fodder. This is later Luo Jiliang arrived at the sentiment. Of course, these are also afterthought. Gu Zihui seemed to take extra care of Luo Jiliang. If there were 10 punches, 9 of them landed on Luo Jiliang's body. The wailing sounds of agony were long-lasting in this room, while Gu Zihui's fire seemed to have not yet finished venting. He freed his feet, and then kicked in disgust at the four men who were lying on the ground and wailing. One of the men stretched out his hand with great effort, and then tightly hugged Gu Zihui's calf and begged for forgiveness. "Big brother, we were only blinded by Luo Jiliang. If we knew that this woman was yours, we definitely wouldn't dare to move ah." After hearing a man say this, a man hurriedly followed suit, and then pounced forward to hold Gu Zihui's other calf, and then opened his mouth with an aggrieved look. Yes, we were all forced. All of it is what Luo Jiliang told us to do, you have to believe us. But they didn't know that their actions like this made Gu Zihui more and more disgusted. Who knows, in the next second, the four men's gazes met, and then one of the remaining men and Luo Jiliang instantly rose up on the ground, waving their fists and pouncing directly on Gu Zihui's body. As if he had already anticipated that they would make this move, Gu Zihui pulled his fist back a little harder, and then mercilessly extended his hand to directly strike the two men in the face. Luo Jiliang stretched out his hand to cover the bridge of his nose in death. That round just now was definitely not light. It was estimated that it was going to be broken, while the other man was no better. The two men who were holding Gu Zihui's feet down didn't seem to expect something like this to happen, and by the time they came back to their senses, the two of them had already risen up in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 37 Chapter 36 Wolf's Den, Tiger's Mouth? Wolf's Den, Tiger's Mouth? Glanced at the already half-dead several people, Gu Zihui this only walked up, more complimentary a few feet to relieve the gas. After this only took out his cell phone and dialed Yuha's cell phone opened. After that, if you receive what Jiliang's 4 people to the hospital's registration list, are not allowed to pick up. Yuha was slightly surprised for a moment, and then nodded before answering. I know, I'll go do it now. After explaining these things, Gu Zihui then dialed another number and said, I'll send you the specific address in a while. I don't want to see these people appearing on the street intact again. Slowly hanging up the phone, Gu Zihui's eyes were filled with anger. These few men's burdens were really big enough. His Gu Zihui's things also dared to touch. Kick open the door, Gu Zihui will be his body jacket directly off, and then batch in Qin Chuchu's body, which will be rewrapped with the bedsheet, and then directly Qin Chuchu to another room to go. Compared to before, this place can be said to be much cleaner. After placing Qin Chuchu on the soft and wide bed, Gu Zihui silently lit a cigarette, and then turned his back to Qin Chuchu without speaking. Her tears kept spreading out from the corners of her eyes, and the whole person was like a fragile porcelain doll. Impatiently snuffing out the cigarette in his hand, Gu Zihui then said dully, Have you cried enough? Qin Chuchu subconsciously bites her lower lip, and then doesn't dare to make a single sound. To know, just now, if it wasn't for Gu Zihui barging in, what kind of scene she would have ended up in now is simply unimaginable. I'm sorry. Gu Zihui, sorry. Tears rustling down, Qin Chuchu's body trembled more and more violently. Although it's not the first time this kind of thing has happened, but subconsciously it still feels horrible. Spitting out the last mouthful of cigarettes in his mouth, Gu Zihui's eyes, with a little difficult to speculate on the color of God, said, "Why do you want to come out with him? I should have said, told you to take good care of your body and you outside, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Qin Chuchu slightly staggered for a moment, then sat up strenuously to look at Gu Zihui's position, and then waved his hand to explain, Because it's almost time to graduate, and if I can't find a good job, my life in the future will definitely be even more arduous, that's why I want to." Snorted a laugh, Gu Zihui slowly raised his head, his eagle-like gaze tightly locked on Qin Chuchu's body, before he opened his mouth with a hint of mockery. "That's why you want to come out to a room with another man?" His words are barbed with every word, and he again misinterprets the meaning of Qin Chuchu's words. Her eyes are filled with a stunned look, and her panicked look makes Gu Zihui take in all the details. He clearly knows that Qin Chuchu didn't do it on purpose, but he can't forgive her for smiling so sweetly in front of another man. Qin Chuchu's feet gently swayed for a moment, and then this time, she stood on the ground and walked towards Gu Zihui's position to explain, "No, I didn't even think the Ziliang brother would do such a thing, and I'm resisting." Me. Plop. The blouse that was originally supposed to be granted on Qin Chuchu's body fell to the ground in an instant, and the quilt had also been left on the ground at an unknown time. His eyes felt a little congested, and Gu Zihui felt that his body was unbearably hot. Just now in that small room, he had already felt something, only at that time the focus was on teaching those 4 people, so it was not too sensitive, and now if this is still no feeling, Gu Zihui should go to the hospital to check his body. Quickly pacing up, Gu Zihui frivolously lifted Qin Chuchu's chin, and then gazed straight into her eyes, said, "Just seduced people failed, and now intends to repeat the trick?" "No, I just what?" In the face of Qin Chuchu's incoherence, Gu Zihui is even more pressing step by step, not giving her the chance to resist excessively. Stretching out his hand, he frivolously clasps her shoulder. "If you don't have a ghost in your heart, why are you afraid of me, huh?" Qin Chuchu desperately shook her head, wanting to deny Gu Zihui's words. Gu Zihui's face abruptly changed drastically, seemingly unable to see her like this. Stretching out his hand, he strangled Qin Chuchu's throat, and then deliberately threw her attractive skin out of his mind before he hated to say, "What do you still want to explain now? Or do you want to tell me that everything is a coincidence? Didn't I tell you to stay in Yuhao's villa and not to move? Who authorized you to come out? Speak up." Tears rolled down the corners of Qin Chuchu's eyes. Things are obviously not like this. Why can't Gu Zihui listen to her properly? Bravely raising her head to meet Gu Zihui's penetrating eyes, she then trembled and said, "It's not like that, I just want to come back for the exams. I'm going to graduate, I can't be without a job." Gu Zihui, how can you be so selfish? Selfish? With a contemptuous smile, the strength in Gu Zihui's hand grows bigger and bigger, and then he glances at the gauze scattered on the ground, before he says sinisterly, "Selfish, you call me selfish? Qin Chuchu, you are not qualified to say such words, don't forget, you are nothing but a lowly woman of mine." As her neck tightens, Qin Chuchu's breathing instantly starts to become difficult. Her face kept reddening, and the air in the room became more and more oppressive. As long as Gu Zihui pushes a little bit more, Qin Chuchu will suffocate at any time. Looking at her in such a sorry state, his heart suddenly tightens, and with a hint of reproach, Gu Zihui glances with his big hand, and then throws Qin Chuchu directly onto the bed with the quilt. Wide and soft big bed because of Qin Chuchu's touch and slightly concave down, well. Vomit. Qin Chuchu dead covered his mouth, and then sideways on one side to dry heaving up, the face is pale, looks like it should not be good to go. Depressed turned away, Gu Zihui relighted a cigarette, which only poured out to, "Are you a fool? Can't you see that kind of man's heart is harboring evil intentions?" Qin Chuchu lowered her own head and didn't say anything, but the tears kept rolling down as if they would never run out. "I'm sorry, I really didn't know Ziliang brother would do such a thing, I'm also very." Carelessly leaned his body back a little, Gu Zihui casually placed in the pocket of the cell phone turned out, and then in the screen tapped a number of times, in the point down the send after tapping the send button, he sneered, "Brother Ziliang? Calling is really intimate, if I don't come, are you going to be happy in another man's lap?" Qin Chuchu was silent. An inexplicable sense of annoyance surges to his heart. Gu Zihui throws the cell phone directly to the ground, and then looks at Qin Chuchu with a state of condescension. "Qin Chuchu, I'm going to tell you one last time, don't presume to leave my side, and don't forget what the contract that you signed with me is." Still choosing to remain silent, Qin Chuchu does not say anything, just quietly listening to all this. There is no one who is going to be more upset than her right now. The former lovers had actually evolved into this situation. No one at all knows that in the moment Luo Zhiliang unlocked the door, Qin Chuchu's heart turned cold in an instant. Suddenly, Qin Chuchu stretched out her hand and tightly wrapped the quilt on her body, only then did she lift up her eyes that were already swollen from crying, and then timidly walked to the front of Gu Zihui, only then did she lowly said, "I'm sorry, I know, I will be good in the future, please forgive me." The original anger is also because of Qin Chuchu's initiative to apologize and ease some, cold a handsome face. Gu Zihui this is not warm and asked back, "Where are you wrong?" Eyes lowered, tear-stained eyelashes gently trembled for a moment. Qin Chuchu gently shook her head, and then good-naturedly said, "I don't know." Gu Zihui's expression was a little bit less natural, but he couldn't say where it was wrong. Slowly sitting up, Gu Zihui then ripped the quilt off her body directly, and then stared at her attractive body, before speaking steadily. "First, next time, if you leave the range I've designated without my permission, I'm going to let you know what it means to suffer. Second, if you let me know that you have any overly intimate interactions with another man, I will let you never see him again. Lastly, my child, you are not qualified to strangle him." Nodding her head, Qin Chuchu did not utter a retort, but her left hand gently covered her own belly. She cherished this child more than anyone else, even if his existence was an accident, and was not even blessed to begin with. Nonetheless, she was not willing to give up anymore. Seeing her this well-behaved, Gu Zihui couldn't find a reason to continue making things difficult. Leaning his body forward a bit, and then reached out his hand to hold down Qin Chuchu's wrist, which as well as its ambiguous posture pasted on, his sexy thin lips slowly moved to Qin Chuchu's ear, and then gently blew a breath, which then spoke with a hint of a coaxing look, "It is good if you understand. Now you should fulfill your obligations." The body suddenly stiffens. Qin Chuchu naturally can understand what Gu Zihui is referring to as this obligation to understand. Qin Chuchu's face is a little bit not right, and then subconsciously shrunk her neck a little bit, and only then freed a hand to resist in Gu Zihui's chest and begged for forgiveness. "But Gu Zihui, I have a child in my stomach now, can you not?" The gentleness in Gu Zihui's eyes has long since disappeared without a trace. The tenderness in Gu Zihui's eyes has long disappeared without a trace, stretching out his hand to directly pick up Qin Chuchu across the waist and place her on the bed, before gently nibbling on her pink lips. "You remember, you never have the right to choose, only to listen." Tears instantly slipped down. The original relationship between the two never changed. Chapter 38, Chapter 37, The Downfall of a Jagged Man. The downfall of a jagged man. Qin Chuchu's tears caused Gu Zihui to have a feeling of distraction. Impatiently pulling away Qin Chuchu's only remaining sliver of quilt, he then aggressively said, "Is it that you have to be around other men before you can be willing?" Qin Chuchu quickly stretched out her hand, and then repositioned it against Gu Zihui's chest in an attempt to pull away the distance between the two of them, before she opened her mouth while trying to change Gu Zihui's rationality. "No. Gu Zihui, this will hurt the child, I beg you, don't you want a child? If you go on like this, well..." The rest of her words didn't have a chance to come out before she was directly stabilized by Gu Zihui. Who knows that Gu Zihui, but Jie laughed, and then his big hand resided on her belly, which brought his face closer to Qin Chuchu's face, and then said without a trace of temperature, "The child can have as much as you want, you don't have the right to choose, you can only choose to accept it." Painful whimpers instantly overflowed from Qin Chuchu's mouth, her face instantly distorted, and her whole person looked extraordinarily painful in general. Gu Zihui's words are like a sharp blade, slashing her fragile and sensitive heart open one by one. He had been thinking about this body for a long time, but before that, he had been delayed because of something. If not, he was afraid of hurting the child in his belly. But today, after Luo Zhiliang's several people saw a mess, Gu Zihui desperately stifled a moment was exploded. Lo whimpered, "The whole person's body will be curled up." Gu Zihui stood to the side, and then slowly removed his pants, which were only half retreated, and his blouse also slowly fell to the ground. Revealing his beautiful body, his wheat-colored skin looked especially dazzling under the sunlight. He held a hint of a demonic smile, and then slowly walked to Qin Chuchu's front, and with every step he took, Qin Chuchu's heart subconsciously locked up in a circle. Gu Zihui's eyes flashed with a different kind of delight, but he still sneered and spoke, "What kind of reserve are you pretending? It's not like that, I didn't even talk to anyone." "Well..." Qin Chuchu's words hadn't even had time to finish, and the sound of petite overflow suddenly spilled out of her mouth, causing her to panic and reaching out her hand to cover her mouth, lest she let out any more infuriating sounds. Only the fact that those few men had just seen her body made Gu Zihui unable to calm down. After he pondered for a while, he then bent down to touch Qin Chuchu's slightly cold thin lips and slurred, "Your person, your heart, all of it is mine." Gu Zihui's dominance made Qin Chuchu unable to resist, and the original struggling body gradually turned into a puddle of soft mud. The indoor room is charming. What Qin Chuchu didn't know is that just as Gu Zihui was acting, the next door side didn't fall the slightest bit. Luo Jiliang, 4 people on the ground cannot move. Not long after, the door was directly kicked open, followed by a high-heeled shoes, makeup thick attire of a woman. Her hand was carrying a limited edition LV Chanel bag, and then gently walked forward a few steps, which frowned and murmured in a low voice, "It looks like it has been cleaned up pretty much, so are we just here to make amends?" And Luo Jiliang's several people's gazes instantly bloomed with a hint of luster. This woman knew at a glance that she was rich, and looking at that gesture, she definitely possessed her own strength as well. It was this kind of woman that he liked. Straining to get up from the ground, Luo Jiliang conceitedly put on a smile that he himself thought was the most perfect, and then with a hint of a smile slowly walked to the front of that sexy and tall woman, which warmly said, "Hey, beautiful woman, what can I do to help you?" Who knows that the woman snorted a laugh, and then condescendingly looked down at Luo Jiliang, and then despised a glance at this before he interjected, "Get the hell away from me, I'm not interested in a man like you." The smile at the corner of his mouth had not been able to converge, so he froze on his face like this. Luo Jiliang looked very embarrassed, and then the 3 people on the ground also stood up one after another. This woman looks soft and weak, but I can't imagine that her mouth is still very powerful. I just don't know how the other aspects of the technology. One of the men reacted the fastest, and then slowly walked forward with a hint of greed, his eyes locked straight on her pride, which then colorfully said, "I said, who are you looking for here? Maybe we can even help you." Looking up and down at the several men in front of her, there just happened to be 4 of them, so she thought that there should be no mistake that this should be the place Gu Zihui was talking about. Only to see the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, and only after this did she delicately open her mouth. "I am here to look for you guys." Her appearance at this moment and just now is simply a different person, but precisely also because of this, these 4 people this did not have the slightest defense, but also doomed them will only be a tragedy. Ah! Not a moment later, this shabby room suddenly came a few men heartbreaking screams. However, there is not a single person around who dares to walk up, but also can only stand on the stairway to guess what exactly happened above. One of the men some strange poked his head out to look at the upper entrance of the stairs, which casually grabbed a waiter, and then puzzled, "I said what's going on upstairs, why no one wants to go up?" Who knows that the waiter's expression is a little stiff, which is not natural to turn his head over to the raw, "You don't text so much, this thing you don't go to manage better, otherwise by the time you get into trouble don't blame me for not reminding you." The waiter's words caused people to speculate, but no one dared to take the first step. The room was filled with a thick smell of blood, while the sultry woman was holding a sharp dagger in her hand, which was still stained with blood, and along the arc of her droop, new blood kept falling low. "Can't see what to do. I can't see, my eyes. Broken, my leg. My future life is ruined. You crazy woman, in the end want to do what? What on earth have you done to Lousy?" All around the room were miserable screams. The originally small room was splattered with blood everywhere, with some residual warmth still remaining on it. That tall woman freed a clean hand to probe at her own face, and then deliberately made a puzzled look and mumbled, "I didn't do anything, except that you guys saw something you shouldn't have seen and walked a path you shouldn't have walked." "Ah, right, which of your hands touched something you shouldn't have?" Her words caused all 4 to instantly break out in a cold sweat. Just because they looked at Qin Chuchu's body, they all had to have their eyes gouged out. Just because they walked into this room, they had to have their legs chopped off by her. And the one who touched Qin Chuchu's body had to have their hands chopped off? While putting this string of thoughts together, Luo Zhiliang's face has turned miserable. To know, all of this can be planned out by him. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Luo Zhiliang forced himself to endure the pain in his legs, which led him to move back while trembling. "Who exactly are you? Why did you come over to help Qin Chuchu?" Who knows that woman but suddenly revealed a puzzled look, and then turned her head to look at Luo Zhiliang's position, which then said in confusion, "Qin Chuchu? Who is that?" Chapter 39. Chapter 38. Doesn't know how to speak? Doesn't know how to talk? Facing her stunned expression, Luo Zhiliang was also staggered. This woman didn't know all about what just happened? Then wasn't she looking at the wrong person? At the thought of such a dramatic outcome, Luo Zhiliang was instantly saddened. Finding a reason at once, Luo Zhiliang then made a stern face, and then spoke with a questioning look, "I say, are you recognizing the wrong person? We are only running to Qin Chuchu, since you have never known her before, why are you still trying to make things difficult for us?" That woman suddenly smiled ghastly, and then tightened the knife in her hand once again, holding a trace of an inscrutable smile, and only then walked to his front, slowly squatted down her body, and then mercilessly directly stabbed the sharp end straight into his eyes, and only then cruelly said, "But the task I received is to erase you guys then." Ah! Luo Zhiliang's miserable scream instantly spread out in this room for a long time. That woman enchantingly smiled, but left Luo Zhiliang with an eye to come. Under his terrified expression, the woman slowly turned around and left, leaving these four people alone in this room. The thick smell of blood was almost sickening, and Luo Zhiliang was no exception. Didn't fix half the goods even if, but as a result, he also put himself backwards. Mother, I can't see it. Big brother, let's quickly go to the hospital, or it will be too late. I don't want to go blind yet, I still have a wife and child at home. Yes, big brother. Those three people helped each other, and then staggered on the ground sluggishly crawling forward, the appearance of woe to the extreme, and where they passed, without fail, pulled out a long path of blood too. That blood shocking, Luo Zhiliang has been stupid in place, simply cannot do any reaction. After about 5 minutes, downstairs, but suddenly came some women's screams, Luo Zhiliang only then snapped back to God. When he was planning to stand up to see what exactly happened downstairs, he unexpectedly realized that he couldn't stand up at all. Blood was slowly flowing out from the side of his thigh, coloring the carpet underneath him red. Luo Zhiliang's face instantly turned miserable, and then reached out his hand to cover his face in death, before he shivered and opened his mouth. This woman. I will definitely not spare you, definitely not. He must also now get treatment in the shortest possible time again, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. He did not intend to spend the rest of his days as a disabled person. Learning from the actions of those three people just now, Luo Zhiliang also stuck to the ground, and then forcefully endured the pain underneath him to slowly crawl forward. Thankfully, that woman didn't deprive him of his other eye, so it still helped him to a certain extent. But when he first appeared, the people around him were once again taken aback, and many of them even fainted straight away because they couldn't accept such an image. The surrounding people were talking a lot. Finally at this time, it was not known who took the lead and shouted, "What the hell is going on? Quickly call the police. Quickly The crowd began to move, but many people are holding the action of watching a good show. No one is willing to die a trouble for themselves. Luo Zhiliang some effort to stretch out his hand, casually pulling the nearest woman, which pleaded, "I beg you, help me call an ambulance, I do not want to die." Who knows that woman was like seeing a calamity, desperately shaking her head, and then kicked away Luo Zhiliang's hand, and retreated far away to the side, as if he was something hateful and scary in general. With a little doubt in his heart, Luo Zhiliang then turned his head to look at another man with more guts, but the result was still the same. The reactions of these people were all very consistent, yet that expression of fear on his face didn't seem to come from the wounds on his body. So what the hell was going on? It was as if it had been arranged. Looking at the people around him, Luo Zhiliang seemed to understand something, and the face of that woman from earlier instantly surfaced in front of him. Could it be her arrangement? This horrible woman. When he thought of the bloody scene just now, Luo Zhiliang's face instantly turned iron blue. Definitely a demon. Seemingly soft and weak, but gave him a fatal blow at a critical time. If he left early at that time, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. Casually stretched out his hand and grabbed the pants leg of a man beside him, Luo Zhiliang then stopped his eyes, and then almost growled and opened his mouth. Is it a woman who instructed you not to help me? Is it not? Say ah. That young man's face instantly turned miserable, and then quickly shook his own pants leg, trying to let Luo Zhiliang loosen his hand, but he tugged it to death. That fierce and vicious appearance seems to want to swallow him alive in general. Bean-sized sweat left along the corners of that young man's forehead. He looked around fearfully, before he hurriedly waved his hand and explained, "I don't know anything, let go, help." Just when the situation was a bit tricky, that woman stepped on high heels, and then lazily walked over, with a hint of a teasing look at Luo Zhiliang's position, before she slowly opened her mouth and said, "Yes, I commanded, what's wrong?" Her leisurely and relaxed expression seemed as if nothing had happened just now. And the blood-stained knife had disappeared without a trace at some point. Anger suddenly rose. Luo Zhiliang loosened the young man's pants leg, and then strenuously crawled forward, and then woefully tugged on the corner of the enchanting woman's clothes, forcefully pulling this will be their own head desperately upward, angrily reprimanded, "You this bitch. Do you know what a despicable thing you have done to me? How can I live in the future?" That woman's eyes with a little bit of heartache look, and then half bent his waist, reached out his hand and Luo Zhiliang's hair gently stroked, and only then pretended to open his mouth. Aya, really a mess it, a living man was reduced to such a state, really pathetic it. However, halfway through her sentence, she suddenly laughed out ghastly, and a hint of coldness covered her eyes. The body slightly tilted back some, which lifted the foot directly kicked Luo Zhiliang out. No longer have that kind of do-gooder look, grimly said, but don't dirty my shoes. All people do not dare to come forward, can only quietly watch all this. This woman they cannot afford to mess with, so can only wait and see what happens. Coughing. Luo Zhiliang's wound once again deteriorated, the blood was even spreading along the wound non-stop. The vicinity of the store entrance was filled with the thick smell of blood. Many people passing by were not able to withstand this blood type of image, and had covered their mouths to flee the scene in a sorry state. That woman's lower lip slightly licked a bit, which slowly walked towards the doorway outside, just as she was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly Luo, a sound, which hung a sweet smile, turned around to look at Luo Zhiliang's position, said, I forgot to tell you, the hospital is still quite far away from here. Look at you this speed, well. There's about an hour left, good luck. And then her silver bell-like laughter faded away in the air. Everyone secretly pinched a sweat for these four people, who is not good to offend, but to mess with this woman is definitely digging their own graves. However, how many people can know, this woman who makes people afraid of the wind is at the behest of Gu Zihui's. Yan Gu and Gu Zihui's room is scattered with clothes, but most of them are Gu Zihui's. The hot sweat dripped on the floor, and Gu Zihui's clothes were scattered with clothes. The hot sweat drops spread on the skin of Qin Chuchu shopping. The two of them cannot hold their own breath. Having gotten vent, Gu Zihui's movements also slightly brought a hint of retardation. Slowly rolling down, he casually pulled the quilt over and enveloped Qin Chuchu in it as well. Her face was still streaked with undried tears, her head slightly sideways as she slept, seemingly very tired. Gu Zihui didn't care, no matter what. Qin Chuchu had just suffered a small shock, and then after this kind of tossing and turning, it's understandable that she's tired. Using his hands to support his body, with a hint of love and compassion, Gu Zihui's hand gently covered Qin Chuchu's faceplate. Slowly and gently, he gently flicks her scattered bangs to the side, before staring deeply into her tantalizing little mouth and muttering to himself, don't delude yourself into thinking of leaving me, your body, your heart, all of it can only belong to me alone. Breathing slightly heavier, he stretched out his hand and tightly clasped the back of Qin Chuchu's head, before he pressed his character's thin lips on it. The four lips meet, and what comes between the lips is the faint fragrance unique to Qin Chuchu's body. Glanced out the window, I think things must have progressed more or less. When Qin Chuchu wakes up, it is the time to watch a good show. Gaze chilled, Gu Zihui meaningfully smiled, and only then lay to the side, stretching out his hand to arch Qin Chuchu's body inwards, and only then did he feel relieved to close his eyes and start to take a short rest. About 2 hours old, Qin Chuchu felt her hands a little numb, and when she tried to move, she realized that there was a heavy object on her body at some point. Stunned, she opens her eyes and meets Gu Zihui's enlarged face. Face instantly red, Qin Chuchu subconsciously don't open her head to try to escape, but found that don't know when the hands around her waist tightened, while her whole person directly bound in Gu Zihui's arms. Gently lifting up Yan Ji's jaw, Gu Zihui forced his face closer before questioning, are you that afraid of me, huh? Shaking her head, Qin Chuchu didn't dare to say more, lest she would make Gu Zihui unhappy again. With his index finger gently rubbing Qin Chuchu's jaw, Gu Zihui pressed his head forward a bit, and the distance between the two instantly closed. With a hint of seductive expression, Gu Zihui smiles evilly, don't know how to talk? The flash of panic at the bottom of Qin Chuchu's eyes all fell into Gu Zihui's eyes, and her head slightly sidestepped away a bit, not daring to look directly into his eyes. Chapter 40 Chapter 39 Watching a good show. Watching a good show. Lowering her head, Qin Chuchu then opened her mouth in a small whisper, no, I'm not. Not afraid of you. Strongly reached out his hand, lifted Qin Chuchu's jaw, lowered his head and stabilized her pink thin lips, his eyes suppressed a trace of, before he hoarsely opened his mouth, look at me. The temperature in the room suddenly climbs to a point where Qin Chuchu's breathing is a little less natural. This look she understands. Uneasily twisting her body, Qin Chuchu tries to break free, but right at this moment, Gu Zihui fishes in with a big hand and wraps Qin Chuchu's entire body directly around himself. Her face is written with overwhelm, her hands and feet simply don't know how to place them, she can only stiffen her body, and then stuttered, Just when she thought that Gu Zihui would say something else to deliberately make things difficult for her, he took the lead and let go of his hand and sat up. In the face of such a move, Qin Chuchu subconsciously shivered and also followed the sitting up, lest Gu Zihui would be dissatisfied. The corners of his eyebrows rose slightly, and a smile appeared on Gu Zihui's face. Slowly walked to the window, forcefully pulled the curtains open, the piercing sun instantly drilled in, Qin Chuchu subconsciously raised her hand to block the sunlight. She lowered her eyes and glanced downstairs, this time is just at noon, the sun is also the most poisonous time, if this time passes, it should be about the same. Redrawing the curtains, Gu Zihui then turned around and said, I'll ask someone to send over the clothes, right now you just need to go with me to watch a good show. Without waiting for Qin Chuchu to refuse, Gu Zihui directly turned around and went inside the bathroom, and shortly afterward there was the sound of sparse running water. Quietly relieved, Qin Chuchu then stretched out her hand and wrapped the quilt around her body. Her fingers inadvertently touched the bulging belly, and her heart actually had a trace of warmth. Just now, although Gu Zihui's words were a bit unpleasant, but in the end, he still took Qin Chuchu's feelings into consideration, and tried his best to use his hands to support his own strength, and did not go to squeeze his stomach. Lowering his head, the corner of his lips slowly rose up. Gu Zihui, this man doesn't seem to be as annoying as he imagined? Just when Qin Chuchu just thought, the door of the room was knocked. Glancing at the doorway, she then carefully walked to the doorway, reaching out to receive the brand new clothes. With her face slightly flushed red, Qin Chuchu then politely bowed to the man before thankfully saying, thank you. The waiter was slightly stunned for a moment, and only then did he shake his head and leave in a panic, as if he had seen something extraordinary in general. Qin Chuchu didn't care, and closed the door again when she was planning to change her clothes, but suddenly a piece of CD-ROM rolled down from the clothes just now. Curious, Qin Chuchu slowly picked it up. However, in the next second, her pupils contracted violently. The words engraved on the disc were unfamiliar, but the name was hers. Who on earth, at this time, would hand her such a thing? Her heart was vaguely uneasy, and what happened in Luo Zhiliang's room made Qin Chuchu subconsciously shiver. Her face instantly turned miserable, and her hands tightly pinched that CD-ROM before she shivered and said, that time. Didn't dispose of it? The fear on her face hadn't even had time to collect away the time, but the door inside the bathroom suddenly rang. Frightened Qin Chuchu scrambled to retract her hand, and then casually stuffed the CD back into the pile of clothes. So Gu Zihui just opened the door and saw Qin Chuchu looking at him with a hardened smile. The look was full of indescribable weirdness. Her face was filled with a hasty look, and then subconsciously took a step back and smiled, but the smile on her face was stiff. Gu Zihui is a man with a meticulous mind. Facing such Qin Chuchu, how could he not notice anything? The wide bath towel covers half of his wheat-colored chest, and only then does he reach out his hand to gently wipe his short hair that has not yet dried, and then walks to Qin Chuchu's front. His eagle-like gaze slowly falls on her body, and Qin Chuchu subconsciously shivered before trying her best to maintain the smile that has stiffened on her face. His body slightly leaned forward a bit, gently sniffing on the clothes before he stood up again and spoke, "What's wrong? Your expression looks a bit off?" Qin Chuchu's scalp went numb for a moment before she hurriedly shook her head and explained, "It's nothing. I just thought of those things just now, Quietly sighed in relief, Gu Zihui then reached out his hand and patted Qin Chuchu's shoulder before relieving, "Don't worry, it's fine for the time being. Now you go to the bathroom and change your clothes for me. I'll take you to see a good show." "A good show? If you miss it, you won't have a chance." Qin Chuchu's heart suddenly tightened, ominous premonition crossed her heart. Apprehensively nodded her head. Yengo could only harden her head before she turned around and ran into the bathroom. Throwing the door vigorously shut, Qin Chuchu's chest rose and fell violently, and then sat down softly on the floor. Almost, just a little bit. If that CD-ROM just now was seen by Gu Zihui, I don't know what kind of panic it would cause. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Qin Chuchu quickly unscrewed the shower, and then dove headfirst into the pool. Bone-chilling coldness instantly spreads all over her body. Qin Chuchu subconsciously shivered before removing her head from the pool. Panting heavily, the nerves that have been taut are finally relieved. Qin Chuchu stretched out her hand and pinched that CD-ROM in death, before she clenched her lower lip and opened her mouth. "Definitely can't be found out, definitely can't." Staring at the motionless figure inside the door, Gu Zihui's face is a bit ugly as he quickly walks to the bathroom door, lifting his hand and knocking heavily a few times before he impatiently speaks, "I'll give you one last minute." Subconsciously wincing, Qin Chuchu then scrambled to stand up, before anxiously speaking, "I'm sorry, I'll be right there." Not being able to care about any image, Qin Chuchu quickly put that dress on her body, and the CD also fell directly to the ground because of that. Qin Chuchu's heart is on the clothes at the moment, so she didn't notice the CD-ROM thing. She hurriedly puts the clothes on her body. The whole set of clothes seems to be designed for her, not too big and not too small. The small abdomen seems to be purposely vacated a small piece of position for her, and the original bulging tummy is invisible in a moment. Quickly opening the door, Qin Chuchu finally poked her body out when Gu Zihui was on the verge of exploding. Qin Chuchu's face was filled with a panicked look before she bowed to Gu Zihui's position and said, I'm sorry. Gu Zihui looked askance at the panicked Qin Chuchu before he leered and said, "It's nothing, I'm going to the restroom." Nodding her head, Qin Chuchu covered her chest and stood to the side in a sorry state. Her heart is like a deer, fluttering about. Her hand subconsciously rubbed towards the position in her clothes pocket just now. Qin Chuchu's heart instantly tightened up. How could this be? Didn't she just stuff the CD into her pocket? How come it's gone now? It's bad. The bathroom, it must be in the bathroom. Qin Chuchu subconsciously swallowed her saliva, and then stiffly turned her head to look at the tightly closed bathroom, which Zihui had only gone in just now. That is to say. Qin Chuchu's face instantly tensed, raised her hand and directly slammed the bathroom door. Her face was written with a look of panic, and then hissed and opened her mouth. Open the door, Zihui. Zihui suspiciously turned his head to look at Qin Chuchu outside the door, and only after that did he throw back the CD-ROM that he was just holding in his hand, and only then did he open his mouth in a fake puzzled manner. What's wrong? Qin Chuchu's face turned pale, and she glanced sideways at the CD-ROM on the floor, before she quietly sighed in relief. Stiffening her smile, Qin Chuchu then stretched out her hand and pulled Zihui and then spoke urgently. I suddenly have a bit of pain in my stomach, can you let me go in first? Who knows that Zihui smiled uncharacteristically, and then ambiguously leaned his body forward a bit, and then lifted her chin to test. So active today, did you do something wrong? In the face of Zihui's questioning, Qin Chuchu's breath subconsciously binged, and then her eyes flickered. Originally it was just a guess, but after seeing Qin Chuchu's expression, Zihui's heart became more or less clear. There is definitely something wrong with that CD-ROM. Otherwise, Qin Chuchu wouldn't have revealed such a flustered expression. Flirtatiously hooking her chin, Zihui then smiles in a gloomy manner before speaking, I don't want to miss that scene, let's go. Not allowing Qin Chuchu to resist, Zihui directly draped his jacket over his shoulder, before pulling Qin Chuchu directly out of this room. Qin Chuchu's eyes glanced at the bathroom with a trace of anxiety that was hard to suppress, gritted her teeth and could only temporarily put this matter behind her. As long as you accompany Zihui to go out and come back in the shortest possible time, it will be fine. Just out of the room, Qin Chuchu suddenly shook off Zihui's hand, and then covered her mouth and directly flopped to the window to dry heave. The smell of blood in the air has not yet dissipated, and this odor is the most sensitive to pregnant women. Zihui's eyebrows raised slightly before he laughed and said, looks like the action was quite fast after all, don't throw up, it's not like you can throw up anything. Facing his mockery, Qin Chuchu didn't take it to heart, but the feeling churning within her heart couldn't be suppressed for a long time. The taste of blood, how could it be this strong? Who knows, before Qin Chuchu could ease his state, he felt a lightness on his body. When he looked back it was actually Zihui who picked him up. Glancing at Qin Chuchu's stunned expression, Zihui then shrugged his shoulders before speaking, I don't want you to delay me too much. Chapter 41 Chapter 40 It's okay not to be a scumbag. It's okay not to be a scumbag. Qin Chuchu's face grew paler and paler, especially the closer she got to the original room. The smell of blood was even more direct to her nostrils, and it almost swallowed her up directly. The expressions of the people downstairs are all a little less natural. Qin Chuchu, if she is standing between them, she can definitely not see any difference. Placing Qin Chuchu back down, Zihui then takes the lead and walks in front. Qin Chuchu can only lower her head, and then silently follows behind him. The people on the street all locked their eyes on the two of them. Qin Chuchu's heart inexplicably beat faster for some reason. With a sudden pain in her forehead, Qin Chuchu looked up in dismay. Zihui's face was close at hand. Subconsciously, Zihui took a step back, but Zihui stretched out his hand and wrapped it around Qin Chuchu's back, and then spoke with a hint of a smile, woman, you have to watch out, if you are not hard-hearted in this world, then you can only be used, betrayed, and even bullied forever. What meaning is lurking in Zihui's words? Qin Chuchu was not yet able to be surprised, but suddenly felt a tightness under the feet, wrongly looked down to see suddenly vomited out. Qin Chuchu. Qin Chuchu. The man on the ground dragged his body covered in blood, and then tightly tugged on Jane Yajing's pants leg, which shivered and called out. Qin Chuchu quickly kicked and stomped away from the man underneath her, and then backed up to the side in a row. If it wasn't for Zihui's quick eyes and hands, Qin Chuchu would have fallen to the ground by now. Qin Chuchu felt that the bile was about to be vomited out as her stomach turned over. Zihui did not want to help, just stood to the side and watched her expression, and then the corners of his lips rose. The good show was about to start. After easing up for a while, Qin Chuchu came back to her senses and carefully surveyed the man at her feet. Heart suddenly tightened, Qin Chuchu's miserably white little face, and then tentatively bent down to try to see the man's face clearly, which asked, Zhiliang brother, you are Zhiliang brother. Luo Zhiliang's face was filled with a hideous look, reaching out his hand and directly yanking Qin Chuchu down, and only after that did he growl, Qin Chuchu. It's all because of you, this bitchy woman. What the hell have you done to me? Qin Chuchu's knees directly kneeled down, and then her head was even directly pressed down on the ground, sending out a thud with a crisp sound. Before she could hurry to cry out in pain, Luo Zhiliang raised his hand and directly gave her a slap, but his own howl was even louder than Qin Chuchu. The forehead was collided out a small wound too, with a trace of fine sand and blood. Qin Chuchu forcefully pushed away Luo Zhiliang's hand, and then tears instantly flowed down. Is this still considered a hand? The palm of the hand is gone. Her tears were like broken beads that kept rolling down, and then she quickly bent down and tried to help Luo Zhiliang up while trying to argue. Brother Zhiliang, what the hell is going on? Luo Zhiliang's eyes were filled with an angry look, itching to rush up and strangle Qin Chuchu directly in general. His tears also followed and rolled down, and the feeling of helplessness quickly spread throughout his body. Until today, he didn't understand the darkness of this world. With money and power, you can manipulate a person's life at will. No one would feel sorry for you. Utilizing his only remaining eye, Luo Zhiliang glares angrily at Qin Chuchu before cursing. It's all because of you, this bitch, who caused the trouble. If it wasn't for your phone call, how would I have ended up in such a situation? Luo Zhiliang's words made Qin Chuchu's face a little ugly, staggering back a step, half unable to say half a word. Her tears rolled down her face once again, her palms were a little cold, and then she tightly clutched the corner of her coat before explaining, how could this happen? I didn't do anything. But Luo Zhiliang is already in the state of about to storm out. How can he still have the heart to calm down and listen to what she said? Qin Chuchu tightly bit the lower lip, and then stretched out his hand to help Luo Zhiliang up from the ground, forced to endure that nausea in the heart, which shivered. I save you, I take you to the hospital, it will be fine, believe me, okay? Hearing this, Luo Zhiliang's eyes revealed a trace of doubt, before he turned his head to look at the man beside her. His pupils suddenly contracted. Luo Zhiliang gritted his teeth and said, it's you. Gu Zihui. Gu Zihui looks at him with a smile on his face and doesn't show anything, as if nothing had happened just now. Qin Chuchu had long been flustered, and only then did she hurriedly turn her head and walk to Gu Zihui's front, lowering her own head and praying, I'm sorry, Gu Zihui, can I take Zhiliang brother to the hospital first? Me. Glancing at Qin Chuchu, Gu Zihui's expression is a little hard to guess. Just when Qin Chuchu felt that there is no hope, Gu Zihui suddenly snorted a laugh before answering, good. Qin Chuchu's face is written with dismay, and it took a while before she came back to her senses. After thanking her joyfully, she helped Luo Zhiliang stumble forward. She remembers that there is a hospital just ahead. Qin Chuchu tightly bites her lower lip with her shell teeth, before she encourages, Brother Zhiliang, hold on a little longer, I'll take you to the hospital right away. Luo Zhiliang didn't say anything and didn't rebuke her, his expression looked a bit dull, as if he was thinking about something in general. Qin Chuchu's body was already on the weak side, not to mention that there is a child in her stomach, which in itself is a disparity with Luo Zhiliang's elevation, not to mention that his body is still wrapped in a strong smell of blood. Qin Chuchu strained to free a hand to cover her lower lip in death, whimpering in a low voice, well. Surrounding does not know at what time there are 3 more bloody bodies, and Luo Zhiliang's body also followed the tot. Under Qin Chuchu's judgment, this barely identified these 3 people as the 3 people who were with Luo Zhiliang in the room just now. But what in the world was going on? She only went to sleep and got up, why did the 4 people change so much? The unbelievable words Luo Zhiliang had just said quickly surfaced in her mind. Qin Chuchu's heart subconsciously trembled for a moment, as if she understood something and as if she didn't know anything at all. You guys? Qin Chuchu choked a little, that fearful image once again surfaced in her mind, a complete sentence could not be said. Luo Zhiliang took a deep breath, will own that kind of pain temporarily suppressed this only to say aloud, buddy brother directly forward climb, and so on after getting well, must give that woman some color to see. I'll watch the road for you guys, you woman walk faster for me. Gu Zihui smiled, silent, but followed behind them with a hint of watching the show. Today, this drama is even more exciting than he imagined. Qin Chuchu's heart is a little cold, but she still nods in resignation and silently walks ahead. Her pace looks a bit hobbled, and her skinny body looks a bit erratic on this street. Finally still arriving at the entrance of the hospital, Qin Chuchu quietly let out a sigh of relief, and then with a hint of delight tugged Luo Zhiliang inside. His eyes reveal a hint of elation, and then this curses, it's all because of you, this stupid woman, if you had been faster, old me wouldn't have to suffer so much. In the face of his cold-eyed mockery, Qin Chuchu only felt 100 aggravations, and then could only hold back the tears and nodded repeatedly to apologize, but the heart was gradually cold between unconsciousness. But the surprised scene was found, the ground that 3 people crawling in, but no one is willing to save them. More people chose to turn a blind eye. Luo Zhiliang was slightly surprised, and only after this did he loudly scolded, "Give me over there, don't dawdle." "Oh." Qin Chuchu replied bashfully, and only then did she follow what Luo Zhiliang said. Behind her, Gu Zihui's face is a bit ugly. How did this man treat her just now? Has Qin Chuchu forgotten? Now actually still this kind of obedience, in the end is thinking what? Composing himself, Gu Zihui then continued to follow up, intending to watch this drama to the end. Luo Zhiliang stretched out his hand and dragged a nurse, and then he pleaded, "Please, save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die ah." Who knows that the nurse but the face of a difficult color, and then don't turn away from the head to speak, "Sorry, you'd better go to another hospital." Eyes stunned, Qin Chuchu and Luo Zhiliang's faces are written with surprise, but the corners of Gu Zihui's mouth rose slightly. The good show will finally begin to unfold. Luo Zhiliang's face was slightly twisted from the pain. Before he grimaced, "What did you say? Aren't you guys rescuing people? I have money, I'll give you a lot of money, please hurry up and save me, or else I'm going to die, I'm really going to die. Qin Chuchu, you stupid woman, hurry up and help me." Qin Chuchu hadn't even reacted to what was happening when her entire body was directly pushed out. Turning back to look at Luo Zhiliang, who has a face full of resentment, Qin Chuchu's heart slightly trembles for a moment before she walks over to that nurse in a small voice before pleading, "Please, please help him. If this continues, brother Zhiliang will really die." The nurse backed up and reached out her hand to block Qin Chuchu's movement. Before she spoke with a hint of hesitation, "I'm sorry, miss, this matter is something I really can't do anything about. It's an order from the higher-ups. Forgive us for being unable to do it." The higher-ups? Qin Chuchu's thoughts swayed slightly before she turned her head to look behind her. As expected, Gu Zihui is currently smiling and looking towards her position, but there is not a trace of laughter visible in the depths of his eyes. Qin Chuchu trembled for a moment, and then stride up to stretch out his hand and tightly tugged on the corner of Gu Zihui's coat, only then with a hint of growl opened his mouth. "Gu Zihui, is it you who moved the hand and foot?" Snorted, Gu Zihui mercilessly shrugged off Qin Chuchu's hand. After that, he tightly grabbed her throat and sneered, "So what if it's me? For the man who abandoned her, what more does she have to do to be satisfied? To be forcibly claimed once more? Or how do you want to do it?" Qin Chuchu's tears once again rolled down indisputably, and her hand desperately pounded on Gu Zihui's chest, saying with a hint of anger, "I knew. Why you did it, why ah?" A hint of sulkiness tainted his face. Gu Zihui's hand suddenly contracted to tighten his chokehold on her. Only then did he rebuke, "Why? Are you qualified to ask me?" The smell of gunpowder instantly covered the surroundings. Chapter 42, Chapter 41, Chor's compassion. Chor's compassion. Her face was bloodless. Gu Zihui was implying something to her. Qin Chor understood very well. Her hands hung down feebly, and just as she was about to turn around, Gu Zihui suddenly reached out and clasped her back into his arms. Gu Zihui sneered, and then this forcefully broke Qin Chuchu's face to look at Luo Zhiliang's position and said, "Qin Chuchu, I'm telling you, since you're my woman now, look at me clearly. There are some people who should be treated like this, otherwise in their eyes, you are a clown to be fooled." Her heart trembled fiercely, as if it was cut open by a sharp knife, and the bitter feeling spread to her whole body. Qin Chuchu tightly bit her lower lip, and then her hands dead covered her eyes. Her body trembled and cried, I all know ah. But in addition to this, what can I do?" Unfortunately, Gu Zihui did not have the intention to feel sorry for her, and forcibly broke her hand off, and only after this did he look at the nurse in front of him with a strained face and opened his mouth, "Drive all of these people to the door, and if anyone dares to save them, then all of them will roll up and leave for me." The nurse seemed to be scared, shivering for a bit before she hurriedly replied, "Yes." After that, under Qin Chuchu's nearly collapsed emotions, Luo Zhiliang and those three men were dragged out from the ground like this, looking wretched to the extreme. A long line of blood was drawn on the ground because of their wounds, and as far as the eye could see, the surroundings were almost all a late red color. There are also people around who don't dare to look, but they don't dare to protest, so they can only cover their heads and don't turn away from the sight, pretending that nothing has happened. Qin Chuchu's heart was suddenly cold, and then with a worried face, "Gu Zihui, I beg you to stop. This will go on, will die, please." Extending his hand to push Qin Chuchu directly to the ground, Gu Zihui's eyes showed ferocious light and tilted his body slightly forward, and then this is the sinister, for a man, this kind of tramples himself, I all kinds of don't need such a woman. Tears soundlessly rolled down to the ground. Qin Chuchu endured the pain underneath her body, and then directly pounced on Luo Zhiliang's position. Even if he has done more excessive things to her, but no matter what, it's still her first love, she won't allow such a thing to happen. If he doesn't get treatment again, the rest of Luo Zhiliang's life might really be so wasted. Looking at Qin Chuchu's rapidly running back, Gu Zihui's face once again became gloomy. Anger instantly rose, with a hint of jealousy mixed in. Fists clenched tightly, Zihui's face more and more complicated gaslit, teeth clenched cackling before murmuring softly, Qin Chuchu, you are simply a hopelessly stupid woman. The atmosphere became stiff for a moment, and everyone's eyes landed on Qin Chuchu's body. Only to see her reach out her hand to push the security guard dragging Luo Zhiliang directly away from her, while then pulling Luo Zhiliang with all her might. With a bang, Qin Chuchu fell to the ground once again, and wetness gradually rose in the center of her legs. Strongly enduring the discomfort, Qin Chuchu then frowned and struggled to get up from the ground. I'm sorry, brother Zhiliang, I'll save you, I definitely will, please believe me. Qin Chuchu's action made Luo Zhiliang's throat knots roll slightly, to say that he is not touched is a lie. After experiencing the indifferent performance of so many people, he only realized at this time that Qin Chuchu was good to him. But it was too late. The people around him just stood by with cold eyes, no one was willing to take the initiative to come forward and lend a helping hand. The chilled heart is not only Luo Zhiliang's, but even Qin Chuchu's. She fell to her knees with a flutter, and then pulled the hand of a doctor who happened to be passing by before she humbly opened her mouth and said, I beg you, save him. If you don't save him, he will die, he will really die. Look at how much blood he's lost. But how would Qin Chuchu know that the more she prays to others like this, the more the anger in his heart grows? For the sake of a criminal man, does she even give up her dignity? Zihui was instantly enraged, quickly walked to the front, stretched out his hand and directly picked up Qin Chuchu from the ground and then angrily rebuked, Qin Chuchu, you stand up for me. I'm telling you, as long as I'm around, you're delusional to think that he'll be saved. Open your eyes and see clearly, which man was the one who tried to forcefully possess you just now? Her face had long been covered in tears as she stared blankly at Zihui, half speechless. Zihui almost gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead suddenly aired and pushed Qin Chuchu's head directly into mid-air, pressing down on her body and forcing her to look into Luo Zhiliang's only remaining eye and said, open your eyes and give me a clear look. What these four men just did to you. Her face was instantly replaced by panic, her feet desperately kicked and stomped in place, her hand was grasping randomly out of thin air and struggled, don't say it, I beg you not to say it. Looking at Qin Chuchu's painful appearance, the most uncomfortable person is Luo Zhiliang. Although he is a cunning person, his heart is not made of stone. Luo Zhiliang's head lifted up with difficulty, using the broken half of the hand struggled to raise upward to open the mouth to apologize. Chuchu, I'm sorry. I even did such a bastard thing to you. I. She smiled ruefully, and then inhaled her nose and opened her mouth. It's okay, Zhiliang brother, I will save you, no matter what. Zihui suddenly let go of his hand, and then Qin Chuchu fell straight to the ground, her stomach straight to the ground. Ah! It hurts. Qin Chuchu suddenly screamed out miserably and subconsciously rolled over, leaning her back directly on the ground. Her body subconsciously curls up into a ball, and the whole person's eyebrows are tightly knitted, as if it hurts a lot in general. Qin Chuchu's face was a little white, and she reached out her hand and tugged on the corner of her coat while later saying with a hint of crying, Child, my child. Child. Zihui's heart steeply shocked, inexplicably broke out in a cold sweat too. Just now, his sanity was almost all washed away by his anger, and he actually forgot that Qin Chuchu was still a pregnant woman. Qin Chuchu's tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably in an instant, saying, It hurts, it hurts. Where did Zihui maintain that cold demeanor just now, and quickly called for a doctor to prepare to assist Qin Chuchu into the operating room, when a man's figure was the first to break into his line of sight. Zijing somewhat anxiously reaches out his hand to pick up Qin Chuchu from the ground, and then speaks worriedly, Qin Chuchu, what's wrong with you? Qin Chuchu's brows are tightly furrowed and gripped into a ball, and the whole person's spirit is close to collapsing away. She stretched out a hand and pinched Zijing's wrist and then tore her heart out and said, Zijing, my stomach hurts. The stomach hurts. At this time, Zijing realized that Qin Chuchu's body did not know when it had begun to flow out that demonic-colored blood. Breathing slightly thickened a bit, even if he didn't know what had just happened, but Qin Chuchu's situation was other than going to have a miscarriage, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. Zijing reaches out his hand to hold Qin Chuchu a little tighter while comforting her, then urgently opens his mouth, Wait, I'll call a doctor right away. Just as he was about to take his first step on his own feet, Qin Chuchu's reflection became even more intense. Her eyes were filled with blood within her eyes, and the way she was desperately trying to hold back her pain made the people around her feel sorry for her. No one had ever thought that this woman would actually be a pregnant woman. Such courage was not something that an ordinary person would have. Please, save him, he is my friend. Qin Chuchu's words have not yet been said to the end. The consciousness gradually dispersed, his head was somewhat weakly hanging to one side, and his entire face was already bloodless. His eyes slightly lowered for a moment, before he softly smiled and said, "I understand, don't worry." Gu Zijing's attention was all focused on Qin Chuchu, so he didn't see Gu Zihui, who was just a short distance away. Gu Zihui's face took on an iron blue color. How could Gu Zijing be here? If he didn't remember wrongly, he should have gone home to accompany that woman. Why would he appear in this hospital? Gu Zijing hurriedly rushed forward, and then he was stumped in place when he brushed his shoulders. "Brother?" Doubtfully turning his head, Gu Zijing tentatively opened his mouth to ask. With a gloomy face, Gu Zihui answered in a dull voice. And then stretched out his hand to directly snatch Qin Chuchu from Gu Zijing's hand, and without a trace of pity, he directly raced her to the emergency bed and pushed her away. Gu Zijing looked at his back with some consternation, slightly shaking his head for a moment before he turned his head again, and after glancing at the man Qin Chuchu explained to him, he called the other medical staff to come over to help. In the way of Gu Zijing's face, the paramedics finally acted. Taking advantage of the time when the crowd was evacuated, Gu Zijing then hurriedly turned around and walked to Lu Chimea's side worrying, "Mom, is everything alright? I just met a friend, didn't scare you?" Who only Lu Chimea's eyes were wide open. Looking at Gu Zihui's position has not been superfluous action. Gu Zijing's face was written with a worried look, reached out his hand and gently shook Lu Chimea before he followed up with, "Mom?" Lu Chinjia suddenly came back to her senses at this time, and somewhat awkwardly lifted her hand and wiped the corner of her eye, saying, "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something in the past." "Huh, nothing, what did you say just now?" Gu Zijing didn't notice Lu Qingyu's difference, simply thinking that she was just losing her mind because of Gu Zihui. Gu Zijing's lips slightly knew, which then rehung a smile and spoke, "Nothing, I'll accompany you to do the next body test. Next is the blood pressure and blood lipid test, go Mom." Lu Chimea's face with a strange look, footsteps also more and more slow up, until finally stayed in place. Lu Qingyu's face was filled with a puzzled look. She stretched out her finger and pointed at Qin Chuchu, who had already disappeared from sight, and spoke, "Zijing, Mom asked you something. Who is that girl? How come she knows your brother?"